like your mother had been waiting just for him. Aunt Maisie closed her eyes and drew her quilt tighter. And maybe she had been. Now this was the kind of story Fleeta liked. Not the mushy part, but the story about her father learning the timber business after being forced out of banking. The story of how her parents got married 2 months after laying eyes on each other, and how her mother was a terrible cook, but her father just smiled and ate what she gave him. She hoped Aunt Maisie would tell one of those. Instead, she handed Fleeta the little pouch, still warm from her palm. Open it. Hank Chapin didn't usually enjoy traveling so far from home, but this timber surveying trip could be just the break he needed. Judd Markley, his employer and his friend, had come along to visit his family in Bethel, which meant Hank wasn't having to sleep in a tent or a trailer. He was bunking with a nice family, and best of all, it was deer season. Judd had been telling him tales of the mighty bucks he'd be sure to see in West Virginia, and Hank was itching to try his new Remington 740 Woodsmaster rifle. Hank was generally conservative with his money and his resources, but he considered his gun collection an investment. And when he'd seen the Remington 30-06, he couldn't resist. It was light, and his favorite scope fit perfectly. Yep, this work trip could be just the thing he needed to get his mind straight, so he could decide what to do with his future. Hank dressed quickly and started for the privy out back. The lack of indoor plumbing was something he'd grown accustomed to on trips like this one. At least the Markley family had a hand pump in the kitchen to bring in water. He reached for the back door and heard a giggle on the other side. Pushing gently so as not to startle anyone, he peered through the opening. Blue eyes and gingery curls greeted him, along with a shriek of laughter as a sprite of a girl scampered behind a boy only a little older. The boy sized him up, and Hank halfway expected him to spit. "You must be Uncle Judd's right-hand man," the boy said, in a way that made Hank think he was aiming to sound grown up. "I like to think so." "Heard you uns get in last night. Me and Gracie were in bed, but I was still awake." He puffed his chest out a notch. "If you need anyone to show you around the place, I'd be glad to do it." Hank grinned. "Let me get ready to face the day, and I just might take you up on that." The boy nodded as though making a lifelong commitment. "James? Grace? Get on in here and leave Mr. Chapin alone." A woman's voice came from the same direction as the aroma of sausage and coffee. The pair scampered off, and Hank finished his morning ablutions undisturbed. As he stepped up onto the back porch, Judd appeared around the corner, carrying a bucket of foamy milk. His brother, Abram, whom Hank met the night before, walked a few steps behind, although his voice carried on up ahead. "George swears he saw that big old piebald buck out on the hogback last week. Says he aims to bag him this year." I said, "Yeah, you and every other filler with a rifle in southern West Virginia." Abram paused mid-step when he spotted Hank. "Morning. Hope you slept hard enough to work up an appetite, and Lydia aims to spoil you and Judd rotten while you're with us." Hank found himself liking Judd's family almost as much as he already liked Judd. "I could eat something, and then I think I'm expected to go on a tour of the farm with James." A huge smile bloomed in the depths of Abram's beard. "Fancies himself a man, and I don't see any reason to tell him otherwise. Leastwise, not yet. I know touring you around would just about make his year. Then I'll try not to founder at the breakfast table." Abram's laugh rolled from deep inside and settled into all the tired places in Hank's spirit. He felt tension he didn't realize he'd been holding slide off his shoulders. He'd been feeling an itch he wasn't quite ready to examine for a while now. This trip might be an opportunity to think about whether or not he wanted to scratch that itch. Whether or not it was time to leave Waccamaw Timber and strike out on his own in an entirely different direction. With Judd at the helm, he wasn't exactly feeling squeezed out, but neither was he likely to ever rise any farther in the ranks. He smiled and slapped Abram on his broad back. "Now, what was that you were saying about a deer?" Abram's eyes lit even brighter. "Ah, he's half deer, half ghost, and the rest of 'em's just tall tales. Supposedly there's a 12-point buck somewhere out in them hills." He made a sweeping gesture with his arm. "He's mostly white with brown spots like a piebald pony." Leastways, that's what the ones who claim to have seen him say. As the story goes, he's been roaming around here for at least 10 years, growing a bigger rack every summer. And when someone sees him, something big's supposed to happen to him. Good or bad, depends on who you ask. He wrapped a muscled arm around Hank's shoulders. Amos, the feller who claimed to see him last, swears he shot him through the neck last fall, but somehow that old buck survived. Maybe if you've brought some southern luck with you, you'll get a shot at him while you're here. Hank laughed. I'd hate to rob y'all of the chance to tell those same tales next year. Still, he sounds like just the prize Judd's been promising me since we first talked about hunting up here. Judd shifted the milk bucket to his left hand and stepped up onto the porch. Watch it, Abram. I promised him a deer, not a legend. Chapter 4. Fleda examined the little bag, creased and with a pale stain in one corner. She worked the string in the neck loose and pried the top open. She turned it up and tilted what was inside out into the palm of her hand. A piece of jewelry glinted back at her. 2 overlapping hearts were joined with a purple heart-shaped stone, the whole topped with a crown. It was pretty, but Fleda wasn't sure what to make of it. She'd never been overly fond of jewelry, and the family couldn't afford such things anyway. Did it belong to my mother? It did. And to her mother, and her grandmother, and so on all the way back to England if Marian's tale is true. And I don't see why it wouldn't be. Aunt Maisie took the bag and turned it over, showing Fleda initials embroidered there. These are supposed to be the initials of each woman who's had it along with the year each one married. There's your mother, M.E.B. for Marian Evans Brady. I can't remember your Grandma Naomi's maiden name. Her mama married twice. She tapped the brooch. Probably valuable with that amethyst in it. But the main thing is, Marian wanted me to give it to you when the time was right for you to find true love. Fleda choked and nearly dropped the bauble. True love? You mean like in romance novels? She slid her eyes toward a bookshelf with a dozen or so well-worn paperbacks. Aunt Maisie claimed to have few vices, but reading tawdry romances was definitely among them. Fleda had tried to read one with a picture of a woman being swept into the arms of a man who looked like a pirate, but couldn't stomach all the roiling emotions and breathless embraces. She preferred The Spirit of the Border by Zane Grey, or The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. Aunt Maisie blew out a little puff of air. Oh, I suppose more like your parents had. They just doted on each other. And although I saw them get mad a time or two, they never stayed that way for long. So why are you giving this to me now? Fleda held the brooch as if she were afraid it might bite her. Because you're a young woman. And it's high time you found a young man. This last illness has made me realize I won't be around forever, and I need to see you settled. I don't know what Marian had in mind as far as timing goes, but it feels right to give this to you now. What am I supposed to do with it? Fleda heard her voice rise with emotion. You could wear. Aunt Maisie looked Fleda up and down, from her scuffed boots to her flannel shirt and dark hair in a messy braid down her back. She laughed. No, I don't suppose you would. Put it on your dresser in your room. Look at it and remember your mother wanted you to fall in love one of these days. She slid lower on the sofa. Now let me rest. I'm about wore in too. I'd tell you to go on in there and help Elnora with supper, but I expect you'll be on kitchen duty for a while. We can't expect Elnora to keep up 2 households, and I'm afraid. She closed her eyes and exhaled, long and slow. Well, this is the weakest I've ever felt. I'm afraid I may not be up and about as quickly as I'd like. Fleda slid the brooch back into its pouch, trying not to look at the initials of all those women who must have been content with finding true love instead of pursuing some other dream. She slipped out of the room as silently as she would slip up on a turkey the day before Thanksgiving. She blinked back tears, a wild mix of emotions disturbing her spirit. She wanted to be a gunsmith, to take care of her family. And now she was supposed to fall in love, too? Aunt Maisie didn't mean to mess up her plans by losing the baby, but how could she follow her dream and take over Bud's business while she was so desperately needed at home? And this falling in love business was absolutely out of the question. Her mother supposedly died from grieving over her lost love, and Aunt Maisie was surely suffering for loving Uncle Oscar. What was her aunt thinking? Obviously, all these plans were incompatible. She had to choose. And for now, that was simple enough. She would have to put her dreams on hold until Aunt Maisie was well again, and she would not fall in love. Ever. Chapter 5. "What should I call you?" James asked Hank, after showing him every inch of the barn. Hank started to suggest just his first name, but then thought better of it. Abram and Lydia had clearly taught their children to be mannerly, and he didn't want to undermine that. "How about Mr. Hank?" James mulled it over. "That'll suit me fine. I was thinking we might call you Uncle Hank, but Ma might think that's too familiar." He nodded his head. "Want to get a closer look at the cattle?" Hank agreed, and ambled after the boy as he headed out to the pasture. He admired several red and white Herefords, as well as an Angus bull, then only half listened as James rambled on about the pleasures and challenges of farm living. Mostly he was thinking about that itch of his. For almost a year he'd had a notion that it might be time for him to give up his position with Waccamaw Timber. Once upon a time he'd thought he might be in line to run the company, what with George Hayward's children not being interested in the job. Then Judd came along, married the boss's daughter, and stepped into leadership. No, Hank had to be honest. Judd didn't just step in. He'd earned his place at the top, in more ways than one, and he didn't begrudge his friend in the least, but it did change his long-term outlook on things. Going from heir apparent to second banana was tough, no matter how much he liked and admired Judd Markley. He supposed they could continue on indefinitely, yet Hank had a few buried dreams of his own that had been stirred up like silt in a pond. Hank gazed at the trees beyond the edge of the field. Good timber, and good cover for deer. Yes, sir, this place was heaven for a woodsman, especially one with long dormant dreams. James fell silent, and Hank paid closer attention. The boy was staring off into the distance like he, too, was taking the measure of the fields and forests. Hank smiled. He and Judd needed to head out soon to survey the stands they were thinking of purchasing, but for now he was glad to enjoy spending a little time with a delightful boy on a delightful morning. The thought ran through his mind that he might like to have a boy of his own one day. He'd stepped out with a girl or two, but he'd been so focused on work, his romances withered from lack of attention. And that right there was another buried dream rising to the surface. "You gonna enter the turkey shoot on Saturday?" "What's that?" "There's a turkey shoot over at the Small Ridge Farm this weekend. Seems like Pa and Uncle Judd will want to enter. You aim to give it a try?" "Don't believe I've ever been to a turkey shoot, but I might come along and see how it's done." He winked at the boy. "You gonna enter?" James kicked at a tuft of winter-brown grass. I ain't good enough." He bit his lip. "I'm not supposed to say ain't. What I mean is, I'm probably not good enough. Uncle Judd and Pa stand a chance, but that old Fleeta Brady usually wins. I heard Pa say Fleeta could shoot a gnat in the eye." "Well, then, I'll come along just to see this Fleeta shoot. Sounds like a good show. Now I'd best round up your Uncle Judd and cruise some timber while the day's still young." On Saturday morning, Fleeta sat muttering to herself as she scratched a design into the stock of Vernon Howard's favorite deer rifle. She'd placed her mother's brooch where she could see it every time she went into her room, but while she loved having a connection to her mother, she didn't much like being reminded of Aunt Maisie's words, which had been eating at her all week. True love. How foolish does Aunt Maisie think I am? Why would I tie myself down to some man who'd only want to boss me around and saddle me with young'uns? If I'm ever going to smith guns, I need to keep my focus on what matters most. She finished roughing out her design and sat back to see how it looked overall. She'd begin carving soon, but she liked to make sure everything was balanced before she jumped into the real work. She'd been carving wood since she was big enough to hold a penknife, although it was only in the past few years that folks realized she was pretty good at it and began bringing her work. At first, it was toys and purely decorative stuff, but then she did Uncle Oscar's shotgun with a grouse taking flight, and he swore he hadn't missed a bird since. Now, everyone and their brother were after her to work something up. Of course, they wanted her to do it for free, but once she realized there was money in it, she started charging. Vernon's wife was paying her plenty to carve her husband's favorite hound dog into the stock. She'd hinted that he thought somehow the dog, getting up in years, would hunt better once Fleeta carved its likeness onto the rifle. Fleeta was more than skeptical about that, but if she somehow won the dog another chance, that was fine with her. Plus, unfounded rumors and superstitions allowed her to charge more. She'd almost saved up what Bud Lyons was asking to buy out his gun shop over in Hanson, the nearest town with more than a post office. While it wasn't enough to buy everything outright, he'd let her live in the room upstairs and make full use of all his equipment. Admittedly, his tools weren't quite up to snuff, yet she figured it was the best she could do for now. Once she started making real money, she could upgrade item by item. Except, of course, Aunt Maisie couldn't spare her yet. She was better, but Fleeta was still doing the bulk of the housework and cooking. Not that anyone appreciated it. She was a poor maid and a worse cook. Still, she guessed she was doing better than the boys would on their own, and still finding time to keep up with her woodwork. Fleeta ran her hand over the smooth, curly maple, picturing how she was going to make the dog practically leap off the surface. She smiled as she examined the forestock. She'd added a raccoon, looking over its shoulder at the dog pursuing it. Leaves and acorns swirled between the two animals. Satisfied with the overall effect, Fleeta set the rifle aside. It was time to head on over to the turkey shoot. Stowing her favorite squirrel rifle in the rack behind the bench seat of Uncle Oscar's truck, Fleeta slid in next to her uncle, who was going just for the fun of it. The whole family had conceded that Fleeta was their best chance at a turkey, so she'd do the shooting. As large as the family was, they'd need 2 turkeys for Thanksgiving dinner, and she'd be sure to get at least one today. She hadn't lost a turkey shoot in years. For the second turkey, she and Albert could always hunt one up. They could probably get 2 or 3, except she liked winning shoots like this one. Showing up the boys was just about the most fun she ever had. They parked in Merle Smallridge's pasture, lining the truck up with several others already in place. Looked like a good crowd, which meant an extra fun time. Every now and then a stranger would show up, and Fleeta would play the timid female. The local fellas let her get away with it for laughs. Slinging her Winchester 1890 over her shoulder, Fleeta made her way around the house to the back of the barn, where competitors were already sighting down the firing line. Merle had nailed hand-drawn targets to fence posts about 50 yards out. A lot of folks had gone over to shotguns for turkey shoots, but Merle liked to keep to rifles, which suited Fleeta just fine. She caressed the forestock of the rifle that once belonged to her father. A .22 caliber. It didn't have a ton of firepower, but it was accurate and felt like an extension of her own body. She kept thinking she'd carve the stock. It would be good advertising if nothing else. Only she couldn't decide what to put on there. She supposed she was a little bit afraid of spoiling this last connection to her father. An image of her mother's brooch flashed through Fleeta's mind. Now she had a connection there as well, although it felt tainted by silliness, with all that true love nonsense coming from Aunt Maisie.
"Fleeta, I didn't know you were coming."
Merle ambled over with his rolling gait, the result of a steer breaking his left leg. The leg healed crooked, and Merle always looked like he was either drunk or on board a ship at sea. "You know how much I enjoy a good shoot," Fleeta said. She eyed the men fiddling with their rifles and testing the air for a breeze. "Any competition today?"
"Well, as it happens. Ho there, Merle. You willing to let a Southern boy get in on this shoot?"
Fleeta turned to see who had interrupted their conversation. Judd Markley was striding toward them. He, too, had a hitch to his gait, but only someone who knew about his getting trapped in a mine collapse was likely to notice it. Judd was something of a legend around these parts. He'd not only survived a cave-in, but he'd gone off to South Carolina, got married, and come to be a bigwig in a timber company down there. Fleeta didn't much know him, but Uncle Oscar thought the world of him and his brother, Abram.
"Who you got there?"
Merle asked. Fleeta noticed a second man catching up to Judd. He was shorter and thicker, though not heavy by any means. His hair was sandy, almost blonde, but not quite, more the color of honeycomb. Fleeta thought he looked pleasant enough and started to smile. Then she froze as she got a good look at the rifle slung over his shoulder. Sure enough, it was a Woodsmaster, a Remington 740 and a .30-06 caliber. And if she wasn't mistaken, the gun was brand new. Her breath caught in her throat, and she forgot to blink. It was the finest rifle she'd ever seen, and a semi-automatic at that. She wanted to reach out and touch it so bad she could almost feel the silk of the wood and the ice of the steel. Someone elbowed Fleeta in the ribs.
"I said this here's Fleeta Brady. Fleeta, you know Judd, don't you?"
Fleeta choked on the spit she'd failed to swallow. "I do, but it's been years since I last saw him." Judd looked at her with serious eyes that let her know he wished her to be at ease. She gentled under his gaze and shifted her focus back to the second man. Apparently she'd already been introduced, but she had no idea what his name was.
"It's short for Henry,"
he said with an easy smile.
"Folks started calling me Hank before I could talk, so I didn't get to have any say in the matter. Fleeta, though, that's unusual. Is it a family name?"
Fleeta finally blinked. "I've no idea. My parents died when I was a baby." "Is that a Remington 740? Hank blinked back. Twice.
"It sure is. Just acquired it over the summer and thought I'd bring it to West Virginia and see how good it is at getting me a deer."
"The gun won't have any trouble. Only thing that could get in its way is the one firing it." Judd made a sound that might have been laughter. Fleeta ignored him, her eyes riveted to that beautiful rifle of Hank's. Hank cleared his throat.
"Would you, like to take a closer look?"
Fleeta handed her own rifle to Judd and held out her hands. Hank settled the gun into them, and she sighed involuntarily. She ran her hands over the stock, examining it from every angle. She opened the breech and furrowed her brow. "It's not loaded."
"No, I generally don't drive around with a loaded gun."
Fleeta shook her head. "An unloaded gun isn't much more use than a stick." She closed the breech, fitted the rifle to her shoulder, and sighted out across an open field away from the gathering crowd. She moved her finger inside the guard and squeezed the trigger until it clicked, like cutting warm butter. She exhaled slowly and handed the gun back to Hank before she could get any more attached to it. "A fine piece of workmanship," she said.
"I agree. I'm a bit of a collector, and this is my latest prize."
He tilted his head to one side, considering her.
"Maybe you'd like to shoot it before the day's out?"
Everything in Fleeta screamed yes, but instead she took a steadying breath. "Oh, well, I'd hate to waste your ammunition."
"I've got enough to spare a few rounds."
A look of surprise crossed his face.
"Wait a minute. James mentioned someone named Fleeta he said is a crack shot. Is that you?"
Fleeta felt her cheeks flame. She was a crack shot, but she didn't like knowing folks were talking about her skill. Not even little boys and strangers. Before she could answer, Merle jumped in.
"That's her, all right, and I was just about to tell her she's disqualified from this match."
A bucket of well water dumped over her head couldn't have surprised Fleeta more. "What do you mean disqualified?" she asked, pinning Merle with her sternest look.
"I mean, you win every shoot every time, and it ain't fun no more. Me and the boys agreed you have to sit this one out and give somebody else a chance for once."
Fleeta spun toward Judd. "Give me my rifle." She snatched it from him. "If you men," she said the word with a sneer, "are afraid to shoot against a girl, then I don't have any use for you. I can get my own turkeys anyhow." She stomped off, but before she got more than 3 steps away, someone snagged her arm and stopped her.
"Hey, now."
It was Hank, with that funny drawl stretching his words out.
That doesn't seem right.
Fleeta wanted to tear away from him, but she also wanted to shoot that rifle in his other hand. She waited, quivering with anger, frustration, and the unexpectedly pleasant shock of his touch against her arm.
What if you make the contest a little harder for whoever won the last shoot? Put the target farther out or something like that.
His grip eased, and still Fleeta waited.
If you think she's that good, then challenge her with something worth her trouble.
Fleeta wanted to smile at that. It was the nicest thing she'd ever heard someone say about her. She'd relish a challenge. She half-turned to see how Merle was taking the suggestion. He was scratching at his scraggly beard and eyeing Judd.
What do you think, Markley?
I think it'd be a pleasure to see Fleeta do some fancy shooting. And I don't think there's a one of those boys over there who wouldn't be game for putting Fleeta to the test.
He glanced at her.
So long as she doesn't mind.
I can outshoot anyone here or in the state of West Virginia for that matter, Fleeta said, throwing her shoulders back. You make it just as hard as you want, and I'll still win that turkey.
Hank grinned. This is shaping up to be an entertaining afternoon.
Chapter 6. Merle had 2 live turkeys penned near the barn, a fat hen and a tom that looked like he could whip a dog in about 60 seconds. Fleeta wanted the tom. The hen was up first. Everyone who wanted a chance put up their money and got 3 tries to hit an X drawn on a piece of paper gently flapping in the breeze. There were at least 24 men ready to try hitting one of the 3 targets already in place. Merle would change them out as they got riddled with holes, although there was much laughing about how the targets would last longer if the poor shots went first. I'll sit this one out, Fleeta said, leaning against the side of the barn. Hank decided to plant himself nearby. When James mentioned a fine shot named Fleeta, he'd assumed it was a man. He'd been thoroughly unprepared for this dark pixie of a woman who might be wearing men's clothes but wasn't fooling anybody. She was clearly unaware of her femininity, which made Hank assume she was equally unaware of anyone else's masculinity, his own included. But she'd struck a chord in him, and he had to admire anyone who appreciated a fine gun as much as she clearly did. You're not trying for the hen? Fleeta asked him. Hank hoped he hadn't been staring.
Judd's gonna try for the hen, and I'll go for the tom if he loses. Lydia said 1 turkey would be more than enough for Thanksgiving dinner.
You planning to stick around that long?
I am. We came up to check out some timber the company might buy, but we timed the trip so we could do some hunting and spend the holiday with Judd's family.
What about your family? Won't they miss you? Fleeta kept one eye on the first round of shooters while she talked to him.
I have a sister who says she wishes I were there, but I think that's mostly because I keep her children out from underfoot when I'm around.
He shifted his Winchester, cradling it in his arms.
My parents were killed in a boating accident when I was 16. My sister practically raised me, but I'll spend Christmas with them, so it's all right.
Fleeta's eyes jerked to his face, raw with sudden emotion. You lost your parents? Both of them?
I did, but it's been a long time now.
He missed them, sure, but he'd made peace with the loss in his 20s, after a few years of hard rebellion. He was 34 now, and liked to think he'd matured at least a little. Do you remember them? Hank quirked a brow. That was an odd question, but then again, he had her full attention now, and found he liked it.
Well, sure.
My parents died before I was old enough to remember. Aunt Maisie and Uncle Oscar were good to raise me, but I sure do wish I could remember even one thing about my parents. She had a wistful look. Sometimes I think I can remember a song, maybe one my mother sang, but it's probably just wishful thinking.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No, I've got more cousins than I can count, though. Mostly boys, except for Elnora. She's the one raised me more than Aunt Maisie did. Aunt Maisie was too busy. She stopped abruptly and flushed pink, making a beauty spot stand out near the corner of her right eye.
We have a winner!
A shout came from Merle at a makeshift table where he'd been examining targets. What? Fleeta stomped her foot. I wasn't paying attention to that last round of shooters. Looks like Eddie got it the way he's dancing around over there. He's using his daddy's Stevens over-under. She looked thoughtful. I'm surprised he did that well with an open sight.
Could have been luck,
Hank said. Fleeta nodded slowly. Judd's a good shot, and so is Marsh Wilson. She pursed her lips. Might have something to do with Eddie's daddy being laid up, and Eddie losing his job when the two railroads merged. She rolled her neck as though preparing for battle. Bet they won't go easy on this next round. Merle approached, listing to one side like a drunken sailor.
All right, Fleeta. Here's the deal. We're gonna let everyone who wants a chance shoot, and then you go up against the winner. Except you have to shoot from 75 yards out.
Hank stepped forward.
Here now, that hardly seems fair.
Fleeta held up her hand.
Hank's right.
She flicked a look at him.
I'll shoot from 100.
Hank watched her walk over to the scoring table and lay down her money. She nodded at the other men who treated her like she was one of them. He thought about the girls he knew back in South Carolina and decided they could learn a thing or two from Fleeta Brady. Fleeta pulled a soft rag from her back pocket and rubbed her peep sight with it. Lots of folks used scopes, and a few still had open sights, but she preferred her aperture sight. When she looked through it, everything else faded away, and that one little bead in the center of the target was all she could see. Sometimes she wished the world could be like that, fading into the background so she could focus on the one thing that was important, becoming a gunsmith. Carving stocks was pure pleasure, yet it was just one step in the process, and a last step at that. She wanted to shape a rifle from the very beginning, which meant she needed not only to be able to work wood, but steel as well. Bud let her come into his shop and watch and even tinker a little now and then. She'd rifled a barrel or two with his help, and he said she had a knack for it. But the equipment was expensive, and while her nest egg was growing, she wasn't sure she'd be able to leave the family with Aunt Maisie taking so long to recover from losing the baby. She felt like she owed it to the family who had taken her in, to stick around for as long as they needed her.
Stand clear!
Merle waved at the men lined up ready to shoot, and Fleeta turned her attention to the competition. Hank was in the second row, behind Marsh. Since Judd wasn't shooting this round, Fleeta figured Marsh was the one to beat. He was shooting a Winchester 94, 30-30 caliber. Fleeta had carved mountain laurel blossoms into the stock. Marsh's wife was named Laurel, and when he commissioned the carving, Fleeta guessed it was as close as she'd ever come to thinking there might actually be such a thing as true love. She grunted under her breath, remembering Aunt Maisie's words. Your mother wanted you to fall in love one of these days. But why in the world would her mother want that for her? As best she could tell, her mother died of grief because she loved Fleeta's father so much that she couldn't live without him. Why then would she want her daughter to sign on for that same kind of heartbreak? Fleeta lifted her rifle to her shoulder and sighted at the target Marsh just shot. He'd come ace of splitting the axe in two. He'd be tough to beat, but she thought she could do it. Hank stepped up next and handled his rifle as if it were an extension of his hands and arms. He moved carefully, methodically, and with purpose. Fleeta hadn't thought to admire him as a man, but she could certainly admire him as a shooter. He clearly respected and cared for his firearm. Hank fired 3 times in rapid succession. Fleeta sighted through her aperture again to get a better look, and by golly, it appeared he'd bested Marsh. Merle sent one of his boys out to bring the targets in. There would be 2 more rounds, and then she'd learn whom she was going to shoot against. A nervous tickle stirred in Fleeta's belly. She laid a hand there, feeling puzzled. She'd never been nervous about shooting. She thought back to her lunch of ham and an apple. Surely that hadn't upset her stomach. And yet, butterfly wings fluttered. Hank held his breath each time another man fired. He wasn't sure why he wanted to win so badly, but he did. He was a crack shot, having handled and fired guns since his arms were long enough to reach the trigger. Though he owned some outstanding collector's pieces, his rule was that if a gun couldn't be fired, he didn't want it. He'd shot each and every gun he owned multiple times, and could hit just about anything he aimed at with all of them. Today, however, his hands shook as he waited for the final shots to be fired. He tried not to look over at Fleeta, where she stood with her back straight and tendrils of hair grazing her cheeks in a way she obviously didn't realize was lovely. As a matter of fact, he'd bet none of the men here realized just how pretty she was. They just saw the competition. Merle sent his boy out for the last of the targets as everyone stood waiting, trying not to look like that's what they were doing.
"Appears our friend from the south has shown us up today, boys."
Merle held the target Hank and Marsh shot so that everyone could see it.
"I think this is the closest I've ever seen, but looks like Fleeta's going to have to try somebody new today."
Hank felt a grin lift his cheeks, and he risked a glance at Fleeta. She was looking back with narrowed eyes and an intensity that made Hank a little uneasy. He thought he knew how a deer caught in her sights might feel. Merle sent out new targets and pointed to the spot Fleeta would stand, well back from Hank. He felt small, shooting from 50 yards closer in. Even so, he stifled the urge to protest. He suspected Fleeta's pride was at risk even more than the turkey.
"You'll each have one shot," Merle said. "Closest to the X wins the turkey."
Hank shot first. He sighted through his scope, his very expensive scope. He exhaled slowly, squeezed the trigger like he didn't want to bruise it, and took the recoil without flinching. He was pretty sure he'd hit the X dead center. Hank felt something like pride rise up in his own breast, and started to turn to see what Fleeta thought when he heard a sharp crack split the air. She'd already fired. No fiddling about, no hesitation, just boom and done.
"All clear,"
Merle hollered, and Hank had to lift his muzzle before he could look at the target through the scope. Tension hung in the air as they waited for the target to be brought in. Fleeta was the only one who looked cool. She cradled her rifle, barrel pointed into the dirt, a half smile giving her a Mona Lisa look. Merle laid the square of paper on his makeshift table and took his time examining it. Hank's nose itched, but he resisted scratching it. Merle waved Judd over and pointed at something on the paper. Finally, he stood and looked around at the men who seemed to be holding their collective breath.
"It's a tie."
"What?" The cry came from Fleeta.
"Look for yourself," Merle said. "There's little more than one hole in this target. Might be one's a hair's breadth closer than the other, but I double-dog dare you to tell me which is which."
Fleeta strode over and snatched up the paper, squinting at it. Hank approached more slowly and looked over her shoulder. Merle was right. There was no way to tell who'd made the winning shot.
"Fleeta, you shot from farther away, so you made the harder shot. Go on and take the turkey,"
Hank said, feeling gentlemanly about it.
"Doggone if I will. We'll shoot again, but both from 75 yards.
Her cheeks flushed pink, and he feared the sparks flying from her eyes might set the barn on fire. Hank opened his mouth to demur, but the look on Fleeta's face shut him up.
"How about you shoot each other's rifles this time?"
The suggestion came from Judd. Hank eyed his friend and thought he saw a sly smile playing around his mouth. Fleeta suddenly looked shy. She eyed the woodsmaster, then looked Hank full in the face. "I'll understand if you'd rather not." Hank felt something swell in his chest. This woman was willing to sacrifice her pride out of respect for him? He blew out a breath. No. He suspected she just didn't want to presume to handle his prized rifle.
"Fine with me," he said. "Anything tricky about that gallery gun I ought to know?"
Her eyes narrowed. He didn't think she'd like him calling her 22 by its nickname. She set the rifle down on the table between them. "The only trick to shooting is knowing how to do it." He let a lazy smile spread across his face.
"Sounds right to me,"
he drawled, extending his own rifle toward her.
"She kicks a mite."
Fleeta took the gun and tilted her nose toward the sky.
"Uncle Oscar says his shotgun kills at both ends, and I've never minded shooting it."
Hank chuckled and picked up her 22. He could still feel the warmth of Fleeta's hands on the stock, which was worn to a silky smoothness. The rifle felt good, like it had been well cared for and appreciated. He realized he no longer cared who won the contest. Instead, he just wanted Fleeta to feel good about the outcome, whatever it turned out to be, which meant he could neither try too hard nor throw the match. He'd just have to do his best and let the cards fall where they may. Chapter 7. Fleeta tried not to caress the gun in her hands. She'd never seen anything quite so beautiful. The balance was perfect, and she wanted to touch every part of the rifle, to take it apart and fit it back together again. She wanted to make one just like it. She'd watched Hank shoot, and thought his gun pulled ever so slightly to the left. She'd give her eye teeth to shoot it just one time before trying to hit the mark. Every gun had its own personality, and she wanted to learn a little more about this one. Yet that was what made this particular shot so difficult, shooting with a strange gun. Of course, her little .22 was zeroed in perfectly, so Hank didn't have a thing to worry about. She glanced at him as he reloaded her rifle. He didn't look worried either. Merle set out 2 new targets about 15 feet apart and lined Fleeta and Hank up at the 75-yard mark.
You and shoot at the same time. I'll call it.
He watched to make sure each shooter was ready. Fleeta nestled Hank's rifle against her shoulder and found the target through the scope. The setup was obviously expensive, but she wished for her own peep sights nonetheless. She rolled her off shoulder and relaxed her finger against the trigger guard. If the rifle pulled left, she needed to sit just a smidge there.
Ready? Aim. Fire!
Merle said the words with something like glee. He was clearly enjoying himself. Fleeta pulled the trigger, and sure enough, the woodsmaster gave her a solid kick. Still, it was nothing compared to her uncle's shotgun. She kept her eye open and stared through the scope, trying to see how close she'd come.
Rifles up,
Merle said, and sent his boy out to fetch the targets. Fleeta had time to see her own mark, but hadn't gotten a look at Hank's. She gnawed her lower lip as they waited. Merle and Judd bent over the targets, then looked at the circle of men gathered around. Merle waggled his eyebrows.
The turkey goes to Hank Chapin.
Fleeta gasped, and then caught herself before clapping a hand over her mouth. She lifted her chin and turned to shake Hank's hand. That's some good shooting. Congratulations. Hank took her hand, and his was warm and dry. It felt oddly comforting as he pressed his palm against hers.
I think I had the better gun.
Fleeta felt her cheeks pink. It is a good gun, but not near so fine as yours. I wouldn't mind shooting it again sometime. The pink flushed deeper. That was a forward thing to say.
My 740 might have cost more, but I don't think I've ever fired a piece of equipment so finely tuned as your rifle. Mine still needs some adjusting, some breaking in. This gun,
he held it out to her,
won the match more than I did.
Fleeta exchanged his rifle for hers. She guessed if she had to lose to someone, it was just as well she'd lost to a gentlemanly fellow from out of state. At any rate, after this she'd probably never see Hank again. She found that thought to be both comforting and disappointing. Elnora and Aunt Maisie were downstairs in the kitchen, fussing over Thanksgiving dinner. Aunt Maisie, still puny, mostly gave directions and flapped her hands. Fleeta had been right there in the thick of it with them, until Elnora suggested in her usual overbearing way that Fleeta should put on a dress and act like a lady for once in honor of the holiday, as if it wasn't insult enough that she'd had to stay back from that morning's hunting party to help prepare the meal. Fleeta snorted and stomped upstairs to try to do something with her hair. Women's work indeed. Simeon, for one, would much rather hang around the kitchen than do anything outside. He'd come back from hunting early, then spent the rest of the morning reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He probably would have been more help in the kitchen than she was. Hadn't it been enough that she and Albert provided the 2 wild turkeys that were even now roasting side by side in the oven? Giving up on her hair, Fleeta dug out a circle skirt Aunt Maisie had made for her a few years back. She shook out the wrinkles and slipped it on, feeling as though she were drowning in the dark green fabric. At least the color wasn't terrible. She found a cream-colored sweater she was pretty sure belonged to Elnora, but if her cousin wanted Fleeta to dress up, she'd just have to sacrifice her sweater. And it probably would be a sacrifice, since Fleeta knew she couldn't be trusted to keep it clean. Looking at herself as best she could in the dressing-table mirror, Fleeta thought the skirt hung limp. But no way was she putting on petticoats or crinolines. And she most certainly was not wearing a girdle. Making a face, she brushed out her hair again and plaited it in its usual braid. If Elnora wanted something more than that, she'd have to do it herself. Fleeta turned to abandon the room when a sparkling gleam caught her eye. The brooch sat on her dresser, nestled against its cloth bag. Should she wear it? She picked up the bit of jewelry, feeling the cool weight of it in her hand. She pinned it below her left shoulder and looked in the mirror again. It was pretty against the cream of the sweater. She was enough of an artist to recognize that. But Aunt Maisie's comments about finding true love echoed in her ears, and Fleeta curled her lip, practically growling. Enough of this nonsense. She snatched the pin off, snagging Elnora's sweater in the process. Oh, she wished Aunt Maisie had never given her this thing. Except it had belonged to her mother. Fleeta let her head drop back, the silver of the brooch growing warm against her palm. She couldn't throw it away, or even give it away, and yet the amethyst felt like an accusing eye threatening her with this thing called love. Tucking the pin inside its pouch, she grabbed a gun-cleaning cloth, wrapped everything in it, and buried it in a drawer behind her underthings. Maybe if she kept it out of sight until she was a confirmed old maid with her own gunsmith business, it wouldn't trouble her so. She spun on her heel in the ridiculous slippers she had also borrowed from Elnora, and headed back downstairs. Hank expected to miss being with his sister Molly and her family for Thanksgiving, but the Markley clan was keeping him well occupied. After a quick breakfast of biscuits with molasses, they set out through a skiff of snow, with James intent on getting his first deer. When they spotted a 4-point buck, Judd and Hank fell back, while Abram led his 12-year-old son in taking down the animal with a single shot. James looked like he'd won the biggest prize at the county fair. Abram tousled his hair.
Good job, son. Quick and certain, that's the way to do it. Don't take the shot if you're not sure you can make it. Few things are worse than wounding an animal and having to track it down.
James nodded.
Yes, sir. Can I dress it out?
Abram hid his smile.
We might help some, but any hunter worth his salt dresses his own deer.
James pitched in, and the four of them had the deer ready to drag home in short order. Hank was grateful there were several of them to take turns dragging it out over rough and rocky terrain. Once they got to the house, they hung the deer from the limb of a massive pine to let it cool in the chill November air. There was plenty of work to be done yet, but for now it was time to join the ladies for the Thanksgiving feast. The turkey Hank won at the shoot was set as the centerpiece of a laden table. Lydia and her mother, Rose, had toiled for 2 days preparing fluffy yeast rolls, sweet potato souffle, fried cabbage, mashed potato and rutabaga, cornbread dressing, creamed onions, something called leather breeches, which appeared to be a sort of bean, and 3 kinds of pie. Hank couldn't imagine who would eat it all, until he saw Judd and Abram tuck in. He hoped they wouldn't think less of him for not eating half a pie all by himself.
And now, in long-standing Markley tradition, it's time for an afternoon nap,
Judd announced, after they'd helped the ladies clear away the remains of the meal. Even James, who had likely slept little the night before in anticipation of their hunting trip, was more than happy to sprawl in front of the fire and close his eyes. And Grace, although nearly 9 and prepared to fight napping, didn't argue near as hard as she might have on another day. Hank settled with the family in the front room, where lazy conversation gradually gave way to soft snores, and yet he found he wasn't the least bit sleepy. The pleasures of the day filled his spirit in a way that made him want to simply spend time appreciating being invited so fully into the bosom of this good family living in this beautiful place. Finally, he stood and tiptoed to the back door, letting himself out into the bracing air. He'd see if he couldn't walk off at least a little of the huge meal he'd eaten. He also wanted to ponder those life changes he'd been carrying around in the dark corners of his mind. 30 minutes later, Hank realized he'd let himself become so lost in thought that the roll and sway of the mountain land had lured him into getting lost. It was a hard thing to admit, and he wasn't quite prepared to consider his cause hopeless, but when he crested this most recent hill, the view wasn't at all what he'd been expecting. He thought he'd be able to see a curl of smoke from the Markleys' chimney beyond the next rise, but instead there was a mountain looming that really shouldn't have been there. A blue jay sat on a bare limb, cocking its head at him and jeering in that coarse way jays do. For a minute, he had a notion to follow it when it flew, but decided not to grasp at straws. He peered around in all directions, unsure of where to go next, and wondering if maybe he should just stay right where he was until someone came along. This surely looked like a path that would be used regularly. It wound through the edge of a field near the tree line. A cow stepped into his field of vision. Or it might just be a cow path. Still, where there were cattle, people couldn't be too far off. Still weighing his options, Hank sat on a fallen log to give himself time to think. The tree had gone down years ago, and its stump was almost hollow, rotted from the inside out. It was the sort of timber that looked good from the outside, but failed to produce. It made Hank ponder what his life would amount to if it were measured in board feet. He'd been feeling a bit hollow lately, like the heart had gone out of him. If he were honest, he'd have to admit it had something to do with seeing Judd and Larkin so happy. They had a child now, the main reason Larkin hadn't come along on this trip. Little Livonia was barely walking, and the young parents agreed traveling with a child not yet 2 would be a trial for them all. Sweet Livonia had wormed her way into his heart, just like James and Grace were quickly doing. Maybe there was more in this world for him than playing second fiddle for the Waccamaw Timber Company. The jay he'd noticed earlier landed on the punky stump and dipped his head as though peering inside. The bird snatched a fallen leaf in its beak and flew to a low branch, tilting its head to consider Hank. He'd known jays to be curious, but he'd never known one to take such an interest in him.
"You act like you're after something,"
he said aloud. The bird dropped its leaf and bobbed along the branch, eye now focused on the stump. Hank turned his attention back to the hollowed wood and noticed that the leaves inside didn't look natural. They looked more like someone or something had piled them there, stuffing them in. Could it be a nest of some sort? Hank wondered if they had critters in these hills he didn't know about. He poked at the mass with a stick. Finding the leaves formed a sort of cap that came away, revealing what appeared to be a gun-cleaning cloth. He fished it out, and something tumbled onto the ground at his feet. He picked the lump up and found it to be an embroidered cloth pouch with a weighty something inside. Tipping the bag, a piece of jewelry, really beautiful jewelry, with intertwined hearts and a glinting purple stone, dropped into his hand. Well now, had he stumbled upon someone's secret cache? Distracted, Hank didn't notice the soft sound of footsteps approaching until they were nearly upon him. He startled and caught himself before toppling off his log as Fleeta Brady hove into view, head down and muttering to herself. Chapter 8. Fleeta realized she should have at least changed her shoes. Not that she cared about ruining Elnora's slippers, but the dratted things didn't offer any traction. She'd been in such an awful hurry to get out of the house that she hadn't thought this through. She said a word under her breath she knew wasn't fit for a lady, or a respectable man, for that matter, but she didn't care. Aunt Maisie had been relentless all day. Instead of being pleased that Fleeta had made an effort to dress appropriately and act like a girl, she kept harping on that brooch. Why wasn't Fleeta wearing it? Was true love such a terrible thing? Look at how happy she and Uncle Oscar were. Didn't she want the same? Ha! Fleeta said, startling a squirrel.
"Hello."
The unexpected voice made Fleeta jump a foot. She jerked her head up and looked all around. There, in the edge of the woods off the trail, sat Hank Chapin, looking awfully at home for a stranger. "Where in the world did you come from?" she asked without thinking. Oh, she needed to start thinking. Hank's lips twitched.
I've been walking off my Thanksgiving dinner and settled here because I'm not altogether clear on which way is home.
Fleeta stared at him like he had two heads. The Markley farm is right over yonder on the other side of those hills. She narrowed her eyes. Are you really turned around, or are you just funning me? Hank held his hands up in surrender.
Guess I'm a flatlander through and through.
Will you point? Jack the Blue Jay dove between them, squawking. He seemed intent on Hank's hand as he waved it toward the fields and trees. Fleeta gasped and pounced at him, grabbing the hand that held her brooch. Where'd you get this? Hank blinked rapidly.
Found it.
Fleeta felt as if she'd been breathing the vapors from Merle's corn mash. Had Hank been in her room? Impossible. Where did you find it?
I have the impression that you recognize this bauble,
Hank said.
Is it yours?
He offered it to her, along with the embroidered bag. She took the items like they might suddenly disappear if she moved too fast. Sure looks like the brooch that belonged to my mother. She pinned him with a glare. Now where did you get it? Hank pointed at a half-rotten stump.
Tucked in there under some leaves.
Fleeta examined the stump from every angle and poked around inside it. Yes, I see where it was nested in here. And this, she held up the bit of fabric Hank had let fall, is the cleaning cloth I wrapped it in. But just this morning I hid it with my... She felt heat rise to her cheeks. In my dresser. Now, how in the world? She almost forgot about Hank as she circled the stump, examining the ground all around. Finally, she found what she was looking for. A boot print, with one heel worn way down. She tightened her mouth and stood, contemplating how to punish Simeon. Sure as shooting, the boy had stolen her brooch and hidden it here. She couldn't think why he'd do such a thing, but she aimed to find out.
Have you discovered the culprit?
Hank asked. Fleeta spun toward him. Maybe. You don't need to trouble yourself about it, though. Hank's eyes softened, and he tilted his head to one side.
I get the feeling that pin is special to you.
Fleeta looked at the jewelry in her hand. I guess it is.
You should be wearing it,
Hank said, in that same soft voice. He stepped close, took the brooch, and pinned it near her right collarbone, in the softness of Elnora's sweater.
There. That looks awfully nice.
His eyes flicked to hers, and Fleeta felt heat spread throughout her body and rise to her cheeks.
Pretty girl like you ought to have nice jewelry.
Fleeta felt the weight of the pin against her shoulder. The sensation was strange and wonderful at the same time. Never have been much for feminine frills, she said, and grazed the gemstone heart with her fingertips. This belonged to my mother. It's supposed to come to me when... well, it's special. My Aunt Maisie gave it to me recently. Hank beamed at her.
I knew that was no run-of-the-mill jewel hidden in a stump. Now what cad spirited it away and hid it from you? I'll trounce him for you if you'll but name him.
Laughter burst from Fleeta's throat before she even knew it was there. Hank probably could trounce Simeon, but she wouldn't betray her family. Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who. But I guess he won't do it again once I talk to him about it.
Well, if you're sure, I suppose I can let it go this one time. But if he does it again, you'll have to let me challenge him to a duel.
He paused and cocked his head the other direction.
Or maybe a wrestling match. That seems more suited to these parts. Although I do have a dandy set of antique dueling pistols.
Fleeta realized her earlier foul mood had lifted completely. Hank Chapin was all right. She granted him a smile. Do I need to escort you home? Seems like you mentioned being a mite turned round. Hank stuck his arm out toward her, and she linked her hand through his elbow without hesitation.
I'd be a fool to turn down such an offer from such a lady, he said.
And for maybe the first time in her life, Fleeta really did feel like a lady. Hank was sorry when they arrived back at Abram's farm. His walk with Fleda Brady had been much too brief. The woman wanted to be a gunsmith, of all things, and Hank had no doubt she'd accomplish it. "I've been jabbering on long enough," Fleda said, slowing her pace as they approached the barn. "What about you? Is being a timberman what you've always wanted to do?" Hank stopped and leaned against the weathered boards of the barn. He hoped to stretch the conversation out a bit longer.
No, not really. I guess I just fell into it. Started working for George Hayward when I was still in high school and worked my way on up to management.
"Didn't you ever have any dreams?" She sounded genuinely puzzled.
Well, I guess when I was younger. With my parents gone, I mainly wanted to earn my own money. Might be George Hayward became like a second father to me. And then after I was with him for so long, I kind of adopted his dreams. But now...
Fleda looked at him with her lips slightly parted, as though truly curious to hear what he would say next. "Now what?" Hank felt his normal reserve melting away in the light of her warm, golden-green eyes.
"Now George has an honest-to-goodness son-in-law to carry on Waccamaw timber, and I'm thinking I might could turn my favorite hobby into a business."
"And what hobby is that?" A smile spread across Hank's face, unbidden.
"Guns."
Now she looked more than curious. Fleda looked downright eager. "Guns are your hobby?"
"I'm a collector. I have everything from that modern Remington you fired to antique Civil War pieces that are pretty valuable. Mostly I collect guns for my own pleasure. But here lately I've tracked some down for friends looking for a particular firearm."
He felt his smile widen.
"Now that's some kind of fun."
"And you figure people would hire you to find guns for them?"
"That, and I'd continue collecting pieces for sale. I think there's good money in it if you do it right."
Fleda opened her mouth as though to speak, but it seemed they'd been spotted. James whooped and lit out across the yard, coming to an abrupt halt in front of Hank. "Who's your lady friend?"
"Don't you know Miss Fleda Brady?"
Hank asked. James did a double-take and squinted his eyes. "Why, sure. I just ain't never seen her in a dress." Grace followed her brother at a more sedate pace. "Don't say ain't. Mama will tan your hide." She, too, eyed Fleda, from the pin at her shoulder to her scuffed and dirty slippers. "You look awful pretty. Why don't you dress like that all the time?" Hank looked at Fleda out of the corner of his eye. She was the nicest shade of pink, clearly flustered by all the attention. "'Cause she can't hunt and shoot in a get-up like that," James said, as though nothing could be more obvious. Grace wrinkled her brow. "I bet she could if she wanted to." Hank decided it was time to rescue Fleda.
"Y'all sleep off that Thanksgiving dinner?"
James rubbed his belly. "And now I'm about ready to eat again. A man gets powerful hungry after bringing down a big old buck." "You weren't hardly gone long enough to have worked over much," Grace said. "And I bet the grown-ups did most of the work hauling that deer home anyway." Now it was Fleda's turn to rescue James. "You got a deer this morning? I didn't get a chance to hunt what with all the cooking. How big was his rack?" James's chest puffed out a good 2 inches. 4 points, and this wide." He held his hands a bit farther apart than was strictly accurate. "You'll make some lucky girl a fine husband providing like that," Fleda said. Grace pushed into the conversation, clearly feeling left out. "But you do your own hunting. Does that mean you don't need a husband to do it for you?" Fleda considered the question. "I guess there's more reasons than that to have a husband, but it doesn't really matter since I don't ever aim to marry." Hank felt a stab of concern, but Grace saved him from asking the question. "Why wouldn't you want a husband?" "My mother died of grief not long after my father passed, and Aunt Maisie's never had time for anything but taking care of kids. I want more than that." Grace looked as thoughtful as Hank felt.
"Like being a gunsmith,"
Hank said. Fleda smiled. "Exactly. As soon as I save up enough money to take on Bud Lyons' shop, I know I can get work. Everyone around here knows I'm good with guns, and they already come to me for carving." Hank perked his ears.
"Carving?"
Yeah, chimed in James. Come see Dad's over and under. Mama got it done for him for Christmas last year. He grabbed Hank's arm and hauled him toward the house. Judd and Abram were still splayed out in the sitting room when they burst through the front door. Dad, can I show Hank your over and under? Abram stretched and stood.
Sure. Go and fetch it for him.
Fleeta and Grace entered the room.
Why, Fleeta, don't you look nice? Abram said. James been bragging about your woodwork?
Seemingly in a perpetual state of rosiness, Fleeta nodded. He was. Guess it's better than me bragging on it.
I don't think anyone who's seen your work would accuse you of bragging,
Judd said. James re-entered the room more slowly than he left it. Hank supposed he'd been taught, rightly, to take more care when holding a firearm. He handed the Browning to Hank. It had a 12-gauge shotgun barrel, over a .22 caliber rifle barrel, and the walnut stock was a thing of beauty. An incredibly detailed apple tree had been carved there, with 2 children beneath it. An older boy held a bucket brimming with fruit, while a girl stood with an apple in her hand. The design continued toward the barrel with a swirl of apple blossom. Most folks get pictures of the animals they hunt, or their dogs, but Dad got us, said James. Some folks think Fleeta's carvings give 'em good luck hunting. Why, Merle Smallridge said he had to quit using the .22 Fleeta carved squirrels on. Said it wasn't sporting anymore. Fleeta was absolutely scarlet now. That's pure nonsense, she said. Abram grinned.
I don't know. That apple tree out back sure did produce an abundance of fruit this past fall.
He tousled James's hair.
And these young'uns sure are coming along fine.
He winked at Judd.
Might be you should get Fleeta to carve a stand of timber into your rifle stock.
Fleeta swatted at the air, dismissing Abram's teasing, while Hank ran his fingers over the contours of the carving. He couldn't come close with a pencil and paper, much less a carving knife. He glanced over at Fleeta, who watched him with a slight frown.
A remarkable likeness.
The frown relaxed.
This boy looks like he could step right off this rifle stock and get his second deer of the season.
James grinned, and the corners of Fleeta's mouth finally tipped up. Hank handed the gun back to James. He was getting an idea.
Say, Fleeta, you think you could carve a magnolia blossom into one of my rifle stocks?
Fleeta pursed her lips. I don't think I've seen a magnolia. I guess I'd have to look at a picture first.
That can be arranged,
Hank said. Hold on, she said. You're not wanting me to cut on that Remington, are you? That's too fine a gun. I don't think I'd have the nerve to take that on.
I've got a double-barrel shotgun with me as well, 12-gauge. I'm thinking one of your flowers would dress it up nicely.
Fleeta's shoulders relaxed a notch. Oh, well, I expect I could handle that.
Question is, how quick can you get it done?
Her eyes sparked, and he noticed they were the green of a meadow in late summer when the grasses start to turn gold. He decided a description like that was exactly the sort of thing that would get him in trouble with Fleeta Brady. How quick do you need it done?
I'm leaving next Wednesday.
Now her shoulders sagged. I can work fast, but not that fast. Plus, I ought to finish Vernon's rifle before I start something new.
Well then, guess I'd better leave it with you and plan on coming back before Christmas.
Fleeta gave him a sharp look. You'd drive all that way just for a carved stock? Hank leaned in close. He could tell Fleeta was steeling herself not to pull away from him. Stubborn. He liked that.
Might be I'd have another reason for coming back this way.
She swallowed hard, and maybe leaned in a fraction. What might that be?
Timber,
Hank said, stepping back.
We'll make some offers to buy before we leave this trip, but I'll need to come back and finalize any deals and get a timbering plan in place so we can get started before the ground goes soft in the spring.
Fleeta's mouth tightened. Of course. I could have the work done in a few weeks if you find me a picture of that flower you want carved on there.
Y'all got a library?
Hank was enjoying himself. Not close by, but the bookmobile comes round on Mondays. Hank nodded.
We'll give that a try.
Can we come? Hank had nearly forgotten about the children standing with them.
Miss Pearson lets me borrow 3 books every week, Grace said, so long as I take real good care of them.
She beamed at her brother.
And James has taken out every book of poetry at least 5 times apiece.
James turned ruddy and ducked his chin. That's not worth bragging about. Oh, but it is, Hank said. I don't read near enough poetry. I should probably try some. What would you recommend, James?
Grace hopped on one foot. Tell him the Cat Feet poem. I can almost remember that one.
James looked put upon, but squared his shoulders nonetheless. It's by Carl Sandburg. He's real good. It's about the fog, but I guess Mr. Sandburg lived in a city instead of the country like we do. He cleared his throat. The fog comes on little cat feet. It sits, looking over harbor and city, on silent haunches, and then moves on. James gazed absently out the window.
That's how the fog is, too. Can't you just see it?
Hank was surprised to realize he could. He looked at Fleeta and saw that she was watching him, maybe to see if he'd poke fun at a country boy quoting poetry, which he would never do. He was a country boy himself, just from a different part of the country. He thought the poem could describe Fleeta as well as the fog. She kind of snuck up on a man, soft and quiet, although he had the definite sense he could no more hold on to her than he could a gossamer cloud of mist. Yes, I can see it, Hank said, looking into those summer green eyes. They widened, and then she looked away. Chapter 9. On Monday morning, Fleeta woke well before dawn. She planned to meet Hank at the post office, where the county bookmobile parked from 10 until 2 every Monday. She often went. Mrs. Pearson made it a point to get books about gunsmithing or the history of firearms for her. But today felt different. For the first time in her life, she found herself giving more than a passing thought to what she should wear to visit the bookmobile. She finally settled on a clean pair of denim pants and a plaid shirt. She'd seen some of the girls around town turning the cuffs of their pants up, so she tried that and decided she could stand it. She tied on her serviceable Sunday lace-up shoes, wishing for half a moment that she had a pair of saddle Oxfords. Instead of braiding her hair, she pulled it back at the crown, with the bulk of its dark mass hanging down her back. The weight of it made her feel self-conscious, but Hank was probably used to girls being way fussier. She drew the line at lipstick, which she would have had to borrow from Elnora or Aunt Maisie anyway. She started out of her bedroom, then at the last moment turned and scooped up her mother's brooch. It didn't look right against her everyday shirt, but she wanted her mother close, so she pinned it to her undershirt. No one else would know she was wearing it. "Not for some man's love, but for yours, Mama," she whispered as she left the room. Slipping downstairs, Fleeta was determined to get away without anyone seeing her. Uncle Oscar was out in the barn with the boys, Aunt Maisie tucked up in a chair near the fire and reading one of her romance novels. Fleeta moved to the front door, which was hardly ever used, and held her breath as she slowly turned the doorknob. "Going to the bookmobile?" Simeon appeared as though from thin air. Fleeta was proud that she didn't jump. "Maybe. I'll come too. I want to see if Mrs. Pearson has any more books by Jules Verne." "Fine. I have a bone to pick with you anyway." Fleeta opened the door, making extra noise now that her solitude was ruined. "With me? What'd I do?" Fleeta noticed her cousin looked uncomfortable in spite of his protest. She'd been waiting for the right moment to confront him. They set off down the road, Fleeta turning the collar of her coat up against the coolness of the first day of December. There was a crispness to the air that invited deep, cleansing breaths. It tasted good, and Fleeta was so pleased to be meeting Hank that she could almost forgive Simeon for taking her brooch. Almost. "You stole the pin my mother left me and hid it in the woods over near the Markley place." Even now she could feel the brooch resting, just above her heart. Simeon, who had been scuffling along with his hands in his pockets and head down, jerked around to look at her. How'd I find it? Fleeta considered how much to share. Maybe I tracked you to that old stump out there off the cow pasture.
You probably could.
Simeon looked at her sideways.
Hidden away in the back of a drawer the way it was, I didn't think you'd miss it for a while. What you gonna do about it?
I ought to tell Uncle Oscar and let him tan your hide, but I'm feeling too fine to see you suffer. I just want to know why you did it. Did you think you could get money for it? Simeon dropped one of the books he carried under his arm.
I had my reasons, and money wasn't any part of it.
He stuck out his lip as he picked up the book and dusted it off. Got a girl, then? Thought maybe you'd give it to her? Fleeta didn't think that was the real reason, but she hoped to nettle Simeon into spilling the beans. Shoot, no. The boy's ears turned red, and he started walking faster.
That's pure crazy. I just don't want you to go and get a man.
You don't want me to what?
Mama keeps talking about how you're supposed to find true love now that she's given you that old pen.
He lifted his chin higher.
I read books. I know how that stuff works. If you keep that thing, you'll find some man will carry you off and we won't see you anymore.
Fleeta stopped in the road. Simeon, is that really why you did it? He stopped, too, half turning but not quite looking at her.
I like having you around. And if you go, Daddy will make me take up where you leave off. I'll have to hunt and earn money and I don't know what all.
He looked miserable.
I just want to read books, and maybe write them one day, too.
Fleeta, not prone to shows of affection, reached out and wrapped one arm around her cousin's shoulders. Oh, Simeon, I'm not letting any old piece of jewelry decide what I do with my life. Don't you worry. The only reason I like that pin is because it belonged to my mother, and there's not much left of her. Simeon leaned into her shoulder.
So, you're not afraid you'll fall in love and have to go off with some man?
I am not. Fleeta squeezed him and continued down the dirt road. Now, once I have my own business and make my own way, I might look around a little, although I'll probably be awful busy, so it'll have to be a man who can take care of himself.
Simeon looked thoughtful. Maybe you'll find one who takes care of you.
Fleeta threw her head back and laughed. That would suit me just fine. Hank watched Fleeta and a lanky boy with books under his arm approach the post office. He'd had to plan carefully to get away from the house without two little shadows following him, and he was disappointed to see that Fleeta was not equally alone. He supposed the boy must be one of her cousins. Where Fleeta was all dusky skin and sinew, the boy was pale and clearly not used to his long legs yet. There was a protectiveness in the way Fleeta watched the boy, a fierceness. Or maybe that was just Fleeta. Mrs. Pearson stepped out of the bookmobile van and smiled. Hank had expected a gray-haired lady of a certain age, but the librarian was middle-aged at most, with a full figure garbed in a bold, flowered dress, topped by a bulky sweater and scarf. She'd already made Hank's acquaintance and had a book ready for them to examine. "Why, Simeon, have you finished those books already?"
"Yes, ma'am. I read this one twice."
The boy held up his copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. "Excellent!" Mrs. Pearson clapped her hands. "I have here The Mysterious Island, which I think you will simply adore." Simeon's eyes lit up, and he darted into the bookmobile behind the librarian. Fleeta watched him go with fondness.
"He surely does love books," she said, shaking her head.
"Seems like a fine thing to love," Hank said. "I suppose, but he takes grief over it at school. The other boys would rather hunt and fish, and Simeon gets left out."
"Is he happy?"
Fleeta flicked a look at Hank. "Mostly, I guess. Might be he's what you'd call content."
"Then I wouldn't worry too much. Lots of people go a long way looking for contentment without ever finding it."
Fleeta furrowed her brow and rubbed the back of her neck. "Are you content?"
"I used to be. But here lately I've started to think I might want to aim for something more. Like my own business."
He paused and looked into her eyes.
"Maybe other things, too."
Fleeta gave him a sharp look. She took a breath and opened her mouth, then seemed to change direction midstream. Let's get on in there and see if we can find a picture of this flower you're wanting to have carved.
Mrs. Pearson has the picture awaiting your perusal.
Hank made a sweeping gesture toward the door. Fleeta tightened her mouth and practically leapt over the steps into the van. Inside, the space was tight with all four of them. Simeon stood in the rear, already reading a book open in his hand. Mrs. Pearson watched him with a bemused expression. There was a small bookstand, with a book of botanical prints open to a picture of a magnolia drawn by Georg Dionysius Eret. Fleeta moved forward and smoothed the page, tracing the petals with her fingertips. Sure is pretty.
That is, and you should smell it. The aroma of summer as far as I'm concerned.
Fleeta nodded, clearly concentrating on the picture. Can I check this out? I'm sorry, Fleeta, but this is a reference book. Fleeta worried her lower lip. I don't suppose you have a piece of paper and a pencil. Mrs. Pearson moved to the front of the van and pulled out a sheet of typing paper and a freshly sharpened pencil. Hank smiled. Of course she'd have such supplies at the ready. Fleeta took the items, propped a children's picture book on the edge of the stand, and began making quick, deft strokes across the paper. Hank wanted to move closer, but he was afraid he'd distract Fleeta. Everything else seemed to have dropped away for her as she captured the lines of the flower. He finally edged closer as her drawing slowed.
I believe you've got it,
he whispered, almost in her ear. She jerked and swiveled her head to look him in the eye. It was the same look he'd seen in the eyes of a startled deer. For those moments Fleeta had been drawing, she'd forgotten about him. Her eyes roved his face, and then she stepped back, banging an elbow against the shelves. Yep, this should do it. Hank smiled, but didn't give her any more room. For some reason, he liked unsettling her. Fleeta looked all around the van, her focus landing on Simeon. You ready to go? This is all I need. Simeon grunted and looked up from his stack of books. You might want to see this one, he said, extending a book toward her. I wanted to know more about Sir Walter Scott after reading that Ivanhoe book of his, and Mrs. Pearson found me this history of Edinburgh, Scotland. He pointed with his chin. This picture sure looks like that pin Mama gave you. Fleeta took the volume while Simeon stuck his nose back inside one of his books and wandered outside. Mrs. Pearson beamed after him. I can't wait to see how that boy turns out, she said to Fleeta. Anyone who loves books that much will surely do well in life. Fleeta paid her no mind, though, her attention riveted to the page in front of her. She read aloud, but softly. Hank thought she was mostly reading to herself. He couldn't make out all the words. Crafted of silver and set with gemstones. 2 intertwined hearts with a crown. Scottish love token. Betrothed. Muck-in booths were often passed down from mother to daughter in Scottish families. Her head came up, and she looked at him, tears glistening in her eyes. She closed the book, clasped it to her heart, and staggered out of the van. Once they were outside, it was as though Fleeta finally got a full breath. He could see her push her shoulders back and lift her chin.
Are you all right?
He asked. She nodded and reached inside her jacket, fiddling until she pulled out the pin he'd found in the stump on Thanksgiving Day. I think I told you this belonged to my mother. Seems it's something called a Lucken booth, a traditional Scottish pin given as a love token that mothers would then pass along to their daughters. She tilted the pin so that the weak winter sun made the heart-shaped stone flash. I wonder. Hank waited a moment, and then quietly asked,
What do you wonder?
About all those mothers and daughters who have worn this. The little bag it came in has initials sewn into it for each bride who owned it. One tear escaped, and she scrubbed it away. What were they like? Who did they fall in love with? Were they happy? All that history, and I hardly know any of it. Hank reached out and curled his fingers around Fleeta's, so that the brooch was concealed in both their hands.
Seems to me the history isn't the main thing. It's the love that pin represents. Mothers' love for their daughters as well as...
He paused and swallowed hard. A woman, for the man she marries. Fleda turned damp eyes on Hank. I suppose she did love me. Just not enough to live for me when my father died. Hank wanted to draw her into his arms and comfort her. Saying her mother hadn't chosen to die was no comfort at all. Who could know? Maybe she had let grief for her husband steal her from Fleda. All he knew was the fierce surge of love he was feeling right at that moment. I don't know anything about your mother, but I do know you're worth living for. Fleda closed her eyes and inhaled as though breathing in his words. The hint of a smile touched her mouth, her incredibly lovely mouth. Do you really think so? I do, he said, and gave in to the urge to wrap her in his arms ever so briefly. He released her. Now, as to the business at hand, can you capture my magnolia in wood? She finally gave him a full-on smile. I can. The petals are nice and big, and it's not as fussy as, say, apple blossoms or violets. Although I do wish I could see the real thing. Once again, she was all business, and while Hank was happy to have distracted her from her pain, he wouldn't mind comforting her some more. We'll just have to get you down south sometime. In the summer, of course, when the magnolias are blooming. Hank said the words without really thinking. Fleda looked at him as though he'd suggested she run off to China. Have you traveled much? He asked. Fleda's eyes shuddered. Not much cause to go gallivanting around. I'm happy right here. Hank looked around at the fields, forests, and mountains stretching out beyond the post office and the 2-lane road. I can see why. Really? Sometimes I wonder if folks don't think we're backwards. If they do, it's clearly because they haven't met you. Hank wanted to reach out and touch Fleda's cheek, but figured he'd already touched her more than she was used to. Walk you home? He asked instead. Fleda laughed. I guess I can find the way. Now it was Hank's turn to flush. I'm not quite the helpless flatlander you think I am. And where I come from, a gentleman sees a lady home. Fleda tilted her head to one side and furrowed her brow. You might be the first person to accuse me of being a lady. Hank smiled. Well then, I sure am glad God gave me eyes to see it. Fleda ducked her head and called out for Simeon to come on, handing him his book about Scotland when he caught up. Soon the boy lagged behind them, nose still in a book, stumbling now and again as they set out. After they'd walked in silence for a while, Hank reached in his breast pocket and fished out an envelope. Here's the down payment on your work. I usually get paid after I've finished the work, Fleda said, not touching the envelope. I've got your gun. That's collateral enough. Hank pushed the envelope toward her. I'd feel better if you took this. She reached out for it and accepted the money like it might poison her. She tucked it in the back pocket of her pants. Aren't you going to look? We never did discuss an exact fee. Fleda heaved a sigh like he was a great deal of trouble and pulled the envelope back out. She stopped and lifted the flap, peering inside. She thumbed through the bills, then turned sharp eyes on Hank. This looks more like full price to me. Hank tapped her hand with an index finger. Half. I'll give you the same again once it's done. No, sir. I don't feel right about that. This is too much. Hank stopped and turned to face her while Simeon strolled on, oblivious. The laborer is worthy of his hire. That's from the book of Luke, 10th chapter. Jesus said it, so I'm willing to believe it's true. Fleda was clearly fighting an internal battle. Hank laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. Honestly, Fleda, you do exceptional work, and I'm proud to offer you what I think is an honest wage. She pursed her lips and studied the ground for a minute. All right, but if it's not absolutely perfect, you don't owe me another penny. Deal, said Hank, holding out his hand. She grasped it in a firm shake and finally graced him with a smile. Which, Hank thought, was worth 10 times what he'd put in that envelope. Chapter 10. Fleeta was itching to get to work on the magnolia carving. When a piece particularly captured her imagination, she often found herself mentally lining out the design even as she went about daily tasks. While she stacked and hauled firewood, she'd imagine how a petal might curve across the swell of the stalk. As she milked the cow, she'd envision a woody stem disappearing into the trigger guard. But before she could start on Hank's shotgun, she had a few final details to work into the carving of Vernon's hound dog, and she wouldn't rush one job just because she was eager to start another. She did take enough time to draw a rough sketch so that Hank could give his approval before he left for South Carolina. He and Judd had finished scouting timber and were stopping by before heading back the following day. Fleeta wasn't used to feeling nervous, but somehow this project had her on edge. She washed the supper dishes while Aunt Maisie sat nearby, dish towel in her hand, trying to be useful. Fleeta supposed it was hard on her, not being hale and hearty. Lost in thought, Fleeta let a plate slip and almost broke it. Aunt Maisie stood and shooed her out of the kitchen. "Go on in the sitting room and wait for your company before you make a mess. You're nervous as a cat in a room full of rockers. I'll finish this." Fleeta tossed her dish rag onto the counter and gladly abandoned the kitchen. She'd never enjoyed anything related to food preparation anyway. She sat on the sofa and glanced at Simeon, who sat sideways in an armchair, nose buried in his new book. Uncle Oscar sprawled across the floor in front of the fire, hands resting on his chest, softly snoring. The man could sleep anywhere. The other boys had gone out to the barn after supper. Supposedly they went to fix the hand plow, but Fleeta knew they had a pack of cards out there. She pulled out her magnolia drawing and tried to focus on it while she waited for Hank. About the time Fleeta became fully absorbed in her drawing, there was a shuffling and then a knocking at the back door. Judd had known the family for years, so of course he would come to the back door. Fleeta jerked her head up and suddenly wondered if she looked presentable. She'd been so worried about her artwork that she hadn't given even a passing thought to her appearance. She jumped up and looked in the small glass over the mantel. Her hair had worked loose from its braid, and there was a smudge of something on the front of her shirt. She looked around wild-eyed as she heard Aunt Maisie greeting their visitors. She darted into the hall and quickly redid her hair, then lifted the spot on her flannel shirt to her mouth and licked it. Yup, jelly from supper. She sucked at it and hoped that would do the trick. Uncle Oscar must have awakened because she heard him greet Hank and Judd. "Fleeta was right here a minute ago," he said. "She's in the hall," Simeon said, and Fleeta wished for once the boy really had been as oblivious as he seemed. She lifted her chin and re-entered the room. "Good evening," she said. "Won't you gentlemen have a seat?" Uncle Oscar knit his brow, and Judd smothered a laugh. Simeon just stared, then shrugged and resumed reading. Hank smiled and sat on the sofa, much to Fleeta's relief. "I have your drawing right here," she said, offering the paper to Hank, who took it and gave it his full attention. "I like the balance," he said at last. "Will the carving affect the grip at all?" Fleeta sat beside him, although not too close, and pointed out where she had added a seed pod with its natural hash marks to improve his grip. As they talked, Uncle Oscar pulled out his knife collection and began showing it to Judd. The other two men drifted into the dining room, where Oscar could lay out his collection more easily. "You're quite an artist," Hank said, turning admiring eyes on Fleeta. She flushed. He was much too close, but she didn't know how to move away without it being awkward. "It comes natural, I guess. But what I really want to do is make a gun from start to finish, not just decorate one." "What's stopping you?" "Tools, mostly. Gunsmithing tools are expensive, but with what you're paying me, I'm a heck of a lot closer than I was." She didn't want to mention that she couldn't leave Aunt Maisie and the rest of the family while they were in earshot. "Glad to be of help," Hank said. He looked into her eyes, and for a moment Fleeta forgot to be uncomfortable. "You're not like other girls." "I should hope not. Girls wear me out." Fleeta widened her eyes. "I mean, what I meant to say is—" "Oh, it's all right," Hank said. "Girls wear me out, too. But then I've never met one who could shoot, hunt, carve a gun stock, and rescue lost Flatlanders, all while looking equally fetching whether wearing a
flannel shirt or a green skirt the color of pines in winter. Fleeta moved her arm to hide the spot on her shirt, too flustered to think straight. Elnora says I should be more ladylike, and Aunt Maisie says I should be thinking about marriage and children, but I'd rather be a gunsmith. Hank touched the end of her braid, where it had fallen over her shoulder, and Fleeta could swear she felt electricity shoot into her scalp. Are those things mutually exclusive? She shrugged, using the motion to shift away a little, trying to get room to breathe. Maybe not, but I don't have time for everything, so I've decided to prioritize. Starting my own business is at the top of my list. Hank tapped the drawing in front of them. Well, you certainly have a knack for this. And if my contribution helps you get started in business so that you have time for other things, then I'm glad. Fleeta felt like he was saying something more, but didn't dare ponder what exactly that was. She settled for saying, I'm grateful for the work. Hank nodded. We're leaving tomorrow at first light. We'll be back the week before Christmas. Think you'll have my stock carved by then? I'm planning on it. Good. Good. He took a deep breath and shifted closer. Fleeta, I've been thinking.
Hank, you ready? We need to get a good night's sleep.
Judd strode back into the room, looked at the two of them, and cocked his head.
Or maybe you uns need a minute more?
No, I think we've settled everything, Fleeta said, releasing a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Unless you have any changes? She looked at Hank. Hank ran a hand through his hair and shook his head.
No, I guess not.
He glared at Judd.
I suppose we'll be back soon enough.
Judd looked as though he was trying hard not to laugh.
That we will. Or maybe even sooner.
He winked, and the two men headed out. One afternoon the following week, Fleeta found herself elbow-deep in the family's laundry when Albert stuck his head inside the doorway.
I was over at Bud's shop this morning trying to trade for that shotgun he's had on the wall for a coon's age, and he said for you to come by as soon as you can.
Did he say for what? Albert shrugged.
Nope, just said he wanted to talk to you.
It was all Fleeta could do not to drop everything and run over there that minute. But it was a good hour on foot, and she hated to ask Uncle Oscar or one of the boys to take her, especially since Albert had just been. Of course, she knew how to drive, but Aunt Maisie, who swore she'd never learn, wouldn't let Fleeta go anywhere in a car by herself. Not to mention the fact that she was supposed to get this blasted laundry done today. Fleeta sighed and cranked another work shirt through the wringer. She knew some folks had electric wringers, but Elnora said having a machine at all was a luxury. Fleeta hadn't paid much attention to such luxuries until Aunt Maisie's latest downturn. It seemed like she'd never get well and truly better. She stayed so pale and got tired so quick. Fleeta certainly wasn't going to abandon her family when they needed her, yet the longing to know what Bud wanted was about to drive her crazy. Finally, she finished wringing out the last shirt, dumped it in a basket on top of the others, and braced herself to hang it all out on the line. Though it was December cold outside, at least the sun was shining. She glanced at the clock and frowned. Even if she left for Bud's right now, walked the 5 miles as fast as she could, and didn't stay but 5 minutes, it would be dark before she got halfway back home. It just didn't pay to be a girl. The wind bit at her fingers as she pegged out shirts and pants, her mind turning over and over as she pondered how to get to Bud's. As she picked up her empty basket and headed toward the house, Albert's pet jay swooped past her. She followed Jack's flight until he landed on the seat of Albert's beat-up old motorcycle out in the barn and snatched up a silvery bolt left lying there. Her cousin had finally gotten the machine running and had been riding it madly up and down the dirt roads since Thanksgiving. Uncle Oscar complained that it scared the livestock, and Elnora said he would surely break his neck. But to Fleeta, it looked like freedom. She wondered. Stashing the laundry basket inside the house, Fleeta piled on another layer of clothing, a pair of Albert's pants over her own, another flannel shirt, a heavy coat, wool mittens, and a scarf wrapped around and around her head. She lumbered out to the barn, eye out for any stray family members. Albert had shown her, with great pride, how to work the motorcycle, and she'd gone on a brief and tolerably sedate ride on the back with her arms around Albert's waist. It had been exhilarating and a little bit terrifying. Could she do this by herself? She thought about Bud and her dream of smithing guns. Yes, she could. Fleeta straddled the banged-up motorcycle, noting how Albert had polished the teardrop-shaped gas tank with the word Indian across it. She mentally traced her way through the startup sequence before setting her foot on what looked like a bicycle pedal to the right of the machine. Thank goodness all her gun work had made her mechanically inclined. Satisfied that she knew what to do, Fleeta braced her foot against the pedal and thrust down with all her might. Nothing. She frowned and tried it again. Still nothing. Clearly she'd missed a step. Frustrated and a little bit intimidated by what she was attempting, she decided this must be a sign that God didn't want her taking Albert's motorcycle. She felt like kicking something. But instead of getting off the motorcycle and kicking a tire, she kicked that pedal one more time, and the machine roared to life. She revved it using the right handlebar control, which was a little awkward with mittens, and felt a grin spread across her face. It was pure bliss to be in control of a powerful rifle, but this was heaven. She giggled, and then laughed aloud, put the motorcycle in gear, and flew out of the barn like Jack chasing after one of Albert's treats. Chapter 11.
"What in tarnation did you ride in on?"
Bud asked, squinting through the dirty window at the front of his shop. Fleeta took a deep breath and clasped her hands hard in front of her. She was shaking from the cold and the sudden realization that she had basically stolen her cousin's motorcycle. The exhilaration of setting out on the machine had given way to worry as the wind bit her cheeks and cut through her mittens, making the motorcycle even harder to handle. She'd wobbled a time or two, and it had taken her longer to get here than she'd expected, but here she was. She released the air pent up in her lungs and held her hands out toward the wood stove that seemed to do little more than keep the frost off the insides of the windows. Her hands still shook, but she didn't think Bud was paying close attention. "It's Albert's motorcycle."
Albert trusts you more than I would. Of course, you ain't exactly a typical female."
Fleeta tried to take the comment as a compliment, even though it bit almost as deep as the wind had. She shrugged the words away and turned to the older man. "Albert said you wanted to see me?" Bud grinned as wide as a barn door.
"That I do. Seems like we might be able to move our timeline up for you taking on this here busyness."
Fleeta felt her heart flutter and her stomach clench. "How's that?"
"My sister down in Florida wants me to come live with her. I can't stand the cold like I used to, so it's sounding awful good to me. Sunshine and oranges all winter long."
Fleeta didn't even know he had a sister, but that was beside the point. "So you're leaving?" Bud rubbed his chin and got a cagey look.
"I'm thinking awful hard about it, although I'm not quite ready to turn all the way loose of what I have here. Plus, you seemed pretty sure you wouldn't be able to buy me out any time soon. That right?"
Disappointment tamped down the happy flutters Fleeta was experiencing. "No, sir, but I'm closer than I was. And once Hank gave her the second half of his payment, she'd be closer still."
"That's so. What if you gave me what you've got as a sort of down payment? Then you can use the place while I'm in Florida. I'll come on back around May or June, and if I decide to make this change permanent, maybe you'll have saved up enough by then to buy me out."
Fleeta realized she was shaking again. Only this time it wasn't the cold. That might work. She didn't want to sound too eager, but the thought of her dream being within reach made her feel faint.
"How much you got?"
Bud drummed the fingers of one hand on the counter in front of him. He seemed to realize what he was doing and stopped. Fleeta did some quick calculations in her head. She didn't want to give him every penny she had, but neither did she want to offer too little. She wrapped her arms around herself and looked at the floor. Of course, Hank was going to pay her a fair amount when he returned before Christmas, and she could use that for the basic supplies she'd need. Swallowing hard, she offered up almost all her savings. Bud pursed his lips and looked toward the ceiling.
He counted on his fingers. Not counting December, you'll have 5 months to earn some more.
He scratched his head and let tobacco fly into a spittoon near his feet. Fleeta eyed the places where he'd missed and thought cleaning that up was the first thing she'd do if this all worked out.
All right, then. You bring me that amount by day after tomorrow, and we'll have us a deal.
He stuck out his right hand. Fleeta shook it, as though the strength of her grip alone would hold her dreams together. She'd figure out how she was going to do this and take care of her family later. The air was even colder, and the evening heading rapidly toward dark as Fleeta made her way home. She'd had an even harder time starting the Indian the second time around, and she feared it might be out of gas, but it finally caught. Now she was riding as slow as she dared over the dirt roads. She was ecstatic over the deal she'd just struck, yet at the same time she was pretty sure Albert would skin her alive when he found his motorcycle missing. Never mind what Uncle Oscar and Aunt Maisie would have to say. Still, she managed to spend most of the trip home imagining how she'd fix up Bud's shop. There was a small kitchen in back and a bedroom upstairs. Of course, she'd never been up there, but Bud assured her it was a spacious sleeping room. She'd been in the back room and saw how it needed lots of work. The sink with its hand pump was stained with iron, and the stove looked like it might fall apart if the wind kicked up. But she was plenty handy, and her cousins would help. She made a face. Well, they would if they ever forgave her for running off with Albert's motorcycle and planning to abandon them. Almost home, Fleeta wished she could remove one hand from the grip long enough to tuck her nearly frozen fingers under her arm, but she was already shaky with both hands firmly grasping the handlebars, and she was afraid to attempt it. She squinted down the road, not knowing how to turn on the motorcycle's headlamp. It was more than a little dark. Making the last turn onto the road that led to the farmhouse, Fleeta let out her breath and relaxed as much as she dared. She'd have to face the music tonight, but she'd get someone to run her back over to Bud's with the money she'd promised, and just like that she'd have her own gun shop. More or less. Lost in thought in the darkness, Fleeta caught a glimpse of a deer bounding through the woods out of the corner of her eye. The animal was huge, even larger than the motorcycle she was riding, and suddenly filled the road in front of her. Fleeta liked to think she was trying to avoid hitting the deer, but she supposed it was mostly instinct that caused her to twist the handlebars and lay the machine down in the rocky roadbed. There was a terrible sound of scraping metal, roaring engine, and maybe her own screaming. Then, just the sputter of the dying motor. Fleeta lay in the road and looked off to the left where the massive buck stood watching her. He had at least 8 points on his wide-spreading antlers. He was dappled with a white underbelly and chest and brown spots cascading across his back. With a start, Fleeta realized it had to be the same buck she'd missed shooting the day Aunt Maisie lost her baby. The ghost deer. Even in the gloaming, she could see his eyes, warm, brown, and with an expression of pity? With a flick of his ears and a snort, he turned and ran off, leaving Fleeta to shake off the impression that a deer felt sorry for her.
What in the name of all that's holy is going on out here?
Uncle Oscar's unmistakable voice accompanied the bouncing light from his big beam flashlight. Fleeta flinched, almost hoping she was hurt badly enough to avoid her uncle's wrath, not to mention Albert's.
Fleeta, darling, is that you?
Her uncle set his light down so he could lift the motorcycle, which Fleeta realized was pinning her leg to the ground. Uncle Oscar knelt beside her and winced when he saw her leg. Fleeta looked too, and blanched at the sight. She never had trouble with blood, unless it was her own. And in spite of having 2 pairs of pants on, she could see blood soaking her calf. A wave of dizziness made her lay her head down in the grit of the road. Albert appeared over her uncle's shoulder.
I think you're in worse shape than the motorcycle, Fleeta.
She marveled that neither of the men seemed angry, just concerned. For her.
I'll be all right.
Her voice cracked, and she bit her lip to keep from crying. Did you see that deer?
Let's get her inside, Uncle Oscar said. She's talking nonsense.
Albert wheeled his precious Indian over into the yard and came back to help Fleeta to her feet. With the help of both men, she hobbled to the back door and into the brightly lit dining room. The whole family, even Elnora with her husband and son, sat around the empty table, watching her. Fleeta noted that Simeon's book was lying in front of him, closed. Aunt Maisie stood and braced herself against the table. "Thank God you're still in one piece. I've never been so worried in my life. Oscar, is she all right?"
"Looks like a pretty good cut on her left leg there. See if you can't get her britches off."
Aunt Maisie and Elnora shooed the boys from the room and began stripping Fleeta's extra layers off like they were handling a newborn. Once they'd exposed her bare leg, Fleeta refused to look at it. She stared at the ceiling instead, steeling herself for how bad it must be. They might even need to stitch it up. What if she lost her foot? Well, if that isn't the luckiest thing I ever saw. Aunt Maisie stood back, hands on her hips. "Sweetheart, it's more motor oil than blood. You just have a little old cut there. Let me dab some mercurochrome on it and you should be fine." She headed out of the room at her usual slow pace. Fleeta blinked back tears, trying to take in this latest news. "Does anything else hurt?" asked Elnora. Fleeta couldn't stand it anymore. "Why is everyone being so nice? I stole Albert's motorcycle so I could go meet with Bud Lyons and make plans to leave here." She grabbed Elnora's arm. "I'm going to run off and abandon you all, and I've been underhanded about it. Why isn't Uncle Oscar yelling at me?" Elnora laughed and shook her head. "Oh, Fleeta, Albert loves you more than that silly motorcycle, and no one expects you to stay here and carry the load that's this family. You have dreams and plans of your own." She pursed her lips. "I'm still pretty skeptical about this business of making guns, but if that's what you want to do, then I'm proud of you." Now the tears did flow. "But I ruined Albert's motorcycle." "I only hope you did, but I suspect he'll have it up and running again before tomorrow's out. And even if you did spoil it, you're far more important than some piece of machinery." Fleeta choked on a sob. "I don't deserve," she gasped. "I don't deserve." "None of us do," Elnora said, tears glinting in her eyes now. "But you're family, and one mistake isn't going to change that. We love you." She smiled. "I love you. And if you feel like you need to be punished, well, Mother with the mercurochrome will likely prove sufficient." Fleeta smiled as well and hugged her cousin, whom she realized was more her sister than she had any right to expect. "I love you too." "I'm going to pay you whatever it costs to fix that thing," Fleeta told Albert 2 days later as he tinkered with the Indian. She was sore, and her bruises were worse than the cut on her leg, but she was grateful it hadn't been worse.
"I thought you were sinking your savings into Bud's place."
Fleeta squirmed. "Not all of it."
"Oh, it won't cost me anything. I just need to figure out how to trade for a new frame. This one's bent too bad to straighten back out. Merle says he can rustle one up for me, and you know he loves a good trade almost as much as cash."
"What will you trade him?" Albert wiped his hands on a rag.
"Might let him have my bone-handled knife."
Fleeta jerked up straighter and flinched as pain shot through her bruised shoulder. "That's your favorite. You use it all the time."
"Yeah, well, sometimes you have to shift your priorities."
"Surely we can come up with something else." Albert laughed.
"Here it comes now. If you can come up with something he'd like better than my knife, I won't stop you from offering."
Fleeta's hand went almost involuntarily to her mother's pin, where she wore it under her sweater and coat. Ever since that day at the bookmobile, she continued to wear it pinned to her underthings. It made her feel as though her mother were close by.
"Howdy, young'uns,"
Merle hollered. He always talked too loud, probably because he was usually talking over gunfire.
"Only way I could get you a frame was to go ahead and buy the whole motorcycle. Figured if you don't want it, I could fix it up and sell it to somebody else. Of course, it's gonna be a mite pricier than we originally talked about."
Fleeta saw her cousin's shoulders sag. "How much pricier?"
"Well,"
Merle said, dragging out the word.
Enough that I'm gonna need more than a shoat or a speckled pup to trade for.
Albert reached for the knife he wore at his waist. Fleeta grabbed his arm. What about cold, hard cash? She'd thought to offer him her brooch, but just couldn't bring herself to do it.
Well, now, that's about my favorite thing to trade for. Just the right color and always fits.
Fleeta could see Albert squirming, but he let her go ahead. How much do you think would be a fair price? The two of them went back and forth a few times, until Merle finally agreed to a number that was going to make it impossible for Fleeta to give Bud the amount they had agreed upon. Even so, Fleeta went to her hiding place, leaving the men to talk, and retrieved the money. While it pained her to hand it over, making things right with Albert was more important than anything else right now. Merle tucked the cash in a jacket pocket and almost jogged back to his truck, where he brought out a motorcycle that looked to be in even worse shape than Albert's. He waved them over.
Check it out real good.
He ran a hand along the motorcycle's frame.
It's seen better days, but the frame's as straight as a Baptist preacher, and I reckon you can get other parts off in here.
Albert walked all around the machine, then peered into the back of Merle's truck.
Hey, is that a sidecar? Sure is. You can have that, too. Don't have much use for a sidecar without something to drag it around.
The look of utter delight on Albert's face made Fleeta's sacrifice feel almost worth it. Almost. Chapter 12. Hank was beyond frustrated. He'd planned to head back to West Virginia no later than December 18th. Now it was the 19th, and the men on the watery job were making his life a misery. He tried to chalk up men missing work as well as deadlines to the holidays, but his Christmas cheer was about to run out. He stomped into the main office in Myrtle Beach and headed straight for Judd's desk. George Hayward was technically still in charge of Waccamaw Timber, but he'd been leaving more and more of the actual timbering up to his son-in-law, with Hank as his right hand and no hope of ever advancing beyond that. Though Judd hated being in the office, he recognized it as a necessary evil if he was going to keep up with all the timber tracts, including the one they'd just agreed to purchase in West Virginia. Hank hit Judd's door with the butt of his hand and burst into the room.
How am I supposed to...
He stopped talking as Larkin leapt from her husband's lap, her cheeks gone rosy. Why, Hank Chapin, didn't your mother teach you to knock? She smoothed her skirt with one hand and tucked hair that had come free of her ponytail behind her ear with the other. Judd just grinned. Hank snorted.
Well, I know your mother taught you never to make out in a place of business.
Larkin made a face at him. I'll kiss my husband wherever and whenever I want. Judd tilted back in his leather chair.
And I'm sure not going to try to talk her out of it.
He hooked a hand around Larkin's waist and drew her to his side.
Sweetheart, based on the steam coming out of Hank's ears, I think we're going to have to talk business for a few minutes. While Hank knows I prefer your company to his, I'm guessing I'd better give him some time.
Larkin flipped her ponytail and gave Hank a sassy look. Oh, all right, but only because I'm due to pick Livonia up from Mother's. She bent down and gave Judd a final kiss. As she passed Hank on the way out, she reached over and squeezed his arm. Don't let the world get you down, Hank. God has everything worked out already. She winked at him. And I've told him more than once what I think those plans ought to be. Larkin gone, Hank slumped into a chair across from Judd's desk.
You have your hands full with that one. I always figured she'd marry a doctor or a lawyer, but I sure am glad you showed up.
Judd rubbed a hand across his mouth, looking thoughtful.
I am, too. And you know, finding a girl and getting married was just about the last thing on my mind that day you met up with me on the Greyhound bus.
He leaned forward, his arms on his desk.
Larkin's got a point about God having plans. Yeah, well, I don't doubt it. But in the meantime, I've got to get that crew down on the watery to do more than talk. Why?
Hank loved Judd like a brother, but at that moment he thought he might boil over.
Why? Because we have a quota to meet, a deadline coming up, timber to get to the mill. What do you mean, why? I mean, why do you have to do it?
Hank felt the fire go out of him.
It's my job.
Judd nodded.
So it is. And it's my job, and it's the job of that Leroy fella we hired back in October. Leroy is still learning the ropes. I learned him by jumping in with both feet and paddling as hard as I could. Might be Leroy could do the same.
Judd settled back in his chair, crossed his hands over his middle.
Seems to me you're a man who doesn't know whether he wants to cut bait or go fishing. So you're trying to do both.
Hank rubbed at a headache, starting right between his eyes.
You could be right. It's just, what if I wanted to get out of timbering? You're a right handy fella. I reckon you could do whatever you put your mind to. But it would mean leaving Waccamaw Timber.
Judd nodded.
In order to do something else, I can see where that would be necessary. You wouldn't be upset?
Hank gripped the arm of his chair. He hadn't planned to have this conversation until after Christmas, but here it was, out in the open.
Well, I hope you might stick around to make sure old Leroy doesn't go under before you leave. But following your heart, and God's leading, seems like the right road to take.
He re-rolled the cuff of his work shirt.
And it's occurred to me that when Larkin hitched her wagon to a mountain man, it might have put a crimp in your plans. Seemed like if neither Ben nor Larkin stepped up to the plate, you might have been in line to sit in this chair.
He thumped its leather-wrapped arm.
I'd be glad to run this business with you as a partner, but it'll be a while before I'm in a position to offer that. You always struck me as the sort of fella to know what you want. If it's something other than Waccamaw Timber, I'll help you any way I can.
Hank's mind was racing. He could stay on with the timber company while he lined up some customers for guns. He figured 6 months would be enough time to train Leroy and to make sure he wasn't jumping off a cliff. And while Judd's hint at a future partnership was tempting, it also clarified the idea that what he wanted was to run his own show, not someone else's.
Hank, I can smell that engine in your head burning oil. Slow down, take some time, and think things over.
Judd found a piece of paper on his desk and ran a finger down a list.
You got some holiday time coming. Plus, we planned on you heading back to West Virginia to tie up any loose ends on that new tract. How about you get that done and then take some time for yourself? Hunt some more.
He grinned extra wide.
Check and see if Fleeta's got that gun stock carved for you yet.
He winked.
I won't be expecting you back until after Christmas. But what about...
Judd held up his hand.
I'll handle it,
he smiled.
Or maybe I'll put old Leroy to the test. I think that boy's got grit.
Hank started to protest again, but then thought better of it. He felt lighter, freer than he had in a long time. Judd had just given him room to decide about his future. It was the best Christmas gift he could ask for. He pictured Larkin snuggled in Judd's lap, and his thoughts turned to a certain dark-haired beauty with a smudge of gun oil on her cheek. There was a lot of future to think about. He reached across the desk to shake Judd's hand, but his friend got up and came around to him, grabbing him in a bear hug.
You're my best friend in South Carolina,
Judd said.
I hope that will never change.
Hank thumped Judd on the back.
Can't see why it would. Oh, and if you need a place to stay up there in West Virginia, I know Abram and Lydia would be proud to have you. Sounds like just the medicine I need,
Hank said. Fleeta pulled an old candy tin out from underneath the grain bin in the barn. She'd first found the hiding place when she was 6 years old. For years it had been her special spot for stowing pretty rocks, a broken pocket knife, bits of ribbon, or other treasures. Recently she'd started keeping her savings here. Elnora had been after her to open an account at the bank, but Fleeta liked to keep her money where she could see and touch it. She counted it all for the 3rd time, coming to the same total. She'd take all of it to Bud, and hope he'd be willing to wait until she got her next payment from Hank for the rest. Her heart beat like a moth against the glass of a lantern. She rarely spent money, much less the entirety of her savings. She wished her parents were around to guide her. Surely they would know if she was making a wise decision or not. She pressed her hand to the place just above her heart, where she could feel the outline of her mother's brooch. Maybe, in a way, they were with her. Impatient with her own useless wishing, Fleeta stuffed the cash in her pocket and turned toward the door. Albert had finally gotten his motorcycle running again and offered to take her to Bud's in the sidecar. Fleeta would have preferred riding the motorcycle on her own, but she didn't dare suggest it. She bundled up and jogged out into the farmyard, where Albert was revving the Indian. He'd folded an old blanket in the sidecar, and Fleeta burrowed underneath. Albert had rounded up a pair of riding goggles from who knew where, and he grinned at Fleeta from behind them.
"Ready?"
he hollered over the coughing roar of the engine. Fleeta nodded and held on tight as Albert unleashed the motorcycle. She saw Jack the Blue Jay swooping through the air after them. They got to Bud's much faster than Fleeta had on her own. She climbed out of the sidecar, her knees weak and her hands sweaty. She told herself it was a combination of Albert's driving and her excitement over seeing her dream come true, but her dry mouth felt more like fear than excitement. Bud met them out front, a duffel slung over his shoulder. He didn't waste any time on howdies.
"My Aunt Gertie's sick. I've got to get on over there and see what I can do to help. I'll be gone about a week. You want to do this when I get back? I'm not quite ready to hand her over today."
Fleeta counted the days. "I was hoping to sign the papers before Christmas so I could open up on January 1st.
"I know. You mentioned something about that. We can take care of business right now, and I'll send Aunt Gertie's girl over here to clean it up and let you know it's ready before the week's out. How's that sound?"
Fleeta fidgeted and glanced at Albert, who shrugged his shoulders. He was no help. "All right. Let's get our business done, and I'll be looking for... What's her name?"
"Mary. You probably ain't met her before."
"No, I don't think I have. But I'll be looking for her before Christmas. Let her know I'll be glad to help with whatever needs doing." Bud nodded and whipped a piece of paper out of his back pocket.
"Got the paperwork right here. Says you'll pay me the sum we agreed upon, and then you'll have full use of all my equipment in this here building for the next 6 months, at which time we'll revisit the agreement."
"About that," Fleeta shifted from foot to foot. "Turns out I had..." She darted a look at Albert. "An unexpected expense. I don't have quite the full amount we discussed." Bud spat a stream of tobacco juice.
"Doggone it. How much do you have, then?"
Fleeta told him.
No, that ain't enough."
"As soon as I get the final payment on a job I've been doing, I'll be able to give you the rest. Probably as soon as you get back from your Aunt Gertie's." Bud heaved a sigh.
"I'm gonna need some kind of assurance you plan to pay the rest. Don't you have anything else of value you can give me for collateral?"
Fleeta felt the weight of her mother's pin and slowly reached for it. She noticed Jack fly over and land on the far corner of the porch roof. He peered at them with those hard, black eyes of his, and Fleeta felt almost as though the bird was accusing her of something. She reached a trembling hand inside her shirt and pulled out the Luckin booth. The sharp point pricked her flesh as she removed it. Bud's eyes lit up for just a moment, but then he got a cagey look.
"That's a real jewel there in the middle?"
"It's an amethyst." Fleeta tilted the brooch in the sunlight so that it glinted. "I'll want it back as soon as I bring you the rest of the money." Bud reached out and took the brooch, turning it around and around in his hands. The stone caught the sun and looked almost alive. Fleeta swallowed hard. She hated to part with the pin, even for a week, but she'd get it back just as soon as Hank gave her the rest of the payment he'd promised. Bud tossed the brooch high, caught it as it tumbled through the air in a glittery flash, then flipped it again. This time, as the pin tumbled through the air, Jack swooped down and snatched at it.
"Oh, there! Daggum bird!"
Bud tucked it in his pocket.
"I reckon this'll do. Now, if you'll just sign that paper, I can be on my way. Aunt Gertie's not going to get better while we stand here jawing."
Fleeta took the paper and began reading. It looked fine, but she knew she should read every word. "Can we step inside while I look this over?"
"Already locked her up, and I gotta get on the road."
He reached for his pocket.
"If you need more time, we can do this after Christmas."
No, that's all right." Fleeta took the ink pen Bud offered and scrawled her signature at the bottom of the page, then handed over the cash. Bud took the pen and paper, tucked them back in his pocket, and thumbed through the roll of bills Fleeta gave him. He nodded his head once, shook Fleeta's hand, and trotted toward his truck, tossing the duffel in the back with a thud.
I'll send a copy of that paper back with Mary.
He climbed in the truck, rolled the window down, and leaned his head out.
Good doing business with you.
He waved toward Jack, still sitting on the porch roof.
Watch out for that dumb bird. He'll steal anything shiny you leave lying around. Stole a perfectly good punch just last week.
Fleeta raised her hand in a wave. Hope your aunt's better real soon.
Thank you,
Bud said, and drove away. Albert turned to Fleeta.
Thought there'd be more to it than that.
So did I. Fleeta stared after the truck, then looked back at the ramshackle building. Think you can help me fix this place up?
Don't see why not, Albert said. Probably not half so hard as getting a motorcycle to run.
Fleeta went over to the porch, which was badly tilted. Leveling that up would be the first order of business. She peered in the front window, but the shade had been drawn. She tried the next window and found the same. Guess Bud didn't want anyone to see what kind of mess he left the place, she said. Good thing he's sending Mary over to red it up. Albert stomped his feet and slapped his hands together.
Let's head on home. I'm freezing out here, and the ride back isn't going to warm me up any.
Fleeta felt reluctant to leave. This was her place of business now, and she longed to go inside and start setting it to rights. But she supposed there would be time enough for that later. With a last longing look, she tucked herself back into the sidecar and dreamed all the way home about the guns she'd shape. Chapter 13. Hank rolled up in Abram's front yard on December 20th. Although it was a sight colder than in South Carolina, he supposed this was mild weather for being almost Christmas. He thought his sister would be put out with him for missing 2 major holidays in a row, but when he said he was heading back to West Virginia, she got a dreamy look in her eye and wished him a Merry Christmas. He strongly suspected Larkin had been talking to her.
Mr. Hank!
The voice emanated from a blur of a boy rocketing toward him from the front porch of the house. Hank braced himself against James, crashing into his side.
You're just in time to go with us to cut some pine and holly for the banister and the mantel. Let the man sit a minute, Abram said from the front door. That greenery isn't going anywhere in the next hour.
James let his head fall back in exasperation. Hank leaned forward and whispered in his ear,
Might be I won't need to rest as long as your daddy thinks.
James brightened and took Hank's suitcase, hauling it toward the house with only a little listing to one side. That boy would be a man before long.
Judd sent word to expect you, Abram said. Lydia's thrilled, clear down to her toes to have company for Christmas. Gives her an excuse to dress the place up extra nice.
Not for my sake,
Hank said. Abram shook a finger at him.
Now, don't you go ruin it by being polite. It's the happiest I've seen her in a month of Sundays. Just say how nice the decorations look, and she'll be content till next December.
Hank smiled.
That I can do.
James lugged Hank's suitcase inside while Abram lingered on the front porch. He leaned on the railing and eyed Hank.
I'm thinking it's more than my wife's good cooking and a parcel of timber that's brought you back so soon.
Hank shrugged and rolled his eyes skyward.
Could be, although Lydia's a mighty fine cook.
That she is. I hear Fleeta Brady can't cook a lick.
Hank narrowed his eyes at his new friend.
What's that got to do with the price of eggs?
It was Abram's turn to shrug, but his eyes sparkled.
Nothing. Just thought I'd mention it. Now come on in, supper's about ready.
Fleeta couldn't stand this much longer. Mary still hadn't come around by the 21st of December. She'd been assuming Bud's niece would stop by to tell her when the shop was ready, but then again, maybe she'd just tidy it up and go on home. Might be Fleeta should mosey on over there and see if anything had been done. She couldn't hardly stand all the holiday fuss Aunt Maisie and Elnora were stirring up anyhow. Too much baking and decorating and acting all mysterious about gifts. She'd found peace working on Hank's magnolia carving, but that only went so far. What she really wanted was to scrub every inch of Bud's old shop and get it ready to open at the first of the year. She'd put word out that she'd be operating out of that space soon, and if folks lived up to their promises, she'd have a fair amount of business right away. So, on a mild morning just 3 days before Christmas, she packed up some cleaning supplies, laced up her work boots, and set out to walk to town and the shop that was now hers. She had her head down, picturing how she'd display rifles on the back wall, when a car eased up beside her. She nearly jumped sideways, but controlled herself, feeling embarrassed that she'd been snuck up on, especially when she glanced to her right and saw it was Hank Chapin.
"Thought I'd better come check on that carving you're doing for me."
Fleeta felt a surge of happiness that she credited to being on her way to her very own smithing shop. "It's pert near done, although I still have some fine-tuning to do. You in a hurry to have it?"
Hank shut off the car and got out to talk to her. "Not especially. Although I might like to see you finishing the work if an audience wouldn't trouble you."
This time Fleeta felt something clench, low in her stomach. It wasn't unpleasant so much as unnerving. He wanted to watch her work? "I don't guess anyone's ever asked that of me before."
"It's fine if you'd rather not. I'm just curious to see what tools you use and how it's done."
Fleeta warmed at the idea of someone being that interested in her carving. "It'd be all right, I suppose. You could come to supper one evening, and I'll finish it up after. That way you'll have it before Christmas." Hank nodded and considered the bucket she was holding.
"Where are you toting that bucket of cleaning stuff?"
"I'm on my way to check out my new gunsmith shop." She delighted in his raised eyebrows. Hank cocked his head at her, the way Jack did when he thought Albert had a treat.
"You found a shop?"
"I did," she nearly crowed. "Bud Lyons is moving south, and he's letting me rent his place, along with all his tools for 6 months. Then hopefully I'll have made enough money to buy it outright." Hank let out a whoop, grabbed her, and twirled her in the air, nearly sending the bucket flying. When he set her back down on her feet, one arm stayed around her shoulders as he looked into her eyes with such warmth that she forgot it was December.
"I knew you could do it. I just didn't think it would happen this fast."
He squeezed her shoulder and reached down for the bucket. She almost wished he'd left that hand right there, warming her back so that it sent heat all through her. The thought made her want to shake herself like a dog and run off, but she willed herself to simply reach for the supplies he'd taken.
"Oh, no," he said. "You just march right on around this car and climb in. I'm driving you to your new shop."
Hank hurried around the car and opened the door with a flourish. Fleeta hesitated, then grinned and slipped into the spotlessly clean sedan. Hank stowed the bucket in the trunk, then climbed back behind the steering wheel.
"You must be thrilled, and your family, too,"
he said as they started down the road. Fleeta laughed, but it sounded breathy and unnatural. She cleared her throat. "I sure am, but the family doesn't pay me much mind."
"Well, that's a shame."
"Oh, it's not that they don't care. There's just so much to keep up with, and Aunt Maisie still isn't right after losing her last baby." She flushed. She hadn't meant to mention that. "They're glad for me. They just don't show it too much." She felt her cheeks get even warmer. They certainly didn't grab her up in their arms and spin her around.
"I'm glad I'm here to celebrate with you, then," Hank said. "Can I help you set the place to rights?"
She opened her mouth to reply, and he hurried to add,
"Not that you need me, but I find a joy shared is often doubled."
"All right, then," she said, with a slow smile. Then Fleeta relaxed and let herself enjoy his easy company. Hank felt like a schoolboy. But instead of carrying a girl's books or lunch sack, he was helping her with a bucket full of cleaning supplies. He'd thought a lot about Fleeta in the weeks since he'd seen her, and wondered if he was building her up too much in his mind. But the moment he laid eyes on her, obviously wool-gathering as she walked along in her worn boots, denim pants with a patch over one knee, and over-large man's coat, he knew if anything he'd underestimated his feelings. There was definitely something about how unfussy and how independent she was that drew him in like the tide, and he knew that even if she ran him off, he'd roll in again and again until she let him stay. "There it is," she said, pointing to a ramshackle building on the edge of town. Hank schooled his expression. The 2-story structure sure didn't look like much. He hoped the rent wasn't too high. But then it likely wouldn't be, since it wasn't exactly on the main thoroughfare.
Do you have a key?
He asked. No, but Bud's niece is supposed to be around. Should be unlocked. Hank didn't say so, but he would have expected a gunsmith shop full of tools to be locked up tight. Maybe folks were more trusting around here. Fleeta stepped up onto the rickety porch and tried the front door. No good. Come on around back, she called. Hank followed her through knee-high dead weeds until they came to a back door. It, too, was locked. Fleeta made a face and began working her way around, trying the windows.
Maybe we should wait until this niece turns up, Hank suggested. Someone might think we're trying to break in.
Fleeta grunted and heaved open a window. Aw, folks know I'm taking this place over, she said, scrambling through the opening. She poked her head back out. Come around to the front door and I'll let you in. Hank wasn't sure this was the best protocol, but the look of utter delight on Fleeta's face stifled any protest. He shook his head and walked back around front, tripping over an old tire on the way. The door was still closed when he stepped up onto the porch, but he could hear scuffling inside. Then the door flew open, and he froze at the look on Fleeta's face. I must have misunderstood, she said, turning back and raising the shades on the windows. The room was dim and dusty, and to all appearances, empty. Hank breathed in the musty, closed-up smell, and finally set the bucket down on a sort of wooden counter that ran half the length of the wide front room. Fleeta was now behind that counter, running her hands over a shelf. She stood, cobwebs in her hair and a smudge of dirt on her cheek. There aren't any tools here. Her eyes were blank, staring off into the distance.
Maybe they're in another room,
Hank said. Fleeta snapped her fingers. He hid them in case anyone broke in, of course. Help me look. You take the first floor and I'll take the second. She was off and up the stairs before Hank could say anything more. He began a thorough search of the 3 rooms on the first floor. The main room ran the width of the building, with a small kitchen and what appeared to be a storeroom behind it. The front room was profoundly empty. The kitchen included a chipped sink with a hand pump and drain board, a stove he doubted worked now if it ever had, and a formica-topped table with a 3-legged chair. The storeroom featured shelves with some dusty jars of canned goods and a wooden crate that, based on the smell, contained rotten potatoes. No tools, or any place to hide them. Hank headed back out to the main room, just in time to see Fleeta descend the stairs and plop down near the bottom. I don't understand it. I paid him for the use of the shop and the tools, and it's obvious no one's been here to clean. She turned hurting eyes on Hank. You don't think he'd... Hank did indeed think Bud might have taken Fleeta's money and run, but he wasn't going to put that into words.
I'm sure there's an explanation, he offered instead. In the meantime, we can air this place out so it's ready when we find out what happened to the tools.
Fleeta shook her head. I can't believe what a fool I've been. She leaned forward until her forehead rested on her knees. And you're here to witness my shame. Hank stood, the emptiness of the room yawning around them. He needed words, but couldn't think what they should be. And the worst of it is, I gave him Mama's pin. Fleeta's shoulders began to shake. Hank braced himself for the wails, but she was silent, tears dripping to the floor, with her whole body curling in on itself. He took a step toward her, not sure what to do. Finally, he sank down on the stairs beside her and laid a gentle hand on her back. He could feel the muscles there, even beneath her coat. She was strong, but at this moment, weakness had overcome her. He quoted one of his favorite verses without even thinking about it.
And he said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. Therefore I take pleasure in my infirmities, in reproaches, in necessities, in persecutions, in distresses, for Christ's sake. For when I am weak, then I am strong.
The shaking beneath his hand stilled, and Fleeta raised her face, blotchy and red. I don't feel the least bit strong.
Maybe that's because you aren't, Hank said softly.
but God is. And maybe he has a plan to use this for his glory.
Fleeta released a stuttering sigh and leaned her cheek against Hank's shoulder. I can't see how. All I know is that my dream is gone, along with my mother's pen, and I'm not sure which one hurts more. Hank slid a tentative arm around her shoulders and found she didn't resist. He held her, whispering a prayer that God would show them both the good in this terrible turn of events, because for the life of him he couldn't see it either. Chapter 14. 2 days after finding Bud's shop empty, the mix of emotions running through Fleeta was still more than she could sort out. The horror and disgust that she'd let Bud cheat her out of his equipment and her mother's brooch kept swamping her. She hadn't told anyone but Albert about her discovery. Albert scuffed his boot and looked solemn, finally saying, "Maybe he took it all with him to keep it safe." Fleeta didn't believe that for a second, although it was nice of Albert to try to make her feel better. She told herself she'd just have to face up to her mistake and learn this very hard lesson. Storming around and crying, which she could very easily do, were altogether too female a reaction, one she'd already let Hank see. From here on out, she'd just have to bear up and take it like a man. But even as the agony of her mistake began to sink in, she also felt nervous and maybe even excited about Hank coming over to watch her finish his gun stock. He'd been so kind to her, so comforting, and that scripture he spoke, while it didn't change her situation, it had soothed in a way she couldn't quite explain. And in the midst of her pain, she was looking forward to seeing the man she'd come to think of, only in the quiet of her own mind, as her Southern gentleman. Aunt Maisie got supper going and then turned the meal over to Fleeta, which was a good thing since she could hardly fry an egg and hadn't improved much with practice over the last weeks. There was stewed rabbit, she got the rabbits herself, fried cabbage with potatoes, and now she was supposed to make cornbread while keeping everything else from burning. As she mixed buttermilk and eggs into cornmeal, she marveled that wood seemed to just shape itself under her hands, while bread felt downright contrary. Once she thought the batter looked like Aunt Maisie's, she poured it into a skillet with lard that had been heating in the oven. The batter bubbled and hissed in the fat, sending up the sweet smell of corn. She slid it in the hot oven, thinking maybe she wouldn't ruin the meal for once. She heard voices in the sitting room. Wiping her hands on her pants, she hurried out of the kitchen to see if Hank had arrived. He stood inside the front door, talking to Uncle Oscar, which gave Fleeta a moment to look him over. She noticed before that he wasn't especially tall, but he was broad-shouldered, and she itched to push down a piece of his sandy hair sticking up and back, probably because he'd taken his hat off like gentlemen do. She decided he looked solid. She'd known handsomer men, yet Hank's looks soothed and unsettled her all at once. A sudden thought shook her. What if Aunt Maisie had given her that blasted brooch because Hank was about to enter her life? Not that she wanted to fall in love with him, but if she had to love someone, he might do. What was it Aunt Maisie said? She should look at the pin and remember that her mother wanted her to fall in love one day. The idea that seemed so awful that day suddenly didn't feel quite like the death sentence she'd imagined. Except, of course, the brooch and any influence it carried was now lost to her. She'd as good as thrown it away. Hank turned, and there was that warmth in his eyes again. Fleeta felt her insides flutter and spin. She started to speak, then rushed from the room back to the kitchen to make sure the cabbage wasn't burning. The meal proved as much a success as Fleeta could hope. The cornbread was a little dry, and the cabbage stuck to the pan in places, but nothing was burnt or ruined. "Ma, you must be feeling better," Albert said. "I have been some," Aunt Maisie answered. "What made you notice?" "I figured you must have cooked supper since it ain't ruined." "Isn't ruined? And Fleeta did a fair amount of the cooking." Albert feigned shock. "It's a miracle." He looked at Hank wide-eyed. "I thought we might starve or die of poison in the way Fleeta cooks." He then yelped, thanks to Fleeta's well-placed foot. "Albert, don't tease your cousin so," Aunt Maisie said. "You know she's a tolerable cook." Fleeta almost wanted to kick her aunt as well, but instead she stood from the table. "Hank, you want to see your gun stock now?" Looking like he was trying to hold in laughter, Hank nodded and followed her into what Aunt Maisie liked to call the parlor. It was a little used room, especially in winter when it wasn't worth the trouble of keeping up another fire. Fleeta had cleaned the room from top to bottom that morning, telling herself she was doing it to distract herself from thinking about throwing her dream away. She added coal to the fire she'd built before supper to keep the cold at bay. She'd set out Hank's shotgun and her tools on a towel laid over her aunt's tea table. She preferred a sturdier work table, but it would do. Hank already had the gun in his hands, running calloused fingers over the carving that was almost complete. Fleeta didn't have much experience feeling nervous about her work, but the way Hank was examining every detail made her hands start to sweat. "It's not quite done," she said. Hank finally turned to look at her, then closed his eyes and inhaled deeply through his nose. "I swear I can smell it, that magnolia's so real." Finally, he blew out a breath, the gun still in his hands. "Magnolias have a sort of clean, citrusy smell. Makes you wish you could just breathe in and never exhale." Watching him made Fleeta feel dizzy. Maybe she could smell it too. "You like it, then?" A slow grin spread across his face. "That I do." He studied the intricate carving, robbing Fleeta of the warmth in his eyes. "I can't see what more there is to do, but I'd sure enjoy watching you carve, whatever it is." Fleeta wiped her damp palms on her shirt and took the gun, pulling over a stool. "I'm not quite done with the cross-hatching on this. What is it? A seed pod?" She indicated the spot near the trigger. "This is a good place to give you some extra grip." Picking up a small chisel, she began removing slivers of wood in a crosshatch pattern. She became so absorbed in the work, she almost forgot Hank was there. It wasn't until she sat back to take in the overall effect that her eyes flicked to his once again. What she saw there shook her. She swallowed hard. "That should just about do it. I'll sand it some more, but it's pretty much done if you're satisfied." Hank gave her that slow smile once again. "Oh, I've rarely been so satisfied as I am right at this moment. You have a remarkable gift." He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. "I hope you don't mind, Fleeta, but I went into town to see the sheriff about Bud Lyons." Fleeta stiffened. "You spoke to the sheriff?" "I sure did. He said there'd been a complaint or two about unpaid bills, but nothing to cause much concern. Then I asked if there'd been any problems in other places, with someone making promises then skipping town. That rang a bell." Hank settled back in his chair. "Sheriff had a notice about a fella over in Cabell County who was buying and selling guns, found himself a partner with a nice bankroll, and then skipped town. His name was Bill Lynch, yet his physical description was awful close to the one Albert gave me for Bud Lyons." Fleeta felt dizzy again. "You asked Albert about Bud?" "I did. Didn't want to involve you unless I thought I was onto something, and now I think maybe I am. This other fella earned the trust of the locals and found an individual who wanted to start a business and sold his going concern." Hank rubbed his hands on his knees. "And here's the kicker. When I was at the sheriff's office, a fella came in to report that just yesterday Bud had tried to sell his wife a piece of jewelry this fella thought might have been stolen. He said it was a heart pin with a purple jewel in it." Hank grinned. "And would you believe he said there was a crazy blue jay hounding that man, kept flying at him until he got in his truck and drove away. You think that might be Jack?" Fleeta stood like she might fall over if she didn't do it just right. "Here's your gun," she said, thrusting it toward him. "Should have some finishing oil brushed over the carving, but if you'll do that yourself, we can call it even." Hank frowned. "But I still owe you money." "No, you don't. You've paid me for my work, and then some. Appreciate your business." She turned, exited the parlor, and walked upstairs to her room where Hank would surely not follow. She didn't even look out the window to watch him drive away. The nerve of that man, sticking his nose in her mess, talking to people about her mistakes, and just when she was thinking she could like him. Hank tried to pay attention as James and Grace showed him their favorite holiday traditions. They'd all trooped out into the woods the day before and cut not one but 2 evergreens. The prettier of the 2 was stabilized in a bucket of rocks and sand. Then Abram drilled holes in the trunk, cut branches from the second tree, and inserted them to fill out the first one. The result was a remarkably full and uniform Christmas tree. Hank marveled at the ingenuity, while continuing to kick himself for upsetting Fleeta. "Stepped all over her pride," Abram said, after Hank shared his tale.
"What can I do to fix it?"
he asked. Abram shrugged.
"Women," he said. "I'm still trying to figure Lydia out, and she's not half so contrary as Fleeta Brady."
Now Hank gave his host family about 1/10 of his attention, as he pondered what he could do to make things right with Fleeta. Lydia bumped his elbow and handed him a darning needle with a long length of heavy thread. She pushed bowls of popped corn and cranberries toward him. "You're too distracted for anything trickier than this," she said. "Don't worry about a pattern. Just put on some corn and then berries. It'll look nice once you're done." Hank gave her a grateful smile.
"Lydia, when's the last time you were put out with Abram?"
"Oh, now, the secret of a good marriage is not telling when you're mad at your husband." She laughed. "Or your wife. Doesn't do anyone good to air dirty laundry." She gave him a sideways look. "Although once you've washed it, you've got to hang it out to dry." Hank raised his eyebrows and strung several kernels of fluffy corn on his thread, followed by 2 berries. "I'll tell you a secret." He leaned in closer and kept to his work. "The main thing any woman wants from a man who's upset her is an apology." Hank paused, a red berry in his fingers.
"You mean just walk up to her and say I'm sorry?"
Lydia nodded as she continued sifting through a box of ornaments. "That's a start, sure enough. But the best apologies have something to hold them up. Maybe a bunch of flowers you cut out in the woods, or a tin of tea from the store. The words are the main thing, but it's nice to have something to remember them by." She smiled and touched a basket of pine cones on the end table beside her. "Doesn't need to be fancy, just from the heart." She tapped Hank's chest. "The heart's where healin' lives." Hank nodded and strung some more popped corn. The whole family went to church on Christmas Eve. Fleeta deigned to put on a dress, but that was as far as her efforts went. She didn't have anyone to dress up for, and she was pretty sure the whole community knew how Bud Lyons had taken her for a ride, although Albert and Hank were the only ones who knew the extent of it. Unless, of course, Hank had been telling folks. She shuddered at the thought. She was still hanging on to the slenderest thread of hope that there might be some sort of explanation for the empty shop, while fearing she'd never see Bud Lyons or her mother's brooch ever again. And somewhere deep down, she might even be afraid that the brooch had taken her only chance at true love with it. "Sit up, sweetheart." Aunt Maisie gave her a mock stern look. Fleeta tried not to slouch, but it was hard when all she wanted to do was curl up and cry. It was bad enough she'd cried in front of Hank. She sure wasn't going to do it again in the 4th pew during the Christmas Eve service. She saw the Markley family enter and sit on the opposite side of the church, Hank in their midst. The 2 children rushed to sit on either side of him, making Fleeta smile, until she remembered how Hank had meddled in her business. She wished she'd never gotten in his car that day. Now he knew better than most how big a fool she'd been. He looked up and tried a shy smile. She quickly looked away before he could read her eyes. Goodness knows what he'd find there. Betrayal, anger, longing. Someone rang the bell 3 times, and the congregation settled in to listen. Pastor Lyman stood and held his worn Bible aloft.
"The true light that enlightens every man was coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made through him. Yet the world knew him not. He came to his own home, and his own people received him not. But to all who received him, who believed in his name, he gave power to become children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God."
He lowered the Bible and rested it on the pulpit.
"Most of you were probably expecting to hear the Christmas story from the book of Luke, but this year I want you to remember what John had to say about the birth of Christ, about how he brought light into a dark world and adopted everyone who dares to believe."
Fleda felt as though her wildly spinning world had slowed to attend to those verses. She knew the preacher had more to say, but she was stuck. Flipping Aunt Maisie's Bible open, she turned to the book of John, and there in the first chapter she found the words the preacher just quoted. The power to become children of God. What in the world did it mean? She was an orphan, had been so most all her life. Uncle Oscar and Aunt Maisie took her in, sure enough, but she wasn't really their child, their daughter. She thought about Jesus, and how he wasn't received, was rejected even. That was how she'd felt her whole life, as though her own parents had cast her aside. She'd always called herself a Christian, but she felt like she was really paying attention to what that meant for the first time. Had she received Christ? And if so, did that mean she was God's child? The very idea left her breathless. Could it be that she was wanted like that, all because of a baby born on Christmas morning a long, long time ago? Light came into a dark world, and even now it shone into the dark places of her life. She'd been dwelling on her problems, the loss of her savings and her mother's amethyst pin, the loss of her dream of independence. But if she truly did belong to God, well, didn't she belong to him no matter what? Fleda sat up straighter, smoothed her skirt over her knees, and tucked a tendril of loose hair behind her ear. She guessed maybe she was somebody after all. Just as good as anyone with two parents still living. Just as good, no, maybe better, or at least more blessed than that bad man Bud Lyons who had to cheat and steal to find anything of value. She suddenly had the notion that what Bud thought was most valuable really wasn't. She slanted a look at Aunt Maisie, who smiled and patted her hand. Uncle Oscar sat a little farther down the pew, a look of supreme contentment on his face. Her cousins lined the rest of the pew, varying looks of attention and boredom on their faces. Fleda found she wanted to burst with the thoughts tumbling through her. Bud might have stolen her earthly possessions, but she still had what she needed. More than she needed. She dared look beyond her own family, to where Hank sat, with an arm around James's shoulders, with Grace fighting sleep against his side. And if she had what she needed, maybe she should take another look at what she wanted. Brooch or no brooch. Chapter 15. Hank waited until late in the afternoon on Christmas Day, although it was hard for him not to hurry over and make amends to Fleda sooner. He was determined to get her to take the rest of the money he'd promised, and to tell her what he'd come to feel for her. He didn't want to rush her, to frighten her with the intensity of what he was feeling, but the fear that he'd lost her by pushing too far into her private affairs made him realize just how involved he wanted to be in her life. He was determined to persuade her to let him woo her. Giving her the final payment for her carving was the perfect excuse, and surely she couldn't be angry with him on Christmas Day. Plus, he had a plan. Hank drove over to Oscar and Maisie's after enjoying a fine Christmas feast. James and Grace wanted to come too, but Abram persuaded them to stay and try out Grace's new hula hoop instead. James acted like he didn't want to play with a girl's toy, but as soon as Grace suggested that was because he couldn't do it, a competition was in full swing. Hank pulled up to the Brady house and got out of his car, flipping a silver dollar over and over between his fingers. He dropped it as he stepped toward the porch, and noticed his fingers shook as he retrieved the coin from the winter sear grass. Albert opened the door even before Hank knocked. "Fleda, you've got company," he called into the house. She appeared as though she'd been expecting him. Her lips tightened and thinned. "Merry Christmas," Hank said, then jumped right in without any more preamble. "First thing I need to do is apologize to you for butting into your business the way I did. I'm real sorry about that." Her face relaxed just a little, and she uncrossed her arms. I appreciate that. Hank smiled. That hadn't been so bad.
Now, I know you said you wouldn't take the rest of my payment on the gunstock carving, but I have a proposal for you.
She tapped a toe and raised her eyebrows at him. She was back in her pants and flannel shirt, and Hank thought she looked wonderful. He held up the silver dollar.
Whichever one of us shoots a hole through this first wins.
A gleam came to Fleeta's eyes. Will the target be still or moving?
I thought Albert here could throw it for us. You shoot first.
Fleeta reached for her rifle in a rack on the wall. Hank stretched out a hand and stopped her.
Don't you want to know what the prize is?
I thought it'd be that cash you keep trying to push off on me.
If you win, you decide whether to take the money or not, and I don't say a word either way.
He tightened his grip just a little where he held her arm.
If I win, you take the money, and you let me call on you.
She furrowed her brow. Call on me? Like a man calls on a woman?
Exactly like that. I know you don't care to marry, but I'd like a chance to persuade you otherwise.
There. He couldn't be much plainer than that. Fleeta's lips parted, and she stared at him. Are you saying?
I'd like a chance to win you, Fleeta Brady, and if I have to outshoot you to do it, then I'll shoot better than I've ever shot before.
Color tinted her cheeks, and she blinked several times before drawing her shoulders back and nodding slowly. I suppose I might let a man who can outshoot me have a chance. Hank's heart soared. He wasn't entirely sure what he was getting himself into, but this was the happiest he'd been in ages.
All right, then. Albert, will you do the honors?
He handed off the silver dollar. Fleeta shrugged into a coat and cradled her .22 rifle in her arms. Her heart fluttered and her stomach knotted. Did she want to beat Hank? Or did she maybe want to let him win this one? She'd never missed a shot on purpose in her life, but for the first time she was beginning to think there might be something better than being the best shot in the county. Maybe her ability to outshoot just about anyone wasn't the only thing that gave her worth. And maybe Hank had noticed. She breathed in and out slowly. If she couldn't get a handle on herself, she wouldn't have to throw the match to lose. Or would that be winning? Albert walked out into the pasture, flipping the silver dollar in his hand.
I'm going to fling it out and up this way,
he said, pointing.
Don't anybody get all shaky and shoot me instead of the coin.
He laughed, but Fleeta thought if he knew how she was feeling at the moment, he might not think it was so funny.
Ladies first,
Hank said, and made a sweeping bow. Fleeta closed her eyes and whispered a prayer to the God she was beginning to think of as Father. If someone had asked her what she prayed, she didn't think she could exactly say, but it felt good all the same. Her hands steadied, and she lifted her rifle to her shoulder. Ready! Albert winked in the waning light and flung the silver dollar high and wide. As he did, Fleeta thought she saw a flicker of white at the edge of the trees across the pasture, like a deer's tail as it ran. She ignored the movement and forced her focus on the coin. She tracked it and fired. The coin spun wildly and ricocheted back toward Albert, who jogged a few steps and scooped it up.
You shot the L right out of Liberty, he said. Took a piece out of the side. Hank, you'll have to shoot pretty well to do better than that.
Hank's jaw tightened, and he shook out his hands before lifting his own rifle to his shoulder.
Get ready to see some pretty shooting, he said.
Ready!
Albert threw the coin into the air again, and to Fleeta it seemed to take a long time to reach the arc of its trajectory while she waited for the sound of gunfire. As the coin began its descent, she heard a shot, and the coin spun once again before landing in a tuft of weeds farther away from Albert.
He hit it, sure enough,
Albert called out, starting toward the weeds. Fleeta bit her lip, wishing Albert would hurry, when she heard the screech of a blue jay. It was Jack following Albert again, only this time he swooped down, found the silver dollar, and launched himself back into the sky. "Hey!" Albert hollered, waving his hat at Jack. The bird flew to the peak of the barn and looked down at them, tilting his head one way and then the other. The silver dollar glinted in his claws. Albert ran into the house and came out with a piece of Aunt Maisie's fruitcake. "He won't want that," Fleeta said, but Albert waved her off. He walked toward the barn, holding the cake high for Jack to see. He broke off a few pieces and put them along the edge of the wooden crosspiece on the clothesline pole. Jack watched intently. Albert hurried back to where Hank and Fleeta stood. "Give 'em a minute," Albert said. Jack shifted on the barn roof, then flapped his way down to the clothesline. He landed, coin still clutched in one claw, and eyed the cake. He sampled a piece, and Albert began to ease toward him, crooning soft words. Fleeta had seen Albert feed the bird out of his hand before. She held her breath. "Come on, Jack. I've got a nice big piece for you right here," Albert said, holding his hand out with the hunk of cake. Jack ate another crumb from his perch and hopped closer to Albert, who was almost to the pole now. "That's right, Jack. I'll trade ya." Fleeta swore she could see the bird squint his eyes as though calculating the risk and reward. Then he darted forward, snagged the hunk of cake in his beak, and flew once again. This time the bird went to a branch halfway up a hemlock tree, where he settled in to enjoy his treat. He hopped along the branch, apparently having dropped the coin. "I think that's where his nest is," Albert said, "or was when he needed it last spring." Fleeta started to say the whole thing was silly and they should just let it go. But before she could open her mouth, Hank stripped off his jacket and reached for the tree's lowest branch. She snapped her mouth shut. If the fool man wanted to risk his life to prove he was a better shot, then let him. Hank made his way up the tree, over and under branches, until he was just below Jack's nest. The bird watched him from a higher branch, as though enjoying the show. Hank finally heaved himself up to eye level with the nest. He reached inside. "Got it!" He held the coin up in the air where it sparkled. Jack fluffed his wings and screeched. In spite of herself, Fleeta was itching to know who won the contest. "Did you hit it?" Hank grinned. "You'll just have to wait until I get back down there." But he didn't start down right away. "Doggone, this nest is full of junk. Looks like Jack stole one of Maisie's teaspoons." He reached back into the nest and tossed down a spoon to Albert below. "Got some shotgun brass up here, too." He continued to fish around, Jack flapping his wings and hopping from branch to branch. "Will you stop fooling around up there and come on down?" Fleeta said. She wanted to see that coin. "All right." Hank pocketed another item from the nest and began to work his way back down the tree. When he was about 10 feet from the ground, he dropped his full weight onto a branch. With a mighty crack, it gave way. Fleeta gasped as Hank cried out and fell to the ground with a terrible thud, flat on his back. She rushed to his side, all thoughts of the coin suddenly washed from her mind. She knelt beside him, noting a long, bloody scratch up his neck to his ear. "Are you all right?" His eyelids fluttered open, and he tried to speak, but nothing came out. A look of panic crossed his face as his mouth gaped and he worked his throat. Fleeta grabbed his shoulders and gave him a shake. With a roaring gasp, he inhaled air, then coughed and sputtered. "Phew! Got the air knocked out of me. But I think you shook it back in," he said at last. Fleeta gave a shaky laugh, still holding his arm as he sat up. She didn't care anymore who the better shot was. She wanted this man to woo her no matter what. And she didn't need any piece of jewelry to tell her when to fall in love either. As she tried to formulate the words to tell him just that, he held the silver dollar up to his eye and looked at her through the hole he'd shot in its center. "How about that?" he said. Fleeta flung her arms around his neck and buried her face in his shoulder. "I'm glad," she mumbled. "What's that?" Hank asked, his arms wrapping around her in a clasp that was so delicious, Fleeta never wanted to move again. "I'm glad you're a better shot, Hank, and I'm glad you won the bet." Hank stroked her braid and gently eased her back so he could look into her eyes.
I found something else in that nest up there.
Fleeta had been halfway hoping he was going to kiss her, so she had a hard time following his words. What did it matter if he found some old bits of metal in Jack's nest? She didn't say anything, just waited and hoped. Hank reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out something shiny. Fleeta was too busy gazing into his face and eyes to pay much attention, until she saw something flash purple. She gasped and looked at what he held. Her mother's luckin' booth shone in the palm of his hand. Fleeta took it with shaking fingers. How?
Beats me, Hank said. Maybe old Jack liked it so much he hunted it down and carried it home to decorate his nest. But I hope even Jack won't mind if you take it back as your own.
A tear slipped down Fleeta's cheek, and Hank caught it with his lips. He pressed them there to her jawline. Fleeta leaned into him. She felt wanted, treasured, beloved. She closed her fingers around her mother's pin, returned to her twice by this gentle man. As Hank shifted to move his lips over hers, she gave in to the sensations he stirred in her heart. Maybe there was something to this true love nonsense, after all.
Because of You, a Bradford Sisters romance novella by Becky Wade. Chapter 1. Present Day, Merriweather, Washington. Maddie Winslow met the man of her dreams the same day that her friend Olivia introduced Maddie to her new boyfriend, which would have been splendid, except that the man of Maddie's dreams was Olivia's new boyfriend. If the Venn diagram depicting Maddie's dream man and Olivia's actual man hadn't overlapped in the middle in the person of Leo Donnelly, then perhaps Maddie would be living her happily ever after with Leo right at this very instant. As it was, Olivia had snagged Leo first. Which was why Maddie felt a bit like she'd been both shaken and stirred by the words the associate pastor with the microphone had just spoken. Maddie Winslow and Leo Donnelly, the pastor repeated, will form team number 3. He lifted a hand to shade his eyes as he scanned the crowd, even though they were inside Bethel Church's fellowship hall where there was no sun. Maddie and Leo, are you here?
Here,
Maddie called, raising her hand. Belatedly, she realized that she probably looked like an overeager third grader. Here, came a masculine voice from the far back corner of the room. Maddie twisted around and immediately spotted Leo. He gave her a polite smile. Her heart did what roller coasters do when they go upside down. She turned back to face the front. Maddie and Leo, please see Janice after the meeting so that she can hand you a Mission Christmas folder about the family you've been assigned. Bethel's holiday ministry connected church members with families in the area facing financial difficulty or serious illness. Now on to team number 4, Hope Jackson and Walter Murray. As the pastor continued to announce pair after pair, Maddie worked to keep her face and posture neutral. Internally, she felt anything but. Her friend Britt's 2 older sisters were standing alongside her. Willow, the oldest, arched an eyebrow at Maddie in speculation. In response, Maddie projected fake calm. Leo had signed up to volunteer for Mission Christmas? Obviously, he had. Ordinarily, she could spot him from a mile away and locate him through intuition, even when he popped up in unexpected places. But her Leo sense had failed her tonight. She'd had no inkling that he'd slipped into the room on what had been until now an ordinary Wednesday evening. He was wearing his black jacket with the hood, which might mean that he'd just arrived, or that he'd simply forgotten to take off his jacket. Either explanation was likely. The tie he'd knotted over a pale blue dress shirt looked as though it had been loosened. Black belt, gray flat-front pants, chukka boots. His sandy blonde hair, which was shortish on the sides and longer on top, was in a mild state of disarray. She never knew whether to call the scruff on his cheeks heavy 5 o'clock shadow or a short beard. Whatever it should be called, it suited him. He looked painfully appealing both in his weekday history professor attire and in his casual weekend clothing. Today, she was experiencing a slight preference for his professor garb. Charlie, Leo and Olivia's 3-year-old son, wasn't with Leo currently, which probably meant he was attending the programming the church offered on Wednesday night for peewees. The only thing more slaying than Leo in professor garb was Leo in professor garb holding Charlie. Maddie caught herself anxiously kneading the knuckle of her right index finger, something she did when unsure of herself. She dropped her hands. A big part of her wanted to feel elated over the fact that she'd be working on Mission Christmas with Leo. She put a lid on her elation, however. Platonic pleasure. That would be a more appropriate thing to feel. She and Leo had always gotten along wonderfully, easily, approvingly. Maddie had with Leo the kind of relationship she had with all of her friends' boyfriends and husbands, familiar in some ways and very distant in others. There were lines that a girl did not cross when dealing with a man her friend loved. Maddie had never come close to crossing those lines with Leo, despite her 6-year-long crush on him. Despite that Olivia had been killed by a drunk driver 2.5 years ago. Maddie had been a bridesmaid in Leo and Olivia's wedding, and she still thought of Leo as Olivia's husband. It seemed to her that he belonged to her good friend, who'd been outgoing and fashionable and gorgeous, who deserved to be remembered and respected. Maddie would need to find a way to survive her partnership with Leo without falling even deeper under his spell. She was 27 years old. Already, she'd sunk the majority of her 20s into pining for him. Just last month, she'd determined that her fairy tale, unrealistic Leo standards were wrecking her chance at happiness with anyone else. She'd really like a boyfriend of her own. Someone to snuggle with and go to parties with and eat potato chips with. Someone to lift heavy stuff and empty the trash. After taking a long, hard look at her dating life, she'd firmly decided to do whatever it was women did when they moved on. This infatuation with Leo? The opposite of moving on. The meeting wrapped, and Leo fell in step next to her in the line before the table where Janice was handing out folders. "Good to see you," he said. His eyes appeared every bit as sad as usual, his lips every bit as beautiful as usual. "Good to see you, too." Holy cow, what was he seeing when he looked at her? After she'd left Sweet Art, the chocolate shop she managed, she'd grabbed a to-go salad, driven to the church, eaten her salad inside her car, then dashed to the meeting. It occurred to her that she hadn't remembered to reapply lipstick after her rushed meal. She had on jeans, Converse, and a long-sleeved gray top she'd owned for at least 4 years. She'd kept the shirt because it flattered what she considered to be her best feature, her fairly well-endowed chest. The rest of her was mostly average. Her stylist had put golden brown balayage highlights into her brunette hair recently, and she'd finally figured out how to style her current shoulder-length cut into the artless waves, which took effort to make look artless, that her stylist had intended. Until this moment, she'd been satisfied with her appearance today. Now she wished she'd made more of an effort. Olivia would have. "So, you signed up to volunteer with Mission Christmas too?" she asked. "I did. When I read about it in the church bulletin, it seemed like something I could do." One of his shoulders lifted. "To help?" "Of course! I think you'll really enjoy it." Several single women were shooting her glances, zinging with degrees of jealousy and wistfulness. "Have you volunteered with Mission Christmas before?" he asked. "This will be my 3rd year." She'd participated each Christmas since returning to Merriweather, Washington, after her lackluster stint in San Francisco. "That's reassuring. You know the ropes." I do! That sounded entirely too merry. She couldn't even blame spiked eggnog. I can be your assistant, he said. Fabulous! I've always wanted an assistant. My Christmas wish has already come true. Happy to oblige. Once Janice handed them their folder, Maddie and Leo found a quiet spot near the side wall. She pulled free the 2 sheets of paper that offered pertinent details about the family that had been entrusted to them. It looks like we've been given a single mom named Kim Huntington and her 2 daughters. Kim lives here in Merriweather and was let go from her job a few months back. Sympathy squeezed Maddie as she imagined trying to face Christmas as a single mom without paychecks coming in. She handed one of the sheets to Leo. They each read their sheet, switched, then read the second sheet. What's our plan of attack? Leo asked. In the past, my partner and I have kicked things off by meeting with the recipients so they can let us know how we can help. Maddie slid the papers back into the folder. Sounds good. He met her eyes, and for a split second she got lost in the cloudy gray of his irises. It was a cool shade, soft like the sky over the Pacific Ocean in the morning. By rights, God should have given the bookish and academic Leo a nerdy exterior. Instead, God had given him the sort of blatant good looks ordinarily reserved for Formula One drivers and South American soccer players. Thus, women swooned over him at every turn, while Leo, when he stopped thinking about French Revolutionary history long enough to notice, wondered why they were swooning. He looked down. Olivia's confidence level had been at a 99. Maddie and Leo were both very competent in their professions, but socially, Maddie's confidence level hovered around 85, and Leo's around 70. The church will lend a hand with fundraising, Maddie said. They'll divide the proceeds from their Christmas bazaar and their Jingle Bell Walk evenly between all the teams. Even so, my partner and I have also held a garage sale on our own in past years. That's been great because it's increased our Mission Christmas budget, and it's also given me and the rest of my family a reason to clear out our clutter. I'm up for a garage sale. After that, we go shopping? Yes. Then we deliver everything to the Huntingtons in time for Christmas. Got it. If it's all right with you, I'll go ahead and call Kim Huntington and find out when she can meet with us. Sure. Awesome. He studied her, his attention both steady and kind. Is everything going well at the chocolate shop? Very well. And your family? They're good. This is my mom's favorite time of year. She loves all the Christmas parties. He nodded. How's my favorite boy? Maddie asked. Your favorite boy has learned to count to 20. What? I'd love to hear him count to 20. Leo checked his watch. His choir practice ends in 5 minutes. I'm sure he'd be glad to show off his counting skills. Do you have time to say hi to him? Absolutely. They made their way down the church's hallways, talking easily about his work and hers. She was exquisitely aware of Leo beside her, his gait, his size. He wasn't extraordinarily tall, maybe 5'10", but his lean body was perfectly proportioned and also the perfect complement to her 5'5" height. They came to a stop just outside the open doorway of the classroom that contained risers bearing 3- and 4-year-old singers. Some of the kids were staring off into space. One was opening and closing the Velcro flap on his shoe. The rest were gamely singing Away in a Manger and following along with the hand motions their teacher was demonstrating. The cuteness! Amusement tugged at Maddie's lips. Thanksgiving had come and gone just 6 days before, but in that time, Merriweather had switched from fall mode into full-blown Christmas mode. Wreaths hung from each light post in town. Greenery swathed the storefronts, and Christmas music danced in the air of this church classroom. Satisfaction sifted within Maddie, settling like fairy dust. She adored the Christmas season. The teacher said a prayer and then excused each child as she recognized their matching parent. Charlie ran to Leo and threw his arms joyfully around his dad's leg. Charlie looked very much the way Maddie imagined Leo had looked at the age of 3. Both Leo and Charlie had oval faces and defined, pointy chins. Charlie's hair was white blonde, worn a little long, in a shaggy surfer dude cut. The only visible stamp Olivia had left on her son was her eye color. Charlie's eyes were the same blueberry shade that Olivia's had been. Whenever Maddie looked into Charlie's face, she saw Olivia's eyes staring back at her. It was heartbreaking. It was also reassuring in a sad sort of way. Olivia had died far, far too young, but she hadn't died without leaving behind a legacy. Here was her son, healthy, happy, and learning to sing away in a manger. Leo hoisted Charlie into his arms. One of Charlie's small hands curved trustingly behind his dad's neck. "Say hi to Maddie," Leo said. "Hi." "Hi yourself," Maddie answered. "Your dad tells me you can count to 20, but I told him no way. That can't be possible. You're only 3. "I can." "What?" she asked with faux skepticism. 1, 2, 3. After 10, he paused for a moment, his miniature eyebrows inching toward each other. Ah, the confusing 11 and 12, which really should have been called 1-teen and 2-teen. 11, 12. He rattled off the rest triumphantly. "Wow! I'm so impressed!" Maddie held up her fist, and he eagerly bumped it, then rested the side of his head against Leo's shoulder. She glanced at Leo, and a pulse of delight over his remarkable boy passed between them. Throughout their high school years, Maddie and Olivia had been part of a group of 5 girlfriends. In addition to the 2 of them, their group had included Britt, Mia, and Hannah. Maddie let herself into her apartment, carrying the sacks of groceries she'd picked up on the way home from church. She flipped on the lights with her shoulder and made her way toward her modern kitchen. Her apartment had begun life in 1922 as an Art Deco office building near Merriweather's downtown. It had narrowly escaped extinction during the 70s and 80s before its renovation, courtesy of the revitalization Merriweather Historical Village had triggered. The bones of the building remained. Nicked and scratched hardwood floors, enormous rectangular windows. The rest, including the drywall, had been stripped away when the structure had been converted into apartments. The exposed brick walls were weathered and varied, deep red in places, in others burnished orange, in others faded white. Maddie had decorated with turquoise area rugs and furniture in shades of gray and white. She experienced a glow of satisfaction each time her apartment's mishmash of old and new welcomed her home. Once she'd put away her groceries, she opened a bag of peanut, raisin, and chocolate trail mix and munched on it as she studied the photographs held to her refrigerator with magnets. One of the pictures near the top captured the 5 friends during their freshman year of high school. Back then, Olivia's hair had been a light almond brown. Maddie's attention moved to a picture taken 2 years later, when Olivia had decided to dye her hair black. It had sounded to Maddie like a terrible idea at the time, but it turned out that Olivia's milky skin and blue eyes looked stunning against inky hair. Olivia had always been an assured person, but her hair color change had been like steroids for her self-image. She'd become the girl who knew everyone, who seemed to move through life effortlessly, who was at ease in every kind of gathering. Guys noticed her. Girls were impressed by her. Good things rolled toward Olivia Carroll the way golf balls rolled toward sand traps. Olivia and Maddie had been the only 2 of their group of friends who'd decided to attend the University of Oregon. They'd roomed together their first year and taken turns driving to and from Washington for every school holiday. One night, the summer before their senior year at UO, Olivia and Hannah had decided to put their newly minted status as 21-year-olds to good use at Merriweather's Front Street bar. Olivia liked to say that she'd spotted Leo 1.5 seconds after entering the bar that night and decided to marry him 3.5 seconds after that. Leo's parents had raised their 4 children in Idaho. After becoming empty nesters, Leo's research scientist father had accepted a job that brought him and his wife to Washington State. Leo was 3 years older than Olivia and had been pursuing his doctorate in Idaho that fateful night at the Front Street bar. He'd only been in town for the weekend to visit his parents. He'd only come to the bar that night because his younger sister had dragged him out. Maddie sometimes wondered what would have happened if she'd been the one to meet Leo first. She liked to think they would have hit it off. But time wasn't like that. Events happened in the order in which they happened, and once they did, there could be no rearranging. As a single, eligible man newly introduced to their region of Washington, Leo had been something of a unicorn. Once Olivia set her sights on him, Leo had, predictably, fallen for the take-no-prisoners Olivia. The two of them, Leo and Olivia, had been a case study in opposites attract. He was smart, wry, and just a little bit cautious with people. She had street smarts, a quick laugh, and a personality that shone brightest in the spotlight. He was patient and steady. She could be impatient and impulsive. He had substance. She had an enviable sense of style. Her strengths and his had clicked together. Maddie had watched Olivia butt heads with the boyfriends she dated previously who'd had personalities too similar to her own. A calm introvert had been just what Olivia needed to provide her with a secure foundation. An irresistible extrovert had been just what Leo needed to bring him out of his shell. Leo and Olivia married 3 months after Olivia and Maddie's graduation. Affectionately, Maddie straightened the photograph taken at their wedding. It was her favorite photo from that day, not stiff and formal, but a fabulous candid shot of the bridal party, laughing at a joke one of the groomsmen had made. The newlyweds had settled into Leo's apartment in Idaho. Leo had remained in Idaho, in fact, until this past summer, when he'd accepted a position at Abbott College. Now that Maddie, Leo, and Charlie shared a town with a population of 6,000, Maddie saw Leo much more often. Which was hard. Which was exquisite. Most people thought of oops babies as coming last in a family, but Charlie had been a firstborn oops. Olivia had intended to wait to have kids until at least the age of 30, but luckily, God had other plans. Charlie had been less than a year old the night Olivia had kissed her baby and husband goodbye and left the house to join friends for a girls' night out. She'd had alcohol in her system when she'd been hit, but an amount under the legal limit. The same could not be said for the guy in the truck that had collided with her head-on at 10:21 p.m. on June 3rd, 2.5 years ago. Both the driver of the truck and Olivia were killed instantly. Olivia had been just 25. Maddie relocated herself and her trail mix to the sofa and clicked on the TV. She'd watch another episode of Call the Midwife because she could count on it to provide a dose of heartwarming emotion. One of the midwives, pedaling down a 1950s street on her bike, filled the TV screen. Maddie rested the back of her head against the sofa cushion and picked through the bag for the chocolate pieces. Maddie was certain that Leo had never suspected how fondly she felt about him. She'd like to keep it that way, even though they'd be working side by side for the next month. How, though? How to keep her crush under wraps? By being friendly. By acting the way his deceased wife's friend should act. She could look forward to spending time with him and Charlie and to giving the Huntington family a wonderful Christmas. What she could not do? Allow herself to expect or hope for anything more than that. There was only one unicorn in Merryweather, and Olivia had found him first. Chapter 2. So nice to meet you, Kim Huntington said as she shook hands with Maddie near midday on Saturday. Nice to meet you too, Maddie said. Leo should be here any minute. No problem. Kim waved a hand. We're early. When Maddie had called Kim to set up today's get-together, and Kim had discovered that Maddie worked at Sweet Art inside Merriweather Historical Village on Saturdays, she'd suggested they meet during Maddie's lunch break. They stood on the lip of the village's central lawn, the brick of Sweet Art at their backs, watching Kim's 2 daughters chase each other across the grass. I've been meaning to bring the girls here ever since the village put up their Christmas decorations. Kim exuded both warmth and energy. Don't they look fabulous? Fabulous, Maddie agreed. Kim, whose voice held a distinct Southern accent, launched into a story about the Oh Holy Night Christmas concert she'd attended at the village and the nativity donkey who'd snuffled through her purse in search of the apple she'd stashed there. Kim had clothed her sturdy body in relatively fancy clothing for a weekend: heels, wide-legged jeans, a black and white print blouse, purple jacket. Her dark, glossy hair hung in a layered cut. Her makeup had been expertly applied, which filled Maddie with a burst of admiration. Though Maddie herself didn't wear a lot of makeup on a daily basis, she was somewhat in awe of those who could wield makeup brushes with the kind of skill Kim possessed. Do you enjoy working at Sweet Art? Kim asked. I love it. I bet you do. Notice I'm not even looking in the direction of your chocolate shop because if I do, I'll gain 5 pounds. A rich chuckle. I've only been in there a few times because those chocolates y'all make are too delicious. My willpower's not strong enough. How's it possible that you can work there and stay so thin? Free chocolate was a perk of Maddie's employment at Sweet Art. However, she hadn't been born with an I can eat anything I want and be thin metabolism. Like most humans, Maddie had to exercise and watch what she ate in order to stay in shape. I only let myself have 2 chocolates a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Are you the one who makes the chocolates? No, Britt Bradford does. I'm convinced that she's a chocolate genius. Such a genius! I handle everything else that keeps the shop running. I wait on customers and manage the website, the online orders, and the financial side of the business. That's awesome, Kim said. I think I met Britt and her family at a function once. There are 3 Bradford sisters, right? Right. Britt's the youngest. Then there's Nora, who works at the library on the Green Museum here in the village. Maddie nodded toward the museum. Willow's the oldest. She opened her own boutique in Shore Pine this past summer. Just then, she caught sight of Leo walking toward them, holding Charlie's hand. Both Leo and Charlie wore navy jackets over their jeans. Maddie had woken this morning to her alarm clock and a breakfast of cinnamon checks. Would that she'd woken up to those 2. They were sweeter than cinnamon checks. Her heart contracted with longing. Did you dress Charlie like your mini-me on purpose? She called as they neared. What? Leo asked with genuine surprise. No. He glanced at Charlie, then down at himself. He gave her and Kim a sheepish smile. It does look like I planned this, doesn't it? It looks adorable, Kim insisted before Maddie could. Maddie introduced Leo and Charlie to Kim, then held her arms out to Charlie. Morning, sweetheart. He took a half-unsure, half-hopeful step in her direction. She gripped beneath his arms and swept him high into the air. Laughter tumbled from him. Again, he said. Please, Leo prompted. Please, Charlie repeated. Maddie swept Charlie up again, then snuck in a quick hug before depositing him on his feet. Kim's girls came to stand near their mom, panting slightly from all the running they'd been doing. Both had long espresso-colored hair, olive skin, and dark, liquid eyes. These are my daughters. Kim ran her hand down the braid of the taller one. Victoria's 8. She set her hand on the shoulder of the younger one. Samantha's 6. Nice to meet you, Leo and Maddie said. Samantha gave Maddie a timid smile, but Victoria peered at them with worried suspicion. Say hello, please, Kim instructed them. Hello, they chorused. Can we play some more? Victoria asked her mom. Sure, I brought a frisbee if you want it. She extracted it from her purse, and the girls charged off. Leo, Maddie, and Kim settled around one of the Pie Emporium's outdoor wooden tables. Even though this first day of December had dawned sunny and still, the chilly temperature had inspired most of the Pie Emporium's patrons to enjoy their coffee and pie inside the shop's small confines. Only a middle-aged man reading the paper and wearing a parka also sat outside. We're looking forward to partnering with you on Mission Christmas, Leo said to Kim as Charlie climbed onto his knee. I'm so grateful that you are. I don't mind telling y'all, though, that I feel a little guilty about submitting an application for Mission Christmas. Until recently, I've always been fine. Not wealthy or anything like that, mind you, but fine. I'm usually the one helping others at Christmas. Her cheerful expression faltered, revealing the stress that lived beneath. Then I lost my job. If it was just me, I wouldn't have considered Mission Christmas. But I adopted Victoria and Samantha 9 months ago, and I couldn't bear the thought of them having to make do with next to nothing on our first Christmas together. I'm very glad that you applied, Maddie said. The other Mission Christmas families she'd been paired with in the past had taught her that sometimes, in order to receive God's provision, you first had to be humble enough to ask for help. Leo and I will make sure that your first Christmas with your daughters is a memorable one for all 3 of you. Memorable for the girls is more than enough. Please don't buy anything for me. I left that section blank on the form. Sorry to disappoint you, Kim, Leo said, but we're going to have to buy you a few gifts, at least. Leo, Kim exclaimed, good-naturedly scandalized. Don't get me anything. He met her attention head-on. You're going to have to trust us, Kim. The girls are the ones I'm concerned with, Kim said. Charlie climbed down and started playing with the pebbles that made up the surface of the nearby walkway. I'd love to know more about you and your family, Maddie said. Well, I was raised in Georgia, and I've worked in hospital administration ever since I got my master's degree. I've lived in Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri. 4 years ago, I moved here to work at Valley View Medical Center. Right around that same time, I started to hear the Lord calling me to adopt a child. I was 51 years old at the time, and I've never been married. I kind of raised my eyebrows up and said, Lord, me? Are you sure? She laughed and slapped her hands together. Leo grinned. And was he sure? He was, Kim answered. I spent months researching adoption, both domestic and international. I decided to adopt an older child out of the foster care system here in the United States. The wind flipped a strand of her hair upside down, and she smoothed it back into place. When the caseworker told me about 2 sisters who needed a home, and I saw Victoria and Samantha's picture, I knew they were meant to be my babies. So I decided to take a leap of faith and become their mama. The younger of the girls, Samantha, ran up. Would it be okay if the little boy plays with us? She motioned toward Charlie. It's okay with me, Kim said, but you'll need to ask his father. Samantha looked self-consciously at Leo. Sure. Leo turned to Charlie. The girls have invited you to play with them on the grass. Charlie mulled it over for a long second, his courage clearly battling against his fear, before approaching Samantha. Kay. Continue to play right here on the grass where we can see you, Kim said. Charlie and Samantha walked side by side in Victoria's direction. Since you're a father, Kim said to Leo, I'm guessing you know how hard parenting is. It's incredibly hard. Leo jerked open the snaps on his navy jacket, revealing a sage green sweater. Maddie might need to rethink her recent preference for his professor's wardrobe. I talked with all of my friends who are parents before I adopted the girls, Kim said. I knew that it wasn't going to be easy. Even so, all my life I imagined I'd make a terrific mother. Her eyes rounded with rueful honesty. Well, motherhood's more joyful and more challenging than I expected. What I can't get used to is the fact that I'm not as terrific a mother as I thought I'd be. Please don't think badly of me for admitting that." "We don't," Maddie said. "I'm not the father I imagined I'd be," Leo told her. "I'm doing the best I can, but I'm fallible." "Same here," Kim said. "I didn't realize how set in my own selfish ways I was, having had only myself to answer to for so long. It's been a journey. I've had to get over myself." Her lips, covered in dusky rose lipstick, pulled into a smile. "Anyway, we've been finding our way forward little by little. When my boss at the medical center told me that a few other staff members were going to take over my job responsibilities because of budget cuts, I felt like I couldn't catch my breath for a week." "I'm so sorry," Maddie said. "The girls have been through a lot. I don't want to move them again and cause them even more upheaval unless I have to. So I've been looking for work in this area. But no one seems to be hiring at the moment, what with the holidays coming up and all." "I work at Abbott College," Leo said. "I'll call the HR department for you. And I can ask my mom and dad if they know of any job openings." Maddie's father was the town's family doctor, her mom his part-time office manager. If someone dropped a gum wrapper in Merriweather, they knew about it. "Now, how about we go over the wish list you submitted?" Maddie pulled the Mission Christmas folder from her purse. "That way, we can make sure to prioritize everything that's most necessary." Later that night, Leo sat in the glider rocker in Charlie's room, Charlie on his lap, reading aloud the third of Charlie's 3 nightly board books. Kids liked routine. If Leo tried to read fewer than 3 or more than 3 books, he'd live to regret it. He set the book aside and turned off Charlie's Thomas the Tank Engine lamp. Then he pushed the glider back and forth as he said a prayer and sang Jesus Loves Me. He was a terrible singer. But again, Jesus Loves Me was part of the routine. Routine trumped skill. He set Charlie's sound machine to babbling brook, made sure the nightlight was illuminated, then laid Charlie in his toddler bed with his stuffed dog and blanket. "I love you," Leo whispered. He kissed Charlie's forehead. Outside in the hallway, he drew in a deep breath and consciously forced his shoulders down. Charlie had been twice as fussy and twice as energetic this evening as Leo had had the ability to deal with. Leo walked into a living room that had become a battlefield of toys. The kitchen was overflowing with the ingredients and utensils he'd used to make dinner. His spirits sank. For months after Olivia had died, when Charlie had woken up in the middle of the night crying, when it had been time for them to start cooking dinner, when the NBC nightly news came on, he'd looked for Olivia. Sometimes he'd rolled over in bed to nudge her. Sometimes he'd actually called her name. Sometimes he'd picked up his phone to dial her cell. Then he'd remember with a fresh stab of pain that she was dead. He wasn't married anymore. He was Charlie's only parent. The only one to answer when Charlie was crying. The one to cook dinner. The one who watched the NBC nightly news alone. 30 months had passed since Olivia's death. 30 months. The panic attacks he'd battled at the start hadn't returned in a long time. He didn't call out to Olivia anymore. He didn't expect her to walk into the room. He didn't hope for her to come to his rescue. For better or for worse, he'd grown used to his role as single parent. It wasn't what he'd wished for himself or his boy. Yet, it's what was. Leo sighed. He'd go ahead and straighten up the kitchen and living room now, because putting it off until later would only make the job worse. Except, maybe he'd sit for just a minute, 1 minute, and gather some motivation first. Leo settled onto a dining room chair, stacked his forearms on the table, and rested his head on top. An image of a darkened theater and a stage packed with sound and color grew in his mind until it blotted out all his worries and fatigue. His parents had taken him to see Les Miserables for the first time when he was 10. He was the son of 2 academics, and by that point in his childhood had already been well on his way to becoming one himself. He'd been far more interested in algebra than in musicals when he'd taken his seat to watch Les Mis that day. Thus, his love of it had surprised everyone in his family, himself most of all. He'd gone to see productions of Les Mis 11 more times since then. Of all 12 shows he'd witnessed, one particular moment from one particular performance stood out. Several years ago, during the scene when Javert allows Valjean to escape, he caught sight of a woman sitting in front of him and to the right. She was pretty, very pretty, but it hadn't been that, at least it hadn't been only that, which had jolted him. Her profile had been bathed with ambient gold light from the stage. She stared at the actors as if emotionally struck. A delicate trail of tears marked her cheek. She'd visibly reacted to that scene in the exact way he'd been reacting internally. He hadn't said a word to her. He hadn't needed to. That moment had been absolutely perfect just as it was. That moment reminded him that there was beauty in the world, and sacrifice, and grace. Whenever he needed a reminder that he wasn't truly alone, that others felt the way he did, he pulled that moment to the front of his mind. He pressed to his feet and started unloading clean dishes from the dishwasher. After this, he'd text his mom and dad and sisters about donating to the garage sale he and Maddie would be holding for the Huntingtons. Leo was busy this time of year. Final exams would soon be upon him. He had Christmas shopping of his own to think about. However, he didn't regret signing up for Mission Christmas. He was glad for the chance to support Kim and her daughters, and he was very glad that he'd been paired with Maddie. Of all Olivia's friends, and Olivia had seemed to have hundreds of friends, Maddie was his favorite. She was genuine and easy to talk to, friendly, intelligent, unpretentious. He liked her independence, and he really liked how she interacted with Charlie. He could count on Maddie Winslow, and he intended to show her through their joint project that she could count on him, too. Chapter 3. Maddie and Leo sat opposite each other at a table in the corner of a quaint little sandwich shop near Abbott College. The fact that this lunch felt very date-like to Maddie was an aberration brought on by her own wishful thinking. He's your deceased friend's husband. We're here to plan the garage sale. Nothing more. Are you sure your parents won't mind hosting our garage sale at their house? Maddie asked. They'd already determined that her apartment wouldn't work and that his house, which was situated 10 minutes outside of town, was too remote. I'm sure, he said. I talked it over with them. Their house is in town, and they have plenty of room on their driveway and in their garage. My sisters will help. It should work out well. Okay, perfect. Their food arrived. Since she was celiac and couldn't eat gluten, she'd opted for a soup, salad, and chips combo. Her mouth was watering, especially due to the potato chips. Potato chips were her favorite food group. She took out her phone. Are you taking a picture of your lunch? Leo asked with bemusement. I am. I'm a fan of Instagram. Are you? No. Are you on any of the social media platforms? I have a Facebook account that I haven't checked since 2016. She felt her dimples crease her cheeks as she adjusted her phone, trying to achieve just the right lighting and angle. Well, I love looking at pictures on Instagram and sharing my own. Since I don't get out that much, and since this lunch is so very pretty, this photo is too good to pass up. I see. Do people like looking at pictures of food? Indeed. She ended up having to stand and hover over her lunch like a praying mantis in order to capture the right shot. Got it. She lowered into her chair. He was looking at her as if entertained. Are you going to post that now? No. She waved a hand. I'll post it later. She realized he hadn't made a move toward his food. Please don't let me hold you up." He picked up his sandwich. A man who ordered a ham and Swiss on rye with lettuce and tomato was a very reliable type of man. Also, looking into his gray eyes was muddling her thoughts and tempting her to imagine that they were on a date. You're not, but it sure would be nice if they were. If he'd never been married to Olivia and she was someone he'd just met, instead of a friend of his wife's he'd known for years. As they ate, they talked through their plans for their garage sale. Once they'd covered everything, Maddie decided to venture a personal question. A "this isn't a date" type of personal question. "When you moved to Merriweather last summer, I assumed that you did so to be near your parents and Olivia's parents. Is that why you moved?" "Yes." Leo sat back a few degrees in his chair. "Soon after Olivia died, I realized that it would be best for Charlie and me if we could live near his grandparents, but Abbott didn't have any openings in my field at the time." Abbott College had been founded in the mid-1800s. Its campus brimmed with historic buildings, jade lawns, and the rarefied air of advanced education. It was the pride of Mason County. A year ago, they finally posted a position that I had the qualifications for. The search committee called me in for an interview last February. He ran a hand through his sandy hair, which left sexy furrows. I wanted the job for Charlie's sake, as well as mine, so I was nervous going in. Afterward, I worried that I might not get it. "I'm so happy that you did, Leo." "Me too. Abbott's enrollment is less than 1,500, so most of my classes have fewer than 20 students, and they have on-site daycare, so I can go over between classes and push Charlie on the swings." She ate a bite of pickle. "How's it been, living near Olivia's parents and yours?" He regarded her with his straightforward, alert gaze. When talking with Leo, she never felt that his attention was anywhere else. Having all that IQ focused on her was so heady that it made her stomach tingle. "Better than I'd hoped," he answered. "Charlie gets to hang out with Olivia's parents and her brother's kids, and my parents and sisters. They're all more involved in his life now." "Your younger sisters are both teachers, too, aren't they?" He nodded. "Both are pursuing their masters at the moment." "Degrees seem to run in your family, Leo." "Except for Audrey, who is totally unlike the rest of us." "Is she still working in the theater world in Los Angeles?" "Still is." Olivia had once told Maddie that Leo had been raised in a family similar to that of Belle from Beauty and the Beast, brainy, creative, and just a little bit scatterbrained. "There are books everywhere," Olivia had said with fond confusion, "being read by everyone all the time." Other than Leo, Olivia had related to Audrey best. The rest of the Donnellys, while certainly friendly, had perplexed her. "Is Brandon still working as a bartender?" Leo asked. Leo had only met Maddie's family members a few times, and always at highly attended occasions like weddings. Yet he remembered everyone's first name, plus details about them. "Yes, for a few hours a week. The rest of the time, he's a professional slacker." Leo gave one of his subdued smiles, and it set off fireworks within her. Holy cow! Get a hold of thyself, Maddie. "He graduated, didn't he?" Leo asked. What were they talking about? Brandon. "Yes, he pursued the 6-year plan and received a degree in video game design last spring before moving in with my parents. Since then, he's been playing video games, but he hasn't been designing any." Her younger brother was as content as he was shiftless. "My dad has no idea where he went wrong with Brandon and me." "You're not in the same category as Brandon. You have a great job." "I think so, but my dad's not as convinced." Her father had once had aspirations of etching Dr. Maddie Winslow and Dr. Brandon Winslow into the frosted glass of his office door beneath Dr. Thomas Winslow. Instead, she ran a chocolate shop. Brandon slept late, ate everything in her parents' pantry, and yelled instructions to professional athletes during games as if they could hear him. My dad was hoping that, at the very least, I'd become a high-powered executive in San Francisco. San Francisco? I took a marketing job there right after college. I was miserable. I sat in a cubicle doing work I hated for a man who wasn't very nice. I didn't like the pressure or the anonymity or any of it. I was lonely. So you came home. I did. Until that time in her life, she'd thought she wanted to be a high-powered executive. Those 2 years had taught her differently. What she actually wanted was to live a simpler, more slow-paced life, surrounded by people she knew and cared about. Maddie was an achiever, but she wasn't motivated by money. What motivated her far more? The challenge of building sweet art into the best little chocolate shop it could be. You're content with what you do, aren't you? Leo asked. Yes. I can post as many Instagram pictures as I want while on the job. She grinned. Being a doctor or a high-powered executive is overrated. You're a doctor, Professor? So I should know. He looked into her eyes, and her muscles clenched with yearning. The Saturday following her non-date with Leo, Maddie arrived at Carmichael's Christmas tree farm. Carmichael's, a local institution, was everything a person could want in a Christmas tree farm. Red barn in the center, kindly farmer and his wife manning the property, hot apple cider. When Maddie and Leo had asked Kim what Christmas decorations they could supply, she'd informed them that she had plenty. Her only decorative need, a tree. Happiness tugged at Maddie when she spotted Leo and Charlie waiting for her by the hot cider stand. It didn't look like Kim and her girls had arrived yet. Charlie ran to her on his short, robust legs. Leo had dressed him in corduroys, tiny Adidas sneakers, and his navy coat. "Hi!" he called, extending his hand as far into the sky as it would go. Maddie knelt down to greet him. "Hi yourself! You look extra cute today." "You look cute today, too." "Why, thank you. What a gentlemanly thing to say. Are you ready to go shopping for Christmas trees?" "Yes. Daddy says I can pick out a tree for our house." Olivia's blue eyes peered at her from Charlie's mostly angelic, yet ever so slightly mischievous face. Olivia's eyes. Would there ever be a time when she'd look at Charlie's face and not experience a twist of grief? Grief for Charlie, grief for Leo, and grief for herself? "I'm sure the one you choose will be perfect," she told Charlie as they made their way to Leo. "He tells me that you've given him permission to pick out a tree for your house," Maddie called. "I did. I like living dangerously." Leo's tan canvas jacket complemented the gold and light brown shades of his hair. His classic black Ray-Bans reflected back an image of herself standing before him, surrounded by a cool, overcast morning. Charlie scampered off to receive a mug of cider from Mrs. Carmichael. "You're not worried he'll pick out a 20-foot-tall tree?" she asked, voice pitched low. "I don't intend to show him any of the 20-foot-tall trees." His lips curved. "Experience has taught me a few things." Maddie smiled back. "I'm planning to pick out a tree for my apartment today, too." "So we'll be shopping for trees for 3 households?" "Correct. However, since the church hasn't given us funds for the Huntingtons yet, I want you to know that I'll pay for the Huntingtons' tree. I don't want you to think I expect you to open your wallet and start covering Mission Christmas expenses right off the bat." "I was looking forward to paying for the Huntingtons' tree. It sounds like the money from the church and the garage sale will pay for most of the rest. A tree is the least that Charlie and I can do." "You're already giving of your time, though." "So are you. In that case, we can split the cost of the Huntingtons' tree. Deal?" "Deal." Kim, Victoria, and Samantha hurried in their direction. "The girls are so excited about this," Kim said as she wrapped Maddie in a hug. "I just love Carmichael's, don't you? This place is the cutest and—" Kim broke off as she spotted Mrs. Carmichael approaching, carrying a tray. "Well, here she comes now. You're about to see for yourselves how delicious this cider is," she told her daughters. When Maddie accepted her cup, steam fragrant with cinnamon and apples filled her senses. Their group climbed onto the waiting tractor bed and took seats on the hay bales lining its sides. Mr. Carmichael settled into the driver's seat of the tractor and towed them toward the portion of his acreage containing trees for sale this season. "You should take a picture of this," Leo said, "for Instagram." "Oh, right." She spent time taking multiple shots she could comb through later in search of the best. As she did so, she could feel Leo's attention on her like heat. Charlie kept up a steady stream of chatter with Victoria and Samantha and Kim. When they motored over smooth stretches, they all attempted sips of the cider. After exiting the tractor bed, they'd walked barely 10 yards when Charlie made his tree selection. "This one!" He pointed, jumping up and down with excitement. Leo held the double-handed saw they'd been entrusted with. Kim looked greatly amused. Her girls appeared befuddled. The tree Charlie had picked was perhaps the ugliest tree on the farm. Squat, sparse, a big bare patch in front, tilting to one side. "Are you sure?" Leo asked, no censure in his voice. "I'm sure." "This is the one?" "Yes." "All right then, buddy." Leo gave Maddie a glance laced with humor, while Charlie danced a circle around the tree. "Perhaps you can turn the bald spot to the wall," Maddie whispered. "And trim it straight," Leo whispered back. "And add lots of light so that no one will notice that it's not very full." Charlie beamed. The little boy's delight reminded her that the heart liked what the heart liked. She and Leo bent on either side of the trunk, then worked together to cut down the homely tree. Her own heart also liked what it liked, despite all her self-lectures and all her best efforts. Maddie grunted as she lifted a cardboard box marked Winslow Family China off of a box marked Save for Maddie. She was spending her Sunday afternoon foraging for items for the garage sale. To that end, she'd bravely scaled the pull-down steps that led to her parents' attic. Her father was tidy, so like the rest of the house, everything here was well organized. Nonetheless, a tinge of spookiness hung in the air. Maddie's family and friends had supported her involvement in Mission Christmas by purging their belongings annually in order to stock her sale. So far this December, her purging pile and her parents' purging pile were both looking thin. Her mom had mentioned that Maddie might be able to find more items in the attic, so here she was. The Save for Maddie box was promising. She used the pair of scissors she'd brought with her to slit the duct tape holding the box closed. Sinking to her knees, she opened the cardboard flaps. A few well-loved, bedraggled stuffed animals rested on top. Below that, her favorite books from when she'd been small. Then artifacts from her school days. None of this was garage sale worthy. After setting aside folded baby clothes and blankets, she unearthed a small stained fabric bag, fragile with age. A bouquet of purple flowers had been stitched onto the front. Maddie set her weight on her heels and lifted the bag. She could feel the contours of something inside, something firm. Turning the bag over, she saw that a row of letters and dates had been stitched onto the back. The topmost line read LD 1768. The bottommost read FBC 1959. What in the world? Gently, she opened the drawstring. A piece of jewelry slid onto her palm. Silver had been artfully sculpted into interlocking hearts to form a base that supported a large, pale, purple heart-shaped stone. A single wide clasp stretched across the back. A brooch. An old brooch? She'd never seen it before. She'd have remembered if she had, surely. So why was it in her box? She tilted the brooch to catch the light from the utilitarian bulb above. The stone seemed to draw in radiance, to glow with it, almost magically. She carried the treasure down the attic steps in search of her mom and came upon Brandon watching TV in the game room. "Haven't moved a muscle since I went to the attic, I see," she said. "Why would I?" He tilted a thumb in the direction of the flat screen. "Football's on." "Hey, how about when I come back, you go up to the attic with me and help me hunt for garage sale items?" "Yeah, I would, but it might mess up my manicure." She snorted and continued downstairs. Her mom stood at the kitchen island, rolling out pie crust. "I found something," Maddie said. "Great, honey." She had yet to look up. "I found something mysterious that might be valuable." "Hmm?" The movement of the rolling pin ceased, and her mom regarded her quizzically. Maddie displayed the brooch, cushioned on top of the bag it had come in. Her mom's features slackened with surprise. "Oh, my goodness." She extended a hand. "I'd forgotten all about that." Maddie passed over the brooch and took a seat on one of the island's bar stools. Mom smiled at the piece of jewelry with nostalgic affection. Her mom's face was as familiar to Maddie as her own, and still, Laura Winslow's prettiness always seemed fresh. Her mom's thick white-gray hair ended in a crisp line near the base of her throat. Her strawberries and cream complexion shone with health, and her blue eyes were surrounded by wrinkles that looked wise and beautiful rather than haggard. She wore an apron that said "Kiss the Cook" over her jeans and cotton top. "Where did the brooch come from?" Maddie asked. "Grandma gave it to me when I graduated from high school." They called Maddie's paternal grandmother Nani. They called Fleda Chapin, Maddie's maternal grandmother, Grandma. "Is the stone real?" "Yes, it's an amethyst." "Then it must be worth a considerable amount of money, right?" "Possibly. Since I never planned to sell it, I never had it appraised. It's a family heirloom." "It is?" "Oh, yes. It's been passed down by the women in our family for generations." Maddie raised her eyebrows. "The women are all noted on the bag, if I remember correctly." Mom donned her reading glasses, which had been lying next to the cherry pie recipe. "Yes. See here? Each woman in our family who's owned the brooch has been added to this list." "Those are their initials, I'm guessing. And what, their birth dates?" "Those are their married initials, I think, and their wedding dates." Wow. It appeared that the same woman had stitched the first several lines because they were all in the same color and style. "Why does the fourth lady have 4 initials and 2 dates?" Maddie asked. "Was she married twice?" "I don't know," Mom said. The other lines had been sewn with different colors of thread in varying styles. The last inscription, FBC 1959, was overlarge and lopsided. "Wait a second. Is FBC Grandma?" "It must be. Her married name is Fleda Brady Chapin, and she married Dad in 1959. "Grandma isn't the neatest seamstress." "She's always been better at shooting than sewing." "Why aren't your initials on here?" "I meant to sew them on." She gave an airy shrug. "I just never got around to it." Maddie positioned the brooch next to the bag on the island. "Why was this brooch in a box in the attic marked Save for Maddie?" "Well," Mom resumed rolling out the circle of pie crust, "I packed it away in that box to save it until the time came to give it to you. For your high school graduation, or college graduation, or on some other special occasion. But, goodness, I must have packed that box back when you were 10. The brooch never crossed my mind when you graduated high school and college. I haven't thought about it in ages." Mom was loving and social and cheerful, but not necessarily the most detail-oriented of women. Her relaxed approach to life led to a high degree of contentment and a high number of things that fell through the cracks. leaving a valuable piece of jewelry in the attic for years. Typical. "Sorry, I forgot, honey," she continued. "This isn't as sentimental a moment as I might have hoped, but here you are." Her eyes glittered with humor as she brandished a flour-dusted hand toward the brooch. "From me to you, mother to daughter. Enjoy." "Thanks, Mom," Maddie said dryly. "Are you frustrated with me for failing to give it to you when I should have?" "No, it's okay. It's hard to be frustrated about not receiving something you never knew existed." "An hour from now, we can celebrate the brooch over this gluten-free cherry pie I'm making especially for you. How's that?" "That'll work." Maddie was not one to pass up her mom's homemade pie. Ever. Mom slipped the crust into the prepared pan, then began crimping its edges. "There's a legend that goes along with the brooch." "A legend?" She nodded. "I'll have to think on it. I believe it had to do with the bearer of the brooch discovering true love." Yes. Isn't that sweet? "You mean to tell me that a brooch that might have the power to bring true love into my life has been gathering dust under baby blankets?" Mom grinned. "That about sums it up. Not that I believe in the legend." "Yet you said that Grandma gave it to you when you graduated from high school. Right after that, you went off to the University of South Carolina and immediately met Dad." Maddie's dad occasionally verged onto overly intense and taciturn territory with his kids. Never with Mom, though. Mom softened him into a cream puff. The two had become friends shortly after arriving at the university. For more than 2 years, Dad bided his time while planning his careful strategy to win Mom's heart. Eventually, he'd succeeded. When he returned to his home state of Washington for med school, he'd brought both an undergrad diploma and a new wife with him. It was a match made in heaven. Of all the married couples Maddie knew, her parents' relationship was one of the best. Come to think of it, Grandma and Grandpa had a wonderful marriage, too. They were both upwards of 80 and had been married close to 60 years. "It was a coincidence that I met your dad shortly after Grandma gave me the brooch," Mom said. "I certainly hope so. If this brooch has the ability to bring my true love to me, then I sure could have used it a few years back." Mom laughed. "What do we know about the women who owned the brooch before Grandma?" Maddie asked. "I don't know anything, I'm afraid. Call Grandma and ask. Her memory's excellent." She rolled out a second ball of dough to cut into lattice that she lay in a crisscrossing pattern atop the pie. "Speaking of true loves, are you dating anyone at the moment, Maddie?" She asked the question with casual innocence, as if she didn't know very well that Maddie loathed discussing her boyfriend prospects with her mother. "Nope." "Evan over at the post office is nice." "He smells like mustard." "What about that handsome Xander Ford?" "Two problems there. 1, he's overseas at the moment and has been for more than a year. 2, he's in love with Britt." "How about Brenda's son, Drew? Will you let me set you up with him?" "I've known Drew since we were 4. If it was a love match between us, I think we would have recognized that by now." "Russell Goodman?" "He lives with his mom." "Your brother lives with his mom?" she countered, quickly coming to the defense of her can-do-no-wrong son. "Exactly. Men who still live at home are off my list on principle." "The Mission Christmas party is coming up," Mom said. "Who are you going to take?" Every year, Mrs. Pottinger, a member of Bethel Church, hosted a lavish Christmas party for the volunteers and their dates. "I was thinking about taking you again this year." Mom had proven herself to be a convenient date. She'd never met a party she didn't like, knew everyone, and could easily spend the entire party chatting with people other than Maddie. However, should Maddie find herself awkwardly alone, she could default to her built-in wingwoman. "I'd be happy to go, of course," Mom answered, But should you find someone special between now and then, and I really think you should give Russell a chance, Maddie, then I'll step aside, and you can go to the party with your new man." She shot a hopeful look in Maddie's direction. Lord have mercy. "The brooch belonged to my mother," Grandma explained to Maddie later that night over the phone. "My father died when a log truck overturned, and my mother died not long after that. Of grief, they say, because she loved my father so much. I've told you all that before." "Yes." Maddie sat cross-legged on the floor of her apartment in front of her newly decorated Christmas tree. Its branches sparkled with brightly colored ornaments and little white lights. "My father's brother, Uncle Oscar, and his wife Maisie raised me, but the brooch belonged to my mother, Marion Evans Brady." "Which makes perfect sense because the initials above yours on the bag are M.E.B. Did Marion's mother give it to her?" "I believe so." "Mom seemed to think that the women who have their initials on the bag are all related to us." "As far as I know, that's true." "Has anyone studied the genealogy of that branch of our family?" "Your Aunt Susan has." Aunt Susan was Maddie's mom's younger sister. "I have the family tree she sent me around here somewhere. Once I married your grandpa, I gave up wondering about all that falderall, but you're welcome to it." "I'd love to take a look at our family tree. If we're lucky, we'll be able to match all the brooch's initials to names." "Give me a few days. I think those papers might be in the hall closet, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll call you when I find it." "Perfect. Thanks, Grandma." "Sure, sweetheart." "One more thing before you go. Mom mentioned that the brooch has an accompanying legend." "Yes. The legend has it that the brooch brings true love." "Do you believe that?" A warm chuckle. "I didn't want to. And then the brooch kept going missing, and the same man kept bringing it back to me. That'd be your grandpa. I finally decided that the Lord works in mysterious ways sometimes." Chapter 4. The words December weather weren't exactly a match for the words garage sale, Leo thought as he stepped back outdoors after taking a warm-up break inside his parents' house. Today's temperature had started out below freezing before climbing to a cloudy 45 around the time their sale opened. He and Maddie had done what they could to mitigate the temperature. They were holding the sale between the hours of noon and 4, the warmest part of the day. They had 2 patio heaters going, and Maddie's mom was handing out cups of hot chocolate topped with marshmallows. Leo, Maddie, and his 2 younger sisters were manning the sale. They were 2 hours in, and so far, largely because Maddie had pitched the sale to the community as a charitable event, they were turning a big profit. He caught sight of Maddie talking to an elderly woman. As he watched, his smile grew. He couldn't hear their exchange, but he could tell Maddie was haggling. In her very likable way, she was unashamedly trying to take the older woman for every cent she could get out of her. So far today, whenever anyone had come up to him and proposed a price for an item less than the one they'd marked, he'd simply said, "Sure." Bargaining was not his strength. He'd never known this truth about himself until today because he'd never hosted a garage sale or attempted to bargain down the price of anything. During his elementary school years, he'd been so shy that he'd only spoken when his teacher had called on him in class. He'd barely talked to his classmates because he hadn't known how to talk to them. He'd always understood that he and his family were oddly different and completely out of step with popular culture. When he'd reached his teenage years, being out of step with popular culture had been akin to death. So he'd decided to take action. He'd approached his coolness problem the way he approached all things, through study. He hadn't been able to make his personality cool, but he had been able to make his clothing and hair as cool as possible. Fixing those 2 things had helped matters tremendously, which was a sad commentary on the shallowness of high school. As he'd gotten older, he'd gained confidence over the years in ways that had nothing to do with clothing and hairstyles. Even so, he knew that in certain social situations, he still came across as overly formal and stiff. Maddie Winslow, on the other hand, had a way with people. It wasn't that her personality was bulletproof, the way Olivia's had been. It was more that she had a talent, despite her moments of uncertainty or awkwardness, for putting other people at ease. The elderly woman went off to browse, and Maddie made her way to Charlie. Charlie had been bouncing off the walls inside, so his sisters had brought him outdoors a half an hour ago. Maddie lowered to Charlie's level and straightened his winter cap before the two of them launched into a conversation. Intuitively, Maddie knew how to talk to Charlie. She'd sat on his parents' rug earlier today and played blocks with Charlie patiently, something that Leo didn't always have the time or the desire to do. His memory stretched back to the day when Maddie and Britt had driven to Idaho to visit them in the hospital after Charlie was born. Maddie had taken Charlie into her arms and made holding a newborn, something he hadn't been very good at himself back then, look like the most natural thing in the world. He hadn't thought about that in years. He and Maddie had been communicating often since they'd become Mission Christmas partners. On the way here today, Charlie had commented, "You're feeling happy, aren't you, Daddy?" He'd realized that he was. Then he'd realized it was because he was looking forward to spending the day with Maddie. She approached him, carrying Charlie on her hip. "Charlie's cold, so I'm going to take him back inside." "I can take him in if you'd rather." "It's no problem." "In that case, just drop him off with my dad. He's probably hiding in his study." His parents often took turns with Charlie when their grandson spent time at their house. His dad would keep an eye on Charlie while his mom read. Then, like a wrestling team, his mom would tag in and watch Charlie while his dad read. He had it on good authority that it was his dad's turn. Charlie reached for the piece of jewelry pinned to Maddie's green coat. The big gem glittering in the center of it had to be fake. Even so, he didn't want Charlie, who could destroy anything in seconds, anywhere near it. Leo peeled Charlie's fingers from it. "That's pretty," Charlie said to Maddie. "Thank you," Maddie answered. She turned to Leo. "I found this brooch going through a box in my parents' attic, looking for garage sale items." "Ah, are you wearing it as an advertisement to sell it?" "No, it turns out that this is a family heirloom my mom forgot to tell me about." She gazed at him with wry amusement, then swept inside with Charlie. Leo sold a pair of side tables to a couple, then a box of records to a teenage boy. When business hit a lull, Maddie rejoined him beneath one of the space heaters. They stood side by side, their gloved hands in their jacket pockets. She wore a white winter hat that looked like a beret, but was big enough to cover her ears. She had compassionate olive green eyes and delicate brows, a straight, firm nose, a chin that assured him she could stick to something if she put her mind to it. She took out her phone and snapped a few shots of the sale, then one of him. "For Instagram?" he asked. "Indeed." "Are you going to put a screen on top of the picture?" "A screen?" She wrinkled her nose. "Oh, you mean a filter? You're quaint." "Quaint?" He pretended outrage. "Adorably so," she said. "Look." She added a filter that turned the picture sepia-toned, typed in some accompanying words, and posted it. "That didn't take you any time at all." "I'm a pro." She nodded toward the elderly woman she'd been haggling with earlier. "She wants that lamp over there. It's marked at 15, and she offered 7. I told her I can't take less than 10. He laughed. "What if she decides not to buy it? Then we've lost a sale." "I know my customer. She really likes that lamp, Leo. She's trying to frighten me by playing hard to get, but she'll end up buying it for 10. "You're ruthless." "I'm a ruthless garage sailor, yes. You're a considerably less ruthless garage sailor, I've noticed." "Considerably less." She scanned the shoppers, her attention pausing on a 20-something woman who looked like she may live on a hippie commune. You should go tell that woman that the books she's pondering are straight out of the library of famed research scientist Oliver Donnelly. Are you suggesting I lie to her? Her face swung toward him. No, I thought those had come out of your dad's library. Her smile transformed her face, and he forgot what he'd been about to say. Whose books are those? She asked. Mine. That big stack of books over there is from my dad. I'm surprised that you had anything to donate to the sale just a few months after moving. I'm always buying more books. He ran through the monthly book budget he set for himself within the first 2 days of every month, then had to wait weeks before he'd let himself buy more. You don't watch a lot of TV, do you, Leo? I watch soccer sometimes. Mm-hmm. What about Top Chef? Or NCIS? Or So You Think You Can Dance? No. The only show I watch is NBC Nightly News. After he put Charlie down and straightened the house, he stretched out on his sofa with a pillow behind his head and read. I'll have to introduce you to those shows sometime. I'll have to introduce you to Robespierre, architect of the Reign of Terror, sometime. I just finished it last night, and it was excellent. I love to read, but that book sounds incredibly boring. No offense. None taken. I like funny love stories or fast-paced suspense novels. I never disparage anyone's taste in literature. That's good of you, Professor. To each her own, so long as the cause of literacy is furthered. The 20-something woman was still looking through his books. Go over and tell her that those books were yours, Maddie encouraged. That'll result in an instant sale. Famed research scientist Oliver Donnelly sounded a lot more impressive. No way. The fact that they were yours will make them far more enticing to her. How do you figure? Because you're persuasive in your own way. You must have noticed. I'm an unruthless garage sailor, remember? But you're nice, smart, and handsome, which is persuasive in and of itself. Maddie thought he was handsome, he thought. Trust me on this point, she said lightly. When he said nothing, she peeked at him. Fine, let's skip the woman with the books. She extended a white mitten toward a middle-aged couple. You can tell them you'll have to stand firm at $5 for that electric can opener they're considering. He surveyed the rusty, 90s-looking appliance. I'd take 1 penny for that can opener. In fact, I'd give them $5 for it, just to keep it out of a landfill. Looking into his eyes, she laughed. A tide of attraction collided with him, fast and powerful, unmistakable. He broke their eye contact by looking back toward the sail. His heart was beating more quickly than usual, and his balance had turned shaky. Maddie continued talking about the money they'd raised so far and how much they could realistically hope to raise by the sale's end. They discussed where and when they'd start shopping for the items on the Huntingtons' list. The whole time, he was just treading water, keeping his end of the conversation going while his brain spun. What had happened just now? Maddie might not have noticed anything out of the ordinary. He could only be sure of what he'd experienced, a powerful tug of both affection and physical awareness. What in the world? He hadn't understood until now that he felt that way about Maddie. They were friends. She was Olivia's friend. Maddie's mom, Laura, walked in their direction with a tall, bald guy who Leo guessed to be around his own age. Maddie, look who's moved back to town, Laura said. Do you remember Raquel Shaw's son, Kurt? He was a few years ahead of you in high school. I do remember, Maddie said warmly. It's really nice to see you again, Kurt. Likewise. Kurt was just telling me that after college he went to work for the Montana Highway Patrol, Laura said, but he recently took a job with the Merriweather Police Department. Isn't that fabulous? Fabulous, Maddie agreed. She introduced Leo to Kurt and then asked Kurt questions about Montana. Laura remained a part of the conversation, listening intently and nodding in all the right places. During the first gap in the discussion, she said, "You two should get together for dinner so that you can catch up." She looked between Kurt and Maddie. "Wouldn't that be fun?" "It would be," Maddie answered. Jealousy pierced Leo. Like an arrow, it shot straight into him, then stuck there after impact. He ran a hand through his hair, trying not to scowl. How long had it been since he'd been jealous? So long that he'd forgotten how dark and miserable the feeling was. He didn't want Maddie going on a date with Kurt the police officer, which was ridiculous because Kurt seemed like a decent human being. "Are you free one night this week, Kurt?" Maddie's mom asked, as determined on her course as a shark that scented blood in the water. Maddie's cheeks turned pink. "Mom, don't you think you should try a more subtle tactic on poor Kurt here?" She gave Kurt an apologetic smile. "Just how attractive do you think he's going to find me if you push me at him?" "Very attractive," Kurt said immediately to Maddie. "Very attractive is the answer." Kurt's quick-witted response both impressed and infuriated Leo. It was the kind of thing he wished he had the ability to say at the right moment. Truth was, he'd never been skilled at stringing together charming words. Sincerity he could manage, but charming was not in his repertoire. "Kurt," Maddie scolded teasingly, "don't encourage my mom. She'll start to think her non-subtle tactics are effective." "They are effective." He gave a sheepish shrug. Leo really didn't like Kurt. Not at all. He wanted to sell him the old sofa they were offering today for $50 in hopes that it would give Kurt a dust allergy. The elderly woman signaled Maddie. Leo felt a sense of loss as she left his side. "I'll give you her number," he overheard Laura saying to Kurt as the two angled toward Laura's hot chocolate table. Leo remained alone and still. He'd grown accustomed to aloneness, to the kind of aloneness that only another widowed single parent could understand. For the first year after Olivia's death, he'd been buried beneath a mountain of shock and grief and responsibility toward Charlie. He'd functioned at first in numbness. Then he'd been furious at the world and the driver who'd killed Olivia, and at himself. Guilt over what he should have done or could have done differently had eaten at him. Sorrow had choked him. During that time, people had often told him they didn't know how he did it, how he managed to handle the loss of Olivia on top of the responsibility of taking care of Charlie. Before Olivia's accident, if anyone had asked him whether he could handle his wife's sudden death, he would have said no. No. But when he'd actually found himself in that circumstance, there'd been no choice other than to survive. He had a baby depending on him. He had to survive because he had to make sure Charlie survived. People who experienced tragedy understood something that everyone else didn't. They understood that God supplies exactly as much strength as is needed to get through each day. If a small amount is needed, he supplies a little. If a huge amount is needed, he supplies a lot. Leo made it through that first terrible year by hanging on to God. At the end of that long, dark time, a tiny patch of hope had finally appeared. It wasn't that he'd ever be okay with what had happened to Olivia. He wasn't okay with it. It was more that, eventually, he'd comprehended that Olivia was gone and that he could live as a single father. It wasn't what he'd chosen, but he could live this way. And some days, a lot of days, could be good. At first, he'd felt shame whenever he did have a good day, as if he didn't have permission to enjoy anything after what had happened to his wife. But in time, he'd learned to accept the good days at face value, to appreciate them when they came. When Leo and Charlie had been living in the house they shared with Olivia in Idaho, Leo had faced constant reminders of how things used to be, of the family they'd been before that tragic day in June. But here in Merryweather, the slate was clean. He and Charlie had never lived here with Olivia, so, in some strange way, it felt more bearable to go on without her here than it had in Idaho. At the same time, Merryweather connected them to Olivia in new ways. Her family was far more involved in their lives now that Leo was raising Charlie in the town Olivia had been raised in. The same streets, the same schools, the same natural beauty that had surrounded Olivia when she was young surrounded her son. Charlie's mother's town was now Charlie's town. At no point in the last 2.5 years had Leo thought that he was ready to date again. He still didn't think that. He definitely wasn't looking for more things to add to his schedule beyond his job and his little boy. What he'd felt for Maddie just now wasn't something he'd arrived at the way he arrived at most things, through a great deal of research and forethought. It had come out of nowhere and hit him across the head with the force of a bat. He and Maddie had always had a great rapport, but in the months since he'd moved to Washington, Maddie had never given him a reason to think she felt anything more for him than friendship. He reached both hands up and clasped them behind his neck. He needed to sleep on this. Maybe it had just been a random thing. Maybe he'd feel differently in the morning, and they'd continue the way they had been. Maybe he was even more lonely than he'd realized. A picture rose in his mind from long ago. A woman's profile in a theater. The blur of bright color on stage. The music of Les Miserables churning the air. Tears as shiny as diamonds on her cheeks. He was connected to others. Life was hard, but life was good. It would be crazy to ask out Maddie Winslow, his wife's friend. Wouldn't it? If so, then why did the idea strike him as so immediately right?
Maddie, I finally found Susan's genealogy research, Grandma said over the phone the next night. The papers weren't in the hall closet after all. They were inside Hank's desk.
Thanks so much for finding them for me.
There's a whole raft of stuff here. Might be best if I just put it all in the mail.
Sure, that would be great.
I'll take them to the post office tomorrow. Love you.
Love you, Grandma.
I hope you find whatever it is you're hunting, Maddie.
Chapter 5. Anything interesting happen at the garage sale? Britt asked as soon as Maddie let herself into Sweet Art's kitchen for work on Monday morning. We raised $1,000. Then Mr. Gustafson stopped by as we were cleaning up and handed me a check for 1,000 more.
That's awesome! And also highly evasive, because you know that by anything interesting, I was referring to your relationship with Leo.
Maddie hung her jacket and purse in the closet. Sweet Art occupied a building that had once been a bank before it had been relocated to its current spot within Merryweather Historical Village. The back half of Sweet Art contained Britt's kitchen. The shop commanded the front half. It really was incredibly generous of Mr. Gustafson, Maddie said, willfully ignoring Britt's comment about Leo. I'm going to keep on giving him extra truffles every time he visits. Mr. Gustafson was a wealthy retiree with twinkly eyes who took his therapy dog to the hospital for fun and was in possession of a sweet tooth.
You give him free truffles?
Britt asked with mock outrage. She stood at her cutting board in her white chef's coat, slicing ganache. She'd snatched her dark hair into a top knot, then added a cloth headband for good measure. Her features were crisp and beautiful. Of course I give him free truffles. He pays for 5 times that many, and he just handed Leo and me a $1,000 check for the Huntingtons. I'd say the free truffles are a good investment.
Nope.
Britt smiled wolfishly. I'm going to have to dock your pay and issue a warning. Can you issue my warning in the form of a death by chocolate truffle? Maddie extended her hand for her morning fix. Britt plucked up a newly made Death by Chocolate truffle and stretched across her workspace to place it on Maddie's palm. Now tell me how things went at the garage sale between you and Leo. I've been eagerly awaiting the latest installment in your tale of unrequited love. Maddie ate half the truffle. It melted in a deep, dark, rich stream over her tongue. My tale is going to remain unrequited, I'm afraid. But why? Because Leo and Charlie are Olivia's guys. They were Olivia's guys. Now they're not. Maddie made a sound of protest. Britt flicked a chocolate sprinkle at her. Maddie batted it away. Leo is perfectly free to date anyone he wants now, Britt stated, and so are you. Maddie wanted to argue, but how could she? Technically, Britt was right. However, when it came to the bonds of friendship and contrasting loyalties and complicated matters of the heart, technically right didn't have much bearing. She had a sudden craving for potato chips. Britt gave Maddie a forceful look. They're not Olivia's guys anymore. You can't let that get in your head, okay? Okay, attack dog. I hear you. Maddie finished her truffle. What else is making you think your tale has to stay unrequited? Britt asked. The fact that I don't think Leo's interested in me. You don't know that to be a fact. Did he do or say anything promising during the garage sale? Anything? Well, 2 very small things did happen. Britt cocked her head, waiting. He looked at me at one point as if struck by something. It was sort of an arrested look. I'm not convinced, though, that it had anything to do with me. It could simply have been that he had an epiphany about 18th century France. What's the other thing that happened? My mom did what she's fond of doing and tried to set me up with an unsuspecting single man right in front of Leo. It could have been my imagination, but Leo seemed displeased. At the prospect of you going out with the other guy? Maddie nodded. Britt said, speculatively. I probably misread Leo. He probably wasn't displeased. Or maybe he was. Britt's almond-shaped brown eyes sparked with excitement. Maybe he just needs some encouragement. Leo's reserved. What's that saying? Quiet waters, something. Still waters run deep. Britt snapped her fingers. Yes, exactly. She bent her head and continued slicing the ganache into perfect squares. I think that Leo feels passionately underneath that calm demeanor. When he devotes himself to something, he's seriously devoted. The problem for you is that men like Leo can be slow to make a move. Britt had Leo's personality nailed. Maddie adored the fact that Leo's still waters ran deep. He wasn't glib. He wasn't the sort of guy who used flattery to manipulate and charm to seduce. Instead, he possessed the less flashy qualities she cared about the most. He was kind, intelligent, trustworthy, real, and sometimes just a little bit self-conscious. When she was with him, he made her feel like the best version of herself. Have you considered asking him out? Britt asked. The thought of that caused Maddie's heart to spiral to the ground like a wounded quail. I couldn't. She began to knead her knuckle. Why not? We both know that Olivia's frankness helped her snag Leo. Britt made her way to the sink and began washing her hands. I've asked out plenty of men in my day, and they've usually said yes. Britt was both overtly pretty and adventurously forthright. Maddie certainly didn't consider herself to be as pretty as Britt, nor had she been born with the I ask men to go out with me gene. Rejection didn't scare Britt, but it did scare Maddie, especially rejection from Leo. Especially. Maddie donned a black apron emblazoned with the shop's logo across the front in white. Ask him out, Britt encouraged. No, thank you. Ask him out. Maddie escaped by pushing through the swinging door into the shop. Britt was determined to bolster Maddie's hopes where Leo was concerned, but it had never seemed wise to Maddie to hope that he might actually come to love her. That longing seemed too unlikely, too destined to set her up for a fall. "I'm not finished lecturing you," Britt called. "Funny, because I am finished being lectured," Maddie called back pleasantly, "especially about hypothetical situations concerning Leo Donnelly." She set about the tasks she accomplished each morning before opening the shop. She brought the cash register to life, refilled the napkin containers, made sure each chocolate in the display case was aligned with all of its chocolate friends. She cleaned the glass front of the antique case, the bar that lined 3 of the interior walls, and the tops of the accompanying bar stools. Britt shouldered through the swinging door and came to a stop, arms crossed. "Who's the unsuspecting single man you mentioned earlier?" "You're just now thinking to ask?" "I was momentarily thrown off my game by my dismay over the state of your dating life," Britt answered. "I'm dismayed over the fact that I'm slaving away while you're just standing around doing nothing." Britt gave a sly smile. "I'm a master chocolatier, which qualifies me to stand around doing nothing." Maddie burst out laughing. "No, it doesn't." She tossed a freshly laundered dish towel to Britt. The two of them worked side by side. Their long history joined them together as surely as did their town and their shared passion for sweet art's success. "The unsuspecting single man is Kurt Shaw," Maddie said. "He moved back to town recently and took a job with the Merriweather Police." "I think I remember him. Did he play baseball in high school?" "I believe he did." "How does he look?" "He looks good." Britt enjoyed dating and was extremely popular with, well, just about every available man in the county. Her relationships usually broke down after a few months, though. It was perfectly obvious to Maddie that Britt hadn't settled down long-term because none of her boyfriends had been the one. Britt's friend Xander was very clearly the one for her, in everyone's opinion, except Britt's. When Xander returned to town, if Xander returned to town, Maddie had high hopes that the two of them would finally find their happy ending together. "Keep your sights off Kurt for now," Maddie said. "I'd like to keep him in my back pocket as a maybe." "There's no reason to keep him in your back pocket as a maybe, Maddie. Your destiny lies with Leo Donnelly." On December 17th, Maddie and Leo met to shop for clothing for Kim's daughters. Leo held up a conservative children's turtleneck and jumper. "How about this?" Maddie's eyebrows sailed up. No," she said kindly. "No?" He glanced at the jumper, then back at Maddie. The gold tones in his hair shone beneath the store's lights. "Nope. That outfit, while a very worthy suggestion, reminds me of a school uniform from the year 1978. Kim's girls struck me as liking clothes a little more sparkly and modern." Leo hung the jumper back on its track and gave her a charmingly tilted smile. "I can pick out boys' clothing, but I'm hopeless with female fashions." The last thing she wanted was to scare him away from today's shopping expedition. The fun of this outing would vanish like smoke if he were to leave her here alone. "Be that as it may, I require the pleasure of your company as I choose female fashions." "You do?" "I do. Also, you're handy. If you weren't here, who would push the shopping cart?" She refrained from saying that she loved the way he subconsciously tapped out a rhythm on the bar of the cart with his thumbs. She loved how, unlike many men his age, he almost never checked his phone. She loved the way his soap smelled like leather and spice. She loved his capable hands, his solemn profile, and the faint, grave lines sorrow had chiseled across his forehead. On December 18th, Maddie and Leo met to shop for toys. They bought board games, books, Barbies, Barbie clothes, art supplies, athletic equipment, stocking stuffers, and one big gift for each girl, a dollhouse for Victoria and a mini motorized car for Samantha. "What do you think, Leo?" Maddie asked as they stood in the toy aisle, observing the jumbo-sized boxes containing motorized cars. Leo started. His upper arm and elbow were propped on one of the racks, but he hadn't been looking at the toy car selection. He'd been busy watching Maddie. He was having a hard time taking his eyes off her, in fact. Maddie was so alive. Not half alive, which is how he'd felt since Olivia's death, but fully alive. Maddie Winslow was living her life. "Should we go with the pink Jeep?" she asked. "Or the pink convertible?" "The Jeep, of course. This is the Pacific Northwest. Every girl needs a Jeep so she can go off-roading in the mountains." A valid point if ever there was one. "Do you think I should buy one of these for Charlie for Christmas? This one, maybe?" He nudged a camo-sized car with his shoe. "Is 3 the legal driving age for miniature cars?" "I believe it's 4.5, but we Donnelly men are high achievers." She met his eyes and grinned. He gazed steadily back, bracing himself against the tenderness stealing through his heart. Over the past days, he'd come to realize that the attraction he'd experienced for her at the garage sale wasn't random at all. It had turned into a pattern, a habit. Every time he saw her, it magnified in strength. Each day, he grew more certain of his feelings. That's not to say that this thing between them didn't surprise him, because it did. It was like finding a treasure he'd never thought to hunt for and didn't think he deserved, lying right in his path. Maddie chewed idly on a fingernail as she considered the cars. She was funny, sweet, and unselfish, and he had no idea how she'd react if he were to ask her out. No idea. Maddie might think of him as nothing more than a friend. If he put her in a position where she was forced to let him down gently, not only would he be crushed, but he'd feel like an idiot. He'd then have to live beside her here in Merryweather for years with the knowledge of her gentle rejection between them. On December 19th, Maddie pulled the pages her grandmother had sent her from their envelope. She scooted a chair up to the kitchen table in her apartment and smoothed the pages flat alongside the brooch, the bag it had come in, and a napkin mounded with potato chips. Using the family tree her Aunt Susan had compiled, Maddie was finally able to locate the name of her grandmother's great-grandmother, Ruth Hollister Fulbright Aslin. She was the one with the 4 initials. She had 4 initials because she had indeed been married twice. It looked as though her first husband had died 6 years after their marriage when Ruth was only 22. 22. Holy cow. Working slowly, she matched name after name to the initials. With each mystery solved, a fresh dose of satisfaction gusted through her. She studied each woman's birthplace, her age at the time of her marriage, the number of her children, the length of her life. She had the sense that history was rushing forward into the present. These women, whose blood still flowed in her veins, whose legacy she'd inherited, had sewn their initials into the fabric of this bag with their very own hands. Her grandmother had been right. All of them were direct ancestors of Maddie's, except the very first set of initials, LD. The second set of initials belonged to Sarah Gooding Everard, who'd been born in England and died in America. However, Sarah's mother's initials weren't LD. The stack of paper contained a photocopy of a photograph that had been taken of Sarah around the end of the Civil War, when she'd been 60. She looked out from the photograph with a secret kind of a smile, surrounded by her large family. A few of Sarah's letters had also been photocopied. They were hard to read, but with patience, Maddie was able to decipher them. One of the letters, written shortly after Sarah's marriage, referenced a woman who'd apparently employed her in England as a companion. Lady Densbury, L.D. "Well, what do you know?" Maddie whispered. She sat back in her chair with a huff of surprise. It seemed that their family brooch had begun life in the possession of a British aristocrat. Maddie slid a fingertip wonderingly over the surface of the brooch's amethyst. "You have an excellent pedigree." She intended to take far better care of the brooch than her mom had. After Christmas, she'd have it professionally cleaned and appraised. Then she'd hire someone to hand embroider her mom's initials and wedding year into the delicate fabric of the bag. The silver contours of the brooch gleamed beneath the light of the chandelier. Maddie didn't actually believe that the brooch contained magic, in large part because she didn't believe that magic existed. The only higher power she believed in was God. Yet, it couldn't be denied that this brooch, with its overlapping hearts, was a powerful symbol of her birthright. The prior caretakers of this piece of jewelry had loved greatly and been loved greatly. They'd all enjoyed long marriages. Not because of magic, because they'd been generous, loyal, sacrificial, and committed to their relationships. She wanted to believe that she could experience the same thing her ancestors had, for the same reasons. At this point, though, her marriage prospects, and thus the brooch's future, were extraordinarily uncertain. She was a 27-year-old woman who, in 4 days' time, would be taking her mother to the Mission Christmas party as her significant other. On December 21st, Maddie and Leo met to purchase non-perishable groceries for Kim's Christmas Eve and Christmas Day meals. As had become their habit, Leo pushed the cart. Maddie consulted her list and tried not to peer at Leo when he wasn't looking. At this point, here's what she knew for sure about the status of her relationship with Leo. They'd grown closer because they saw each other often and communicated with each other every single day. Here's what she didn't know: whether she could expect their newfound closeness to continue after Mission Christmas wrapped, and whether he harbored an iota of romantic interest in her. There were moments, fleeting moments, when he'd gaze at her with pensive softness. Those moments tempted her to think that maybe he had come to feel something for her. But then the moment would pass, and that notion would seem far-fetched. What she'd told Britt at Sweet Art continued to weigh on her mind. Leo and Charlie are Olivia's guys. Then Britt's arguments would counter. Leo is perfectly free to date anyone he wants now, and so are you. Around and around her thoughts circled. Around and around. Chapter 6. Mrs. Pottinger was a member of Bethel Church, a recipient of the spiritual gift of hospitality, and the owner of a mansion that reminded Maddie of a modern art museum. The home's polished stone floors seemed to stretch for acres in every direction. Towering white concrete walls supported pieces of art the width of minivans. Every year, on December 23rd, Mrs. Pottinger graciously hosted a party for the Mission Christmas volunteers and their dates. Maddie set a gluten-free iced sugar cookie, then a slice of flourless chocolate cake onto her plate as Rat Pack-era holiday music burbled beneath the hum of conversations. Note cards had been placed next to several of the platters, letting guests know which items were gluten-free, dairy-free, nut-free, vegan, or sugar-free, a gesture wholeheartedly appreciated by Maddie. If a platter had no accompanying note card, it basically signaled, "Full of all the bad stuff and extremely delicious. Eat at your own risk." Mrs. Pottinger had chosen a dark green and white Christmas decorating scheme. Fir trees were located in every common room of the house, each tree adorned with nothing more than glittering crystal ornaments that resembled icicles. Wreaths of glossy leaves hung in strategic places, and similar garlands coated mantels and marched down the length of the tables. The vibe was extraordinarily sophisticated and chic, which left Maddie feeling sophisticated and chic, simply by virtue of being a guest. She added a scoop of candied walnuts to her plate. Fortunately for Maddie, Leo had arrived without a date this evening. If he'd shown up with another woman, she firmly suspected that she would have choked on her peppermint hot chocolate. He'd found her shortly after he'd arrived and stayed by her side. They'd mingled and chatted with the other volunteers until one of his female colleagues at the college had swept him into a discussion about Abbott. Maddie paused at the mouth of the great room. Her attention tugged, inexorably, to Leo. He was still talking with his colleague. Tonight he wore a gray suit, white shirt, black tie. His hair was slightly disordered, thick scruff on his jaw. He could have belonged to the Rat Pack himself, dressed as he was. If he grabbed one of those old-fashioned microphones with the long metal heads, he could cause an audience of girls to faint dead away. In actuality, he had a brain filled with academia instead of music. In actuality, he was too humble to call attention to himself by singing to a crowd. How long until she could wrest him back from that woman? Maddie was on the verge of seeking out her mom when she spotted Britt's two older sisters, Willow and Nora, and decided to turn her steps in their direction. Britt's sisters greeted her with hugs. Because of Britt, Maddie had known them for ages. She'd always liked them, and so she tried not to be envious of the happiness they'd both found over the last year and a half with their wildly impressive men, both of whom were standing alongside the sisters this evening. Britt's oldest sister, Willow, a former model, now ran a boutique in nearby Shore Pine, which was half full of women's clothing, half full of house accessories, and entirely full of beautiful items. A few months back, she'd married former quarterback Corbin Stewart. Corbin was so over-the-top famous that Maddie always felt tongue-tied in his presence. She compensated by trying to seem casual about his celebrity, as if she hadn't noticed that he had one of the most recognizable faces in American sports. The middle sister, Nora, owned both Merriweather Historical Village and the heart of John Lawson, a former Navy SEAL who now ran an emergency response training company. "Congratulations on your engagement," Maddie said to Nora and John. The couple smiled at each other, their deep affection palpable. "I haven't seen you since, so this is my first chance to tell you how happy I am for you both." "Ask to see the ring," Willow encouraged. "It's lovely." "Yes, please," Maddie said. "May I?" Nora extended her hand, and Maddie made an awestruck noise. Nora's ring reflected Nora's admiration for all things retro. It harkened back to another era with its square diamond and its halo of pavé diamonds. "It's gorgeous," Maddie said honestly. "Thank you." Nora took a sip of her drink. "Has Britt been behaving for you at Sweet Art?" "Yes, for the most part." "She hasn't goaded you into any hikes that go straight uphill lately?" Corbin asked. "Not since last month," Maddie answered. "Has she acted like an eccentric artist and stayed up all night chasing inspiration for a new chocolate recipe?" Willow asked. "Not since last week." "Has she made you go kayaking in cold weather?" Nora asked. "Has she talked you into bungee jumping?" John asked. They all laughed. Then the sisters, John and Corbin, began telling affectionate Brit stories. Maddie's attention slid back to Leo just as he glanced across his shoulder at her, as if he'd known where she was, as if he was as aware of her as she was of him. Their eyes met, and her heart took a giddy, stuttering beat. "Honey!" Maddie's mom entered their circle, said hello to everyone, and thrust forward the single man she'd discovered among the partygoers. "I wanted you to meet Alistair. He's from Connecticut originally, but his aunt and uncle live here, and he's staying with them while he looks for work in the area." "Awesome," Maddie said. Not awesome. Poor Alistair looked to be fresh out of college, with a boyishly cute face and thick, curly auburn hair, several locks of which fell diagonally across his forehead. "Hey," Alistair said to her, obviously self-conscious about being shoved at a woman who was far too old for him in front of spectators. His attention swept the group, passing Corbin, then sweeping back to Corbin with astonishment. "Are you—" His mouth fell open. "Corbin Stewart?" "I am." Alistair proceeded to ignore Maddie in favor of Corbin. Maddie didn't blame him in the least, but she could feel her mom coiling, awaiting the chance to display her oldest child to Alistair again, the way a pet store owner might display an aging kitten in need of a home. Why had she brought her mom along? At the moment, she couldn't remember. Once again, Maddie's mother was trying to set Maddie up. Leo, who was not usually an angry person, could feel his temper rising. Ever since he'd been separated from Maddie, at least half of his focus had remained on her. He hadn't determined to keep tabs on her in the crowd. He simply was keeping tabs on her, as if by instinct. Automatic. Somehow his mind and body had been reset, and the new settings were attuned to her, the way a car stereo picks up a radio station. The woman he was speaking with was in the middle of a very long story. He sent another look in Maddie's direction. The man her mom had brought over for her was still there. Possessiveness pulsed through him. His and Maddie's friendship had changed, the way that sunrise slowly changes to bright morning, into something more. He thought about her when they were apart. His spirits lifted each time he received a text from her. He left work undone at his desk so that he could arrive at their shopping outings on time. She made him laugh. Her smile stole his breath. Maddie had become one of the things, in addition to Charlie, that gave his days joy and purpose. All that had happened, yet he'd done and said nothing to her about it. He wanted to go on a date with her, a real date. In order to do that, he needed to ask her. He jammed 2 fingers into the neck of a dress shirt that suddenly seemed tight. He loosened it and his tie slightly. He'd never been good at asking women out. The more he cared, the harder it was for him to risk himself. The night he'd met Olivia, she'd made it very, very clear that she liked him. She'd done everything but throw a lasso around him. Because he hadn't known her then, he hadn't been emotionally invested. Asking Olivia on a date had been easy. After things had become serious between them, he could remember feeling relieved that he'd left the world of dating behind. All that uncertainty and insecurity were in his rearview mirror forever, he'd thought. But here he was again, battling uncertainty, wanting, for the first time in a long time, to ask someone out, and feeling like a rookie. Unlike the night he'd met Olivia, this time around he cared. His emotions were already invested in Maddie. Also, he was painfully aware of his faults. He'd been married before, to her friend. He had a child. He was introverted and sometimes too preoccupied with books. But he knew without a doubt that he would treat Maddie the way she deserved. He couldn't trust these men Maddie's mom kept finding to do the same, which is why he couldn't allow himself to stand silently to the side any longer. "Merry Christmas, everyone!" A well-dressed older woman stood next to the DJ, holding a microphone. "I'm Peggy Pottinger, and I'm so glad that you were able to join me tonight here in my home. You've made Mission Christmas possible again this year with your efforts. Thank you for volunteering." A round of applause. Now, if you knew my late husband, Bruce, then you know that he was a sweetheart, but that he was just a little bit grumpy about dancing and music. He didn't like either one." She lowered her voice. "I'll let you in on a secret. I love dancing and music." "Love?" she exclaimed, returning to full volume. "Ever since Bruce kicked the can, we've been dancing like there's no tomorrow around here." A dip of stunned silence, followed by a burst of rich laughter from Peggy. The crowd joined in with a smattering of nervous chortling. "We've been eating and mingling," she continued, "but now we're going to start dancing because it's my house and I make the rules. In exactly 1 minute, this remarkable DJ here has agreed to play Dean Martin's Let It Snow. So I'm giving you fair warning. You have 60 seconds to find a partner for this first dance. If you don't, I'm going to come around and pair you up and shoo you onto the dance floor." Another bark of laughter ended her speech. Fear arced down Leo's spine. He wasn't a skilled dancer. But given this situation, there were things worse than having to dance. Being paired by their hostess as if he were 10 years old was worse. Watching Mrs. Pottinger match Maddie with the curly-haired guy was worse. Leo excused himself from the panicking people around him and shouldered purposely through the crowd toward Maddie. Desperate times, desperate measures. He arrived just as Maddie's mom was turning to Maddie, raising a hand to gesture toward the curly-haired guy. "Would you—" Leo said to Maddie as he arrived at her shoulder. She turned at once, an encouraging look springing to her face. "I was hoping that you might." Leo swallowed. "That is, I was going to see if you'd like to dance with me." Shoot. Why couldn't he have said that better? "Yes," she answered at once. "I'd love to." Thank God. He offered his forearm. She wrapped her hand around the crook of his elbow, and he led her to the side of the gathering couples. "It seems the forced dancing portion of the evening has begun," she said lightly. "Does Mrs. Pottinger enforce dancing at this party every year?" he asked. "This is a first. Last year, she insisted we play an enormous game of Christmas charades. The year before that, she created a small sledding hill and made everyone sled down it. I'm guessing Bruce didn't like charades or sledding." "Exactly. She seems to be taking the Mission Christmas volunteers on a tour of all the activities Bruce detested." "I think I would have liked Bruce," Leo said dryly. Maddie laughed, and he found himself laughing, truly laughing. "You could have warned me about this," he said. "I could have, but then you might not have come." "I'm impressed that you keep coming to this party year after year." "It's good for me to step outside my comfort zone every now and then. Besides, it gives me a chance to eat delicious food and wear a fancy dress." "I don't know if I mentioned it earlier," he said, "but you look beautiful in your fancy dress." Her simple white dress followed the curves of her body from shoulder to knee. "Thank you." She smoothed the dress into place. "I've been waiting for a chance to wear it." Her long earrings sparkled. Her silver high heels showed off toes painted red. The clean grapefruit scent of her perfume scrambled his thoughts. Should he say something else? Music expanded through the room, and they adjusted to face each other. He offered his left hand. When she placed her fingers in his, a shock of heat surrounded the contact. Rattled, he concentrated on placing his right palm at a respectful spot on her waist. "Oh, the weather outside is frightful," sang Dean Martin. Leo and Maddie swayed in time to the music. He didn't feel like a terrible dancer. He felt okay at it, and like the luckiest man in the room because he had Maddie in his arms. For this one night, he wasn't at home cleaning up toys and loading the dishwasher. Maddie smiled up at him, and he smiled down at her, as if the two of them had just pulled off a jailbreak. "It turns out that I don't hate forced dancing," she said. "No, me either. This is kind of nice." She settled her gaze on something over his shoulder. "Yes, really nice, actually," she said softly. He nodded. Really nice was still an understatement. "Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow," Dean sang. Leo lifted their joined hands. She spun underneath before he drew her back into position. They moved into a slow turn. "Maybe we should do forced dancing more often," he said. "I think you're onto something, Professor." "Would you like to go dancing with me after Christmas? It would give you another reason to wear a fancy dress." She searched his face as if trying to uncover his motivation. "And I'd want to throw in dinner, too." He worked to sound relaxed instead of what he actually felt. Vulnerable. Because dancing probably makes you hungry at some point. "I'd definitely like to go dancing with you after Christmas." She would? He twirled her again, and they fell back into step. "Aren't you going to take a picture of the dancing?" he teased. "For Instagram?" She looked incredibly cute every time she framed a photo. She always scowled with concentration until she'd captured just the right shot. "Nope. I left my phone at home. I'm going to have to remember this dance through memory alone. Which won't be a problem, let me assure you." Had she really just said yes? Had he really just asked her out? Maddie spent the remainder of Mrs. Pottinger's Christmas party suspended in a level of happiness akin to that experienced by Miss Americas directly after their crowning. She talked to people, danced, ate 2 more gluten-free Christmas cookies, and the whole time, one thought reigned supreme in her mind. Leo asked me out. The man whose understated personality clicked with her own. The man who'd been a fabulous husband to Olivia and was a fabulous dad to Charlie. The man who'd followed through on every one of his Mission Christmas responsibilities. The man who was as reliable as he was good. That man had asked her out. The astonishing truth of it submerged her in excitement, despite the guilt that kept trying to interrupt her delight. Each time the guilt butted in, Maddie thrust it to the side. Now wasn't the time to think through all the ramifications of Leo's invitation, because thinking through the ramifications was guaranteed to tarnish the pleasure. She wanted, for this one evening, to relish the joy. Leo Donnelly, the man she'd had a crush on for so long, had asked her out. Chapter 7. The moment Maddie opened her eyes the next morning, her misgivings about Leo and Olivia jolted her fully awake. And not in a good way. She dashed both her worries and her comforter to the side. After padding into her apartment's kitchen, she got a pot of coffee brewing. Today was Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve! She and Leo were due at Kim Huntington's house at 10 this morning to unload the Mission Christmas haul they'd carefully stockpiled for her and her girls over the past weeks. It was going to be a busy day, a wonderful day, full of Leo and Kim and then her extended family this evening. She didn't have time for misgivings. When Maddie spotted Leo's car parked in Kim's driveway, anticipation rained through her like sparkling confetti. Leo exited his car while she parked. She loved the way his clothes fit him. His jacket's collar stood up, framing his neck. Simple black sweater. Jeans. "Good morning," he said as she approached. "Morning." They stood, beaming at each other under a cold white sky. Maddie wasn't exactly sure how to interact with him now that a new understanding, "we like each other," lived between them. It was an understanding brimming with possibilities. They popped their respective trunks. When Leo spotted her trying to lift out a heavy box, he rushed over to help. "Here, let me." He toted the box, and she carried bags in both hands as they made their first trip up the front walkway. Kim lived in a tidy one-story Cape Cod revival-style house, with windows symmetrically placed on either side of her recessed front door. Maddie rang the bell with her elbow and gave a satisfied sigh. "I love Christmas Eve." "It's the second best day of the year, next to Christmas." "Christmas Eve may edge out Christmas Day, in my opinion. Christmas Day is full of," she hunted for the right word, "revelation, but Christmas Eve is full of expectation, which might be even sweeter." "Expectation is a very sweet thing indeed, isn't it, Leo?" she thought. Now that he'd invited her on a dinner and dancing date, the snapping attraction between them was so blatantly obvious that she couldn't believe she'd been unsure of it for so long. Kim swung the door wide. "Hello! Merry Christmas!" "Merry Christmas," Maddie and Leo replied. "Heavens to Betsy!" Kim waved them in. "This is so exciting. The girls are playing at a friend's house because I wanted them to be surprised when they come home and find Christmas gifts under the tree." "Excellent strategy," Maddie said. "Did you bring your little boy?" Kim asked Leo. "No, I dropped him off with his grandmother earlier this morning. Unloading and organizing aren't his specialties." A smile settled across his lips. "His grandmother has a lunch date scheduled at 11:30, so she's planning to drop him off here on her way." "Wonderful." They set the first round of deliveries on Kim's dining room table. "Oh," Kim said, taking a package from one of the bags. "You've wrapped some of the gifts. How thoughtful." "We wrapped all of the gifts," Maddie answered. "We also attached gift tags to each. If you want to unwrap some of them and set them out instead, go right ahead, of course. We just wanted to save you time and effort if we could." Kim's appreciative gaze moved from Maddie to Leo, then back to Maddie. "Thank you. I really love the wrapping paper you chose." Kim was a Southern belle. Maddie had guessed that she'd like a traditional Christmas decorating scheme with just a little bit of fancy thrown in. They'd bought wrapping paper in complementing patterns of red, green, and white, plus lots of wide, shimmery ribbon. All three of them made multiple trips to the driveway to bring everything in. Imperishable groceries they'd shopped 4 days ago, and the perishable groceries that Maddie had picked up just this morning. Gifts upon gifts. They helped Kim put everything where she wanted it, then cleaned up after themselves. When they were done, a wide ring of presents encircled the tree that Leo and Maddie had purchased for Kim weeks before. Maddie stood next to Leo, so close that their upper arms brushed, as they admired the final result of their efforts. Joy, the sort of joy that Christmas is truly about, the kind that springs from hope and from putting the needs of others before your own, expanded within Maddie until it permeated every point of her body. In God's upside-down economy, he'd made sure that the person who served another would somehow become the one most richly blessed. "Good job, Maddie." "Good job, Leo. We did it. Together." Kim returned from the back of the house and presented each of them with a gift that had clearly been wrapped by a child. "Victoria, Samantha, and I wanted to do a little something for you to thank you. It's small and certainly not in any way big enough to acknowledge the magnitude of what you've done for us, but I want you to know that we really are grateful." "This is so kind of you." Maddie tore open the wrapping paper to reveal a flat, wooden Christmas tree, approximately 6 inches tall. She glanced over and saw that Leo had received the same. "The girls just love Mod Podge," Kim explained. "You know that sticky craft glue? Anyway, they go crazy for it. They had a blast making these for y'all." It appeared that the girls had cut out Christmas motifs from magazines and created a collage of them over the surface of the tree. Not a millimeter of the wood showed through the charming plaster of pictures of candles, ornaments, snow, sleds, and hot chocolate. There were also angels, Mary and Joseph, the cross, and a graphic of Jesus' manger with golden rays shooting out from it. "I'll treasure it," Maddie said. "Thank you," Leo told Kim. "Thank you," Kim replied. "Both of you. Thank you so, so much." She hugged Leo. "I can't tell you how much this means to us." She moved to Maddie and gave her a hug. When Kim pulled back, her eyes were wet, and she had to dash her fingers underneath her lashes. "These things that you've brought are more than material things. They're a reminder that I'm not on my own. God is still with me, and God still provides. He always makes a way, amen?" She sniffed and smiled tremulously. "He always makes a way," Maddie agreed. "I'm looking forward to seeing you in the office at Abbott once the spring semester begins," Leo said to Kim. "Me too! Me too!" She gestured toward herself. "Come back over here for one more hug, Leo." After Leo had spoken with Human Resources at Abbott, Kim had been called in for an interview. A week ago, she'd been offered an admissions assistant position while the current admissions assistant was on maternity leave. If Kim ended up impressing the administrators at Abbott as much as she'd impressed Maddie, then, who knows, her temporary job might become a stepping stone to something more permanent at Abbott. Regardless, it addressed Kim's most urgent need: income for the near future. "And one more hug for you, too," Kim said to Maddie. Clasped in Kim's strong arms, a verse crystallized in Maddie's mind. "The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away." He'd taken away from Kim, but he'd given, too. He'd given her 2 girls, an opportunity at Abbott. He'd ensured that she'd be able to make this Christmas a memorable one for her family, despite the challenges. Leo and Maddie said their goodbyes and returned Kim's wave as they walked toward their cars. Usually, the 2 of them were surrounded by other people, like at last night's party or at the stores they'd visited. It was rare and luxurious to be with Leo like she was now. No one within earshot. No one looking. They chatted about his Christmas Eve plans with Charlie and her plans with her family. As they spoke, she buttoned her green coat against the chilly weather. The brooch she'd affixed to it preened with historic beauty. It almost seemed smug in its role of family heirloom. Generations had come and gone, but it had endured. The cold was probably turning the tip of her nose pink, but she didn't want their time together to end. So long as Leo was here with her, she'd stand on this spot until frostbite set in. The phone calls and texts and lunch appointments they'd shared had been like gold to her, each one something to look forward to, something to delight in, something to remember over and over. Now that the task that had tied them together was complete, how often would she see him? A gust of wind blew tendrils of her hair in front of her eyes. Before she could extricate her hands from her jacket pockets, Leo reached out, delicately caught the strands, and smoothed them out of her face. For a split second, he met her gaze. Then his vision fell to his fingers as he settled her hair back into place. With a look of pure concentration on his handsome features, he traced the outer shell of her ear, then let his fingers trail a few inches down the side of her neck. Conversation had ceased. Maddie couldn't have said anything if she'd wanted to. Her heart was beating double time. From off to the side came the loud sound of someone clearing their throat. Leo and Maddie instantly stepped apart, turning toward the noise. Olivia's mother, Deb, crossed the street toward them. Maddie's stomach sank. Deb had always been a what you see is what you get type of person. Equal parts blunt, opinionated, generous, and self-deprecating. Maddie and Leo had been so wrapped up in each other that they hadn't noticed that Deb had parked across the street from Kim's house. She'd left her car running, driver's side door ajar. Maddie could clearly see Charlie strapped into his car seat in the back, his attention directed at the car's built-in TV screen. How much had Deb seen? She must have seen all of it. In the process of dropping Charlie off with Leo, Olivia's mother had stumbled upon the two of them. "What's going on here?" Deb asked. She was an attractive brunette, dressed today in soft pants and a red tunic accessorized with a silk scarf imprinted with candy canes. "Deb," Leo began calmly. "No need to answer," Deb interrupted. "I can see what's going on." She motioned toward her car. "Charlie's with me, Leo. I don't think he saw what I saw, but what if he did?" Disappointment carved brackets into the skin on either side of her mouth. "Olivia was your friend," she said to Maddie. Heat flamed in Maddie's cheeks. "She was." "Well," Deb drew herself up, "I'm not sure she would have approved of what I just saw." "Whether or not she would have approved is a moot point," Leo said. "Olivia's been gone for more than 2 years." He spoke gently, but without apology. He regarded Deb levelly, with just a trace of warning in his expression. "I'm not sure she would have approved." Deb's words penetrated right to the center of Maddie's own concerns. Suddenly, she could no longer evade those concerns. Suddenly, it didn't matter if she was too busy or too happy to let them in. Deb had dragged them all out. "We can talk about this later," Leo said to Deb. "Daddy!" Charlie's voice rang from within his grandmother's car. He waved. "Hi, Maddie." "Hi, sweetheart," she called back. Then to Leo and Deb, "I need to head out. I'll see you both later." She'd managed to speak pleasantly, but she didn't have it in her to look either of them in the face or to hang around long enough to hear their response. As soon as she pulled into her apartment's parking lot, she texted Britt. Britt, in true friend fashion, had driven straight to Maddie's apartment when she'd received Maddie's text. Maddie had just finished bringing her up to speed on all that had transpired between her and Leo last night and this morning. "You know how Deb is," Britt said. "She often speaks without thinking." "She might speak without thinking, but she definitely says what she means. She wasn't happy about Leo and me." "Her reaction may have had more to do with surprise and grief than anything else. She'll come around." Britt was perched on the edge of the coffee table, directly across from Maddie's position on the sofa. Britt pulled one of Sweetheart's miniature boxes, just large enough for 2 truffles, from her purse and handed it over. "I was at the shop making Christmas truffles for my family when I got your text. I figured that missing your twice-daily dose of chocolate was guaranteed to make this situation worse." "You're supposed to be taking the day off. Sweetheart's closed." "Not to me when I want to make Christmas truffles for my family." "I'm not family." "Just about," Britt insisted, giving Maddie a staunch, direct look. Hot tears constricted Maddie's throat. She'd known she could trust her friend's fierce brand of support. Flicking open the lid of the box, she revealed 2 dome-topped dark chocolates, crowned with perfect sprigs of green fondant holly and red fondant berries. "Thank you." She couldn't eat them at the moment because Deb's words had left her feeling physically nauseous. But these truffles were evidence of her friend's love for her. That's what mattered. "Maddie," Britt said, "don't go all quavery on me. This isn't the end for you and Leo. You haven't done anything wrong. Deb is the one who's in the wrong for reacting the way that she did." "It's understandable, though. It was hard enough for us when Olivia died, but imagine what it was like for her to lose a child." "Brutal," Britt allowed. But that doesn't excuse Deb's behavior this morning. She was rude. She was upset. She was rude. Maddie's phone beeped to signal an incoming text. She glanced at it. "I'm really sorry about Deb," Leo wrote. Maddie slanted the phone toward Britt so she could see, then typed, "It's okay." "She and I will talk it over later today," Leo replied. "I hope you have a good Christmas." "You too." "See?" Britt said. "Leo's on it." Yes, and she loved the way that Leo had stood up to Deb this morning. He hadn't been cowed the way she had. And yet, everything felt so subdued now. It was like she and Leo were two elementary school students who'd been having a great time together right up until they'd been caught and sent to the principal's office. "Don't let this throw you off course," Britt said. "This is an obstacle, that's all. Any long relationship will have to overcome dozens of obstacles." "But we don't really have a relationship yet. We haven't gone on a single date." "Overcome this obstacle and go on your date. Then overcome another obstacle and another. Do whatever you have to do because Leo's worth it." Maddie said nothing. Britt gazed at her hard, as if she were a doctor trying to diagnose an illness. "This isn't really about Deb, is it? Deb just forced you to confront the guilt you already feel for liking Leo." Maddie squeezed her knuckle. "It's hard to explain. I don't want to do anything that might betray Olivia." Britt's expression turned long-suffering. "Want to know what I think?" "I'm afraid to say yes." "I think that you were comfortable as the third wheel back when Olivia was alive and you had a hopeless crush on Leo. Now that Olivia's gone and your crush might not be so hopeless, I think that you've cast yourself as the bad friend, and you're not so comfortable in that role. So," she filled her lungs with air, "let me set the record straight. You weren't a bad friend to Olivia, Maddie. You were a great friend to her. And Leo was a great husband to her." She paused. "Do you think Olivia would have been against the prospect of Leo falling in love again? Of him remarrying?" "Maybe. Maybe she would have preferred that he remain faithful to her until his death." "You're a very loyal person, Maddie. Remember when we were in 10th grade and I threw up in history class? Everyone else shrieked and rushed to the other side of the room and then started whispering and giggling. Except you. You put your hand on my shoulder and you scolded everyone for reacting the way they had instead of showing compassion to the sick person." She laughed. "I remember." Maddie had been surprised at herself after that incident. She hadn't realized she'd had it in her to reprimand a room full of her classmates. "In this case, though," Britt said, "I think your loyalty to Olivia has turned into a runaway train. Just because Olivia died doesn't mean you have to compensate by becoming hyper-loyal to her now. Leo's only 31 years old. Let's say he lives to the age of 91. Britt's lips tipped down with skepticism. "Do you really think our kind, outgoing, big-hearted friend would want the man she loved to go through life alone for the next 60 years? "I'm not sure." "I am sure. She wouldn't. There's no way she'd have wanted him to spend the rest of his life that way after being married to her for less than 3 years. And I happen to think that Olivia would have preferred for him to date one of her friends rather than a stranger." "What? No. You knew her very well, Maddie. You treasure her memory." She tossed out a hand for emphasis. "If Leo dates a woman who never met her, that woman won't give a fig about Olivia. You and me and Hannah and Mia, we want to remember her. A stranger won't." It was so quiet that she could hear the couple from down the hall talking as they made their way along the corridor to their apartment. The whir of the heater, the ticking of her decorative clock. "Pray about it," Britt said. "Listen to what God has to say in response. you'll see that he agrees with me on this. You always think God agrees with you. This time, I'm doubly sure that he does. Chapter 8. Maddie hadn't driven to the lookout in years, yet her heart still knew the way. She steered along a network of small streets before parking at her destination. The lookout was little more than a half-circle of dirt, sweeping outward from a secluded road that graced the top of Twinflower Hill like a necklace. A short cement fence had been erected at the lip of the lookout to keep cars from tumbling over the edge, because from here, the land dipped steeply away. The view revealed the Hood Canal, the distant mountains, and the town of Merryweather nestled among the trees far below. After killing the engine, Maddie simply sat, taking in the scene, remembering. It was nearing 2 o'clock. She'd yet to eat lunch, and soon she'd need to get herself ready for her family's Christmas Eve get-together. Soon, but not quite yet. She, Olivia, Britt, Hannah, and Mia had come here during their high school years on weekend nights when they didn't have anything better to do, which was often. They'd usually driven here in Olivia's Chevy Trailblazer and admired the glittering lights through the Chevy's front windshield. Maddie could still hear the thumping soundtrack of those years. Avril Lavigne, Rihanna, Kelly Clarkson. They'd eaten hot Cheetos and talked about the future and boys and the sports they played and clothes and makeup. The interior of the Trailblazer had smelled like pink perfume. The sound of Olivia's laugh bubbled up from Maddie's memory, surrounding her. Olivia had a wonderful laugh. She'd laughed easily, and the timbre of it had been deep and genuine. Maddie pulled on her white knitted beret, then her gloves, and exited the car. She went to stand at the fence, her arms crossed tightly against her chest. Low clouds rolled overhead. She felt closer to Olivia in this place where they'd passed so many hours together with their friends than she had in months. "I'm so sorry," Maddie whispered. She hadn't known until now that that's what she wanted to say to Olivia. Her friend's sudden, violent death had stolen Maddie's opportunity to say anything final to the black-haired, blue-eyed girl she'd known. The girl who'd been on student council with her. The girl who'd driven her into Seattle on Maddie's 17th birthday so they could celebrate with coffee from the very first Starbucks. The girl who'd been her college roommate. That girl had died. And Maddie was desperately sorry that she had. God had a plan, and he was sovereign, but it still seemed unbearably unfair to Maddie that Olivia had died so young. The verse that had come to her earlier returned. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. As much as I adore Leo and Charlie, they're both rightfully yours, and I honestly wish that you could have lived out your life with them. The words emerged so quietly they barely reached Maddie's own ears. I feel guilty for liking Leo as much as I do and wanting to be with them as much as I do. If you were here, I'd ask for your permission. But if you were here, this situation wouldn't exist. The drifting wind made the only reply. Maddie closed her eyes. God, forgive me if I've ever felt wrongly toward Leo, if I've acted wrongly, if I've ever said anything that was wrong in your sight. I'm not sure how to reconcile dating Leo with honoring Olivia. This time, she did receive an answer. She sensed, in the deepest part of her intuition, that Olivia was well, whole. The God of heaven and earth had control of her care now. It occurred to Maddie, as goosebumps pebbled her skin, that he could be trusted with that. Olivia hadn't received a long life here on earth. The Lord had taken. But then he'd given. He'd given Olivia life in a place without death, mourning, crying, or pain. No death, no mourning, no crying, no pain. Maddie's finite mind strained to grasp the truth of what heaven was like. She couldn't grasp it, to be honest. She was going to have to accept it on faith. Olivia was well. She is well. Maddie filled her mind with the phrase several times in a row. She is well. No one, including her or Leo, need worry about Olivia anymore. I love you, Maddie said to Olivia. I will always remember you, and tell people about you, and miss you. I'll never stop looking for ways to celebrate you and the impact you had on the people you cared about. Cold pinged against her cheekbone, and she looked up to see dainty snowflakes drifting down from the sky, silent and elegant, and full of grace. Maddie smiled at the wonder of it. Some of her friends grumbled about snow. Not her. She'd always loved it. Snow! On Christmas Eve, no less. Minutes passed. Maddie stood, a still figure amid the dance of the snowflakes. This was no angry, sleeting storm. No, this felt much more like a blessing. A gift. Life continued, even after loss. God had taken away the summer sun, but now he'd provided something fresh and beautiful in its own way. The snow of winter. A new season had come. As soon as Leo arrived at Olivia's brother's house that evening, he asked his sister-in-law if she'd keep an eye on Charlie for him. Then he went in search of Olivia's mom and dad, Deb and Randy, and asked if he could speak with them privately. Now the three of them were closeted in Olivia's brother's home office, the sounds of voices and Christmas music leaking through the closed door. Deb's face and posture communicated shaky defensiveness, as if she suspected she'd behaved badly, but wasn't ready to admit it yet because she believed that Leo had behaved badly too. Randy regarded Leo with compassion. "Did Deb tell you what happened earlier today?" Leo asked Randy. "Between Maddie and me and Deb?" The older man nodded. He knew that Olivia's parents felt for him the way people were supposed to feel toward their sons-in-law. They were grateful to him for giving them a grandchild. They admired his efforts as a husband and continued to appreciate his efforts as a dad. They liked him a great deal and might even love him some. But he could never, ever function as a substitute for their beloved daughter. No one could. Leo had never hoped to try. It's just that in this moment, the gap between what Olivia had been to them and what he was to them seemed more enormous than usual. He wished, for their sakes, that he could be a better consolation prize. He cleared his throat. He hadn't been looking forward to this conversation, but he was determined to get it over with so they could move on. "Did you know that every Christmas decoration and ornament I own was purchased by Olivia?" He'd given some thought to what he wanted to say to them, how he wanted to start this ball rolling. "Charlie and I opened all the doors of the Advent calendar that belonged to her when she was a girl. We listened to Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree when we decorated our tree because that was your family's tradition. We walked in the Main Street Christmas Parade because that's what she did with you every year growing up. We attended your church's nativity play." Some of the defensiveness melted from Deb. "Olivia's influence will always mark my life and Charlie's life," Leo said. "Always. She was my wife, and she's Charlie's mother. We loved her." "Thank you for saying that." Emotion roughened Randy's tone. "Sometimes it seems like people are going on with their lives and forgetting her." "I understand. We don't want people to forget." "Neither do I," Leo said. Deb began to blink as if fighting tears. "The pain of losing her was so overwhelming at times that I thought I might suffocate from it," Leo said. "I know you both know what I mean." "We do," Deb said. It's only recently that I've gotten over that suffocating feeling. He sighed. It's not that I've gotten over it, necessarily. It's just that I don't feel like I'm suffocating all the time anymore. I've begun to hope that the rest of my life might not be one long exercise in torture. I hope that you won't hold that against me. We won't, Randy said. Deb, however, looked conflicted. Did you have feelings for Maddie when Olivia was alive? She asked. No, he stated definitively. We were paired together to work on Mission Christmas a month ago. It was then that something changed between us. Deb frowned. I've asked her out on a date, Leo said, which I know might be hard for you guys, and I'm sorry about that. Really sorry, because I'd never want to cause you any additional grief. The three of us have had plenty of that. He drew in a breath. I'll be honest with you and tell you that I'm really looking forward to my date with Maddie. It would mean a lot to me if you could find a way to be okay with the two of us dating. To give us your blessing, even. You don't need our blessing, Randy said. I'd like it just the same. Leo looked to Deb. Deb's pursed lips trembled. I apologize for the way I responded this morning when I saw you and Maddie together. I've always liked Maddie. It was just a shock, that's all, to see you with another woman. I know. Give me a few days to adjust. I can accept it, Deb said. I will accept it and even support it because you made our Olivia very, very happy, Leo. Olivia made me very happy. You're a good man, Randy said, clasping Leo's shoulder. You deserve good things, son. When you talk to Maddie, Deb said, please tell her that I'm sorry. Chapter 9. Leo's Christmas Day began at 5:51 a.m. when Charlie jumped on top of him, whispered, It's Christmas, Daddy! In an excited voice, then attempted to pry open Leo's eyelids with his fingers. Groggily, Leo stumbled into the living area of their house ahead of his son to switch on the Christmas tree lights and get music and coffee going. Then he let Charlie loose. His little boy tore through the gifts like a rhinoceros through a swamp. They joined Olivia's side of the family for Christmas brunch. Food, more gifts, then returned home so that he could get Charlie down for a nap. He'd only just now managed it. He had a brief window before he needed to regroup and drive Charlie to his parents' house for more food and more gifts. On weekend days, he usually soaked in the quiet during Charlie's nap. Today, though, he wanted nothing more than to spend time with Maddie. Ever since Deb had walked up to them yesterday in front of Kim's house, a stone of foreboding had been pressing down on his chest. He'd texted Maddie last night to let her know about the conversation he'd had with Deb and Randy. He told her that Olivia's parents had given their blessing and that Deb wanted Maddie to know she was sorry. Still, he worried that things weren't right between him and Maddie. Things didn't feel right. Maddie was susceptible to hurt, which was one of the things he appreciated about her. He knew that Deb had caused Maddie both embarrassment and guilt. He desperately wanted to fix what had been broken. He dialed Maddie's number. Painful hope leapt within Maddie when she saw that the incoming caller was Leo. She dried her hands on a dish towel, scooped up her phone, and took a few steps into her parents' mudroom adjacent to their kitchen. Hello? Maddie, it's Leo. She loved how he always announced his identity. Hi. Hey, I'm sure you're probably really busy and that you don't have any time to spare, seeing as how it's Christmas Day and all. But I'm at home for the next few hours. I just put Charlie down for a nap, and I'd really like to see you. He made an irritated noise in his throat. That sounded presumptuous. me calling and telling you that I'm at home and that you can come over. I'd come see you if I could, if you were free. But now that Charlie's asleep, I'm stuck. I have some time. I'd be happy to swing by. Definitely don't wake a sleeping child. You're coming by? Do you want me to? Yes, very much. Then I'm coming by. I'll be there in 10 minutes. They disconnected, and she hurried into the kitchen to gather her things. Where are you going? Maddie, her mom, and her dad had been in the throes of preparing rolls and ham and mustard sauce to take to her dad's side of the family. I'm going to swing by Leo's. Her mom tilted her head a fraction. Leo? I thought you guys finished your mission Christmas duties. We did, for the most part. We just have one loose end left to tie up. Loose end? Mm-hmm, Maddie said non-committally. She knew better than to tell her mom anything about Leo until it was absolutely official. No sense getting Mom's hopes up unnecessarily. We need to leave here in 45 minutes, her dad said. Who's going to whisk the mustard sauce? Her mom asked. Brandon will have to do it. It's high time we started making him contribute to this family. Maddie pointed her steps toward the living room. Brandon was slouched on the sofa playing a game on his phone. In one deft motion, she nudged his feet onto the floor. Up and at 'em, little brother. You're needed in the kitchen. Huh? Since when am I needed in the kitchen? It's a new dawn. It's a new day. She sailed toward the door. What are you so happy about? It's a new day. She practically ran to her car. She was tempted to press the accelerator to the floor as she drove across town, but she willed herself to slow down. The streets were slightly slippery and framed on both sides by the coating of snow that had fallen since yesterday afternoon. Maddie came to a stop in front of Leo's house and peered at it through her car window. When Leo had moved to town, the house he'd purchased had been a topic of discussion between herself, Britt, Hannah, and Mia. Motivated by extreme curiosity, Maddie had driven by once or twice, but this was the first time she'd been invited inside. The isolated location of Leo's house read cabin. However, its architecture read modern sculpture. The materials of concrete, glass, and wood combined to form a structure that resembled a box with a diagonally slanting lid. Maddie gathered her courage and, on wobbly legs, made her way to the door. Leo opened it before she arrived. The fact that he'd been waiting and watching for her generated a rush of affection all out of proportion to the simple gesture. Holy cow! She really needed to keep her composure. It may be, of course, that he wanted to see her so he could tell her he'd changed his mind about going on a date. Merry Christmas, Maddie. He wore a white button-down with the sleeves rolled up and jeans. Merry Christmas, Leo. She followed him inside. His house had the hushed quality that only homes containing sleeping children possess. Thanks for coming by, he said. I feel badly about interrupting your Christmas day. It's no problem, really. I called because... Forgive me, may I take your coat? He seemed a bit nervous and even more intense than usual. Maddie's concern that he might have invited her over to communicate bad news notched higher. Her pulse thrummed in her throat. Sure. She handed him her green coat, and he laid it carefully over a chair the way he'd seen her do it, with the brooch face up. Maddie made her way into the living area. Wow, your house is great. Floor-to-ceiling panes of glass left no room for artwork. None was needed. The nature surrounding the house was the art. He'd furnished the interior with simple, masculine pieces and filled a wall of shelves with hardback books. Honey-hued planks of wood covered both the floor and the ceiling. She walked to the front of the space near Charlie's Christmas tree, which looked even more adorably pitiful now that it had been laden with ornaments that clearly hadn't been placed by a female. Far too many of them were grouped on the bottom right side. Leo came to stand beside her. You like the house? He gave her an uneven smile. I absolutely do. It suits you. The house was literary and straightforward and beautiful, just like he was. She trained her attention through the windows at the snow-dappled woods. Everything in her was reaching out for him. For years she'd been stuffing down her attraction to Leo. The barriers she'd erected to hold it back were cracking now, splintering with the force of her feelings for him. A pocket of silence opened between them. She had no words to fill it. He said. She turned to him. A ripple of power went through her as she took in the details of the spiky lashes surrounding his storm cloud gray eyes, so somber at the moment, so earnest. I just wanted to say in person, he continued, how sorry I am about what happened yesterday with Deb. I'm sorry too, for your sake. That moment was awkward. Really awkward. I felt like we'd been caught doing something wrong, she said. Right, which is why I wanted to talk to you. I could tell that it upset you. I regret that it did. She slid her fingers into the front pockets of the black jeans she'd paired with a silvery top. To be completely honest, there are some things about liking you, about dating you, that concern me because of my past with Olivia and your past with Olivia. I've liked you for quite a while, Leo. I've liked you for quite a while, too. An eddy of happiness swept through her, even though she was very aware that his quite a while equaled a matter of days. I think it's safe to say I've liked you longer, but I haven't been sure if a relationship between us would be right. Fear shifted in the depths of his eyes. Deb's reaction when she saw us together, she said, forced me to confront some things I've been avoiding. And I've done some soul-searching since yesterday. There might be other moments of awkwardness, like the one with Deb, in our future. And more guilt, too, most likely. She didn't want to sound as if she was assuming they had a long relationship ahead of them. They hadn't been on a single date. On the other hand, it felt incredibly liberating to talk to him about this. It's not always easy to celebrate the good things that come your way when someone you loved no longer has the chance to do the same. I know. She swallowed. Just because it's not easy, though, doesn't mean that we shouldn't still grab hold of the good things. I think that we should. Maddie watched relief steal over his features. Leo scrubbed the heels of his hands over his eyes, then tunneled his fingers through his gold-toned hair before dropping his arms. Thank God. You had me worried there for a second, Maddie. I was afraid you were going to say that Deb's reaction convinced you that going out with me wasn't worth it. No, she said. I think we should grab hold of the good things, too. You are a lot more than I thought to hope for. Was this really happening? Could she trust something this amazingly lovely? Oh. It was the most coherent response she could formulate. Long ago, he said, before I met Olivia, and before she introduced me to you, my parents and I went to see a performance of Les Miserables at the Merriweather Theater. During the scene near the end when Javert makes his sacrifice, I glanced to the side and down and saw you there. You were crying and looking happy and sad at the same time. Everything on your face matched what I was feeling. What? With effort, she pulled up the memory of that day, that show. She'd gone with her mom. She knew the scene he was referring to, the one when Javert gives his life for the convicted Valjean. It never failed to impact her like a wrecking ball. She adored Les Mis. Yes, I remember. I can't believe... You were there? Not only was I there, but I've remembered that moment many times over the years. It's comforted me. So, did you recognize me when Olivia introduced us? Not immediately. The theater was dark, and you were sitting a few yards from me during the performance. Eventually, I did put two and two together and realized that you were the woman I'd seen that night. That's incredible! Yeah. She didn't think this was the best time to scold him for not having introduced himself that night. "You're a fan of Les Mis?" "Yes. You?" "Yes." "It's a good sign," he said, "that we both like it. Don't you think?" "I do." "So, things are okay between us?" he asked. She nodded. "We're still on for dinner and dancing?" "We are. Although I might like to see you from time to time before our date." "I might like to see you every day before our date," he admitted. She grinned because the sentiment so exactly matched her own. It was paradise to know that Leo was coming to feel the same way about her that she felt about him. It seemed like a greater miracle than the feeding of the 5,000. His attention sank to her lips. Then, slowly, very slowly, he dipped his head and kissed her. She felt his fingers comb into her hair until he was supporting the back of her neck. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him as need and love coursed through her. After long moments, they broke the kiss, looking into each other's eyes and smiling crazily, breath hitching. Then they kissed again. Leo's kisses were the best kisses that Maddie had ever experienced in her life. They swirled her thoughts and caused her tummy to flip with the force of their chemistry. The sound of rustling crackled through the air, a sound like someone turning over in bed. "What's that?" she whispered. "Baby monitor," Leo answered. "Charlie's waking up." Leo's mouth took on a wry, humorous twist. He never did have a great sense of timing. He kissed her again. She might just die of exultation. "Daddy?" came a groggy voice. Leo and Maddie separated, laughing under their breath. "Daddy! I'm awake!" Leo motioned for her to follow him into a room abounding with shades of white and red and navy. Charlie sat upright in his miniature bed, surrounded by a blanket patterned with trains. "Hi, Maddie." He smiled at her with Olivia's blue eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I came by to say hi." He moved toward her, and she lowered like she always did when he approached. He opened his arms, and she gratefully enclosed him in a hug. He smelled like honey shampoo and indefinable little boy smell. "Have you had a good Christmas?" she asked. "Really good. You?" Maddie tilted to look up at Leo, Charlie still in her arms. Tenderness marked Leo's expression. It was a new dawn, a new day. She'd thought her childhood Christmases were the best of her life, but none of them held a candle to this one. "This, Charlie, has been my best Christmas ever."
The end.